Good morning. It's 7:30 in the morning and we have a long and exciting day ahead of us. It is counting day and today we will be finding out who will be winning the two states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. While it is expected that Haryana will throw up a clear result, Jammu and Kashmir, at least according to the exit polls, might just deliver a hung assembly, leading to all sorts of permutations and combinations and possible scenarios. In fact, so intricate that the National Conference, forecast by exit polls to be in the lead, has asked all of its official spokespeople to not join any counting programming till early afternoon when the trends are absolutely clear. Several of the contests are expected to be very, very tight fights. Remember, particularly for Jammu and Kashmir, this is a historic election. It's the first election that is taking place after the abrogation of Article 370. And while not many people have been coming out and campaigning on that issue or talking that much about the issue, will it be an issue that's on the ballot? Will the result reflect a renewed debate around one of the most big, impactful, and some would say disruptive decisions of the Modi government? In Haryana, the result could lead to a larger conversation on what shape and shifting sands are unfolding in the Hindi heartland. After the knocking that the BJP took in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the Lok Sabha elections, a defeat for the party in the Haryana Assembly elections could lead to renewed debates around brand Modi. Remember, Mr. Modi has only campaigned in 4 rallies in Haryana compared to 10 in 2014. So there's a lot to talk about. I want to welcome to the program our colleague of many election broadcasts, Dr. Kartikeya Batra. Let me welcome him. There I see him. Good morning, Kartikeya, and it's good to see you. And I also want to say good morning to Zafar Iqbal, my colleague who's on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Zafar and I have covered Jammu and Kashmir for 3 decades now as partners in crime, some would say, but perhaps we've never seen an election as potentially disruptive as this one might be. The only election that actually compares is 2002, when the National Conference actually got wiped out and separatists first flirted with electoral politics. This time, you are seeing banned groups like the Jamaat-e-Islami, banned by the Modi government under an anti-terror law, putting up 10 independent candidates, and the role of others in Jammu and Kashmir, as it's called, the others being individuals who don't have registered parties. Even the Jamaat-backed candidates are actually contesting on individual symbols. Even Engineer Rashid, the giant killer who defeated Omar Abdullah and Sajad Lone in the Lok Sabha elections, his party is not registered. So others are going to be truly, truly critical. And I want to start with early comments. The leads will only start coming in at 8 a.m. So we have some time to faff and give our own gyan, which, as you know, all journalists and pundits love doing. So let's start with just early comments. Kartikeya, I'll ask you to give us a sense of the impact of Haryana, and I'll get a sense of the impact of Jammu and Kashmir from Zafar. The thing is that these are assembly elections. You know, it feels like just yesterday that we were doing general elections. Why is Haryana so important, Kartikeya? I'll start with you.
Thanks, Barkha, and very good morning to you and the viewers. So, Haryana, Barkha, was this state that gave the BJP 10 on 10 seats 2019. And from then onwards, nothing has looked good for the BJP in Haryana, whether it be the assembly election in 2019 or the crises that we've seen, whether it's the farmers' agitation, the restless agitation, Agniveer, and one thing after another seems to have basically gone on a spiral for the BJP. And the political culmination of that was that in the Lok Sabha in 2024, the BJP got 5 on 10 seats. So its tally basically halved. Now, this election, as we are seeing, might be an extension of that. If this happens, the Congress will have its second government in North India, in the Hindi heartland after Himachal Pradesh, which, by the way, was a very tenuous government till, say, 6 months back, after the Lok Sabha election results and the by-election results. Looks like a stable government, although rumblings within that government continue to happen. But the addition of Haryana will mean that Congress will have 4 states, and it gives it a good launching pad for important states like Jharkhand, Maharashtra this year, and then Bihar and to some extent Delhi next year. So I think the importance of a victory, and especially if it's a convincing victory, cannot be sort of underlined enough for the Congress. It has found it tough to defeat BJP in straight elections, where it's the Congress versus the BJP over the last 10 odd years. But this, like Karnataka 2023, will be an instance where this might be a comprehensive victory. Jammu and Kashmir, I think I'm looking at it not.
Can I ask one more question on Haryana before we move to Jammu and
Yeah,
Kashmir? There's a lot of focus on the fact that the Prime Minister did a pretty muted campaign compared to his usual frontline presence that we see even in assembly elections. In fact, the BJP has been long admired for being that party that will fight even a municipal election like their life depends on it. If you look at the number of rallies led by Mr. Modi in Haryana, it's 4 compared to 10 in 2014. Do you think that might be because the Prime Minister had his advisors saying, we're not going to win this one, you shouldn't be the face of this campaign?
Correct. And so, if you remember, I think this is after Karnataka last year, that there were these rumblings within the BJP that the Prime Minister's face is overexposed. Well, that kind of got mitigated after the three Hindi heartland victories last year. But then it's true, right, that there is a brand which, of course, will not always remain on top. So that brand is waning. The speed of the wane might differ, but it's definitely waning. And then you have a tough state like Haryana, which more or less we all know. If you ask 8 out of 10 people, they'll say that it's very tough for the BJP. So why take the fall when you know that's going to be tough? Well, if you win, you win. That's fine. You can always say that it was Modi's credibility that prompted voters to vote for us, despite all the intra-state crises within the BJP. But why expose yourself when you know it's going to be tough? Although this goes contrary to what perception we have of Mr. Modi, whether it was Bengal, whether it were other tough states, that you would just go and give this blitzkrieg. But it's 10 years.
Yeah, it seems very out of character, but it does seem very out of character for the Modi we have known. Kartiki, I'm going to get Zafar to come with the first comment on J&K, and then I'll come back to you. Zafar, you've covered countless elections, as have I, as a beat reporter of Jammu and Kashmir, as I often identify myself. What feels different about this? First, of course, is a historical fact. It's the first election in the aftermath of 370 special status gone. It's the first election in 10 years. It's a demoted assembly. It's not
Right.
as powerful assembly. Statehood could be restored, but it hasn't happened yet. What feels different about this election?
Barkha, I think it's a watershed moment in the democratic process in Jammu and Kashmir, perhaps the most significant election after 1987. You remember 1987 election, widely called as a rigged election. That really triggered the onset of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, why is it so significant? All those things that have happened, the revocation of Article 370, the split of the state into 2 union territories, but quite significantly that this is for the first time we're actually seeing people like candidates from Jamaat into the fray. We're openly seeing Jamaat backing those candidates. There are no calls for election boycott this time. There was a big percentage of people that participated in the polls, 63%. And this would also determine the future direction of Jammu and Kashmir, which way it's going ahead. Uh, the political parties have made their stance very clear, but it could also be uh, it could also not be so simple, in the sense that this time there is more polarization. What one can clearly see is that Kashmir-based parties, the valley-based parties, have come together. Already, the PDP has said that they will support National Conference and the Congress. Farooq Abdullah said,
I mean, they've said and they've not said. I would want to correct you there. We've seen individual leaders of the PDP speak about possibly supporting what they're calling a secular government. Farooq Abdullah said, "हम इसको बड़े दिल से स्वीकार करते हैं. We welcome this with an open heart." Then
absolutely.
Farooq Abdullah's son goes on social media, literally contradicting his own father at that point and saying, "Hang on, everybody, we're getting ahead of ourselves. They haven't formally offered it. We haven't asked for it." Iltija Mufti then goes on social
Right.
media, also contradicting her
Right.
party colleagues and saying this decision has not been taken yet. So I don't think we should say this yet. We do not know. We do not know what the official
Yes.
stances of these parties is going to be, Zafar.
Yeah, yes, but the larger picture is very clear that BJP has been trying to consolidate in Jammu. That's its bastion. And the valley-based parties, the National Conference and the PDP, are focusing on the Kashmir Valley. Remember, in the past, PDP and National Conference couldn't come together despite the talks that they would form an alliance in 2014. But this time around, there is more possibility of them entering in some sort of an arrangement. But the key factor is the independence. The people who have been boycotting so far, those candidates are supported by Jamaat. Which way they are going, if at all, they will remember this. Sarjan Barkati, people like him who are in the jail. His
Yeah.
daughter has been campaigning. He has been in the past said to have played an important role in radicalizing the youth. Now, people like those are in the fray, and that makes this election extremely different. And as you would have also noted when you were on the ground, there's no Pakistan factor for the first time. Nobody is talking about Pakistan, and that is what makes it different. Remember in 1987, that election was Muslim United Front versus the National Conference. And this time around, there's no Pakistan factor involved. What is very clear is that there is a vote by the people on the ground, and someone was telling me this is a vote. It is not a stone in their hands, but a vote in their hands. Is 63.8% that have polled. Obviously, the people want to make
Okay.
their mind very clear with the help of a vote. This is the first election after the abrogation of Article 370
Okay,
that's
hold on,
happened.
Zafar. You've
Yeah,
said a whole bunch of things, but I think it's important to get some historical context. And Karthikeya, let's bring you up as well. When we were on the ground, the Jamaat-e-Islami, that is banned under the UAPA by the Modi government, has backed 10 independent candidates, and we have Afzal Guru, who was hanged to death for his role, and he was convicted for that in the parliament attack, his brother contesting. We have all shades of separatists, families of separatists, now in a way being mainstreamed by this electoral process. We have Engineer Rashid, once considered completely at the fringe of valley politics. Today, everybody's talking about what role he might play. And then we have that big question: could the National Conference and the BJP come together? And I did ask Omar Abdullah that. The National Conference has fiercely denied it. And I'll play out that clip in just a moment. In fact, we're going to reconnect with Karthikeya. Let me play out what Omar Abdullah said when I asked him, could you, for political survival, join hands with the BJP? This is what he said.
Do you ever see yourself, if it came to a matter of political survival, tying up with the BJP
Actually,
again?
tying up with the BJP would be the exact opposite of political survival.
You've done it-
Today, Mehbooba Mufti is actually struggling for political survival because of 2014. Today, her daughter runs a serious risk of losing her first election because of 2014. So tying up with the BJP for the National Conference, and for me, would be the exact opposite of what you're saying. It wouldn't be political survival. It would be the death of our politics and my political career.
I don't actually see Karthikeya. Oh, there he is, coming and going miraculously. Please don't vanish after 8 a.m. when the first leads start coming in. Karthikeya, you heard what Omar Abdullah just said there. He said, I said, for political survival, could you join hands with the BJP? And he said, it would not be political survival. It would be the death of my politics. Mehbooba Mufti is still struggling to shake off that shadow. Now, the reason I bring you in here is there's been a lot of speculation. Could the others, BJP doing very well in Jammu, join hands with the others in some way in the valley? No Kashmir politician at this point can frontally get into an arrangement with the BJP. It's happened before, but this is after the abrogation of 370. It's a very different time. This is Modi's BJP, not Vajpayee's BJP. That also makes a difference, right? Though Mehbooba Mufti has tied up with Modi's BJP in the past, and Omar Abdullah says she's still living in that shadow. How do you see the role of others in Jammu and Kashmir?
I mean, Barkha, the more the others go up, I think it will be good news for the BJP, to be honest. I mean, I think that for once, I still feel that PDP, Congress, NC may not be as far-fetched an idea, simply because just a few months back, they were a part of the India Alliance, and then they were also part of the Gupkar Alliance a few years back. So I think if push comes to shove, I don't see that PDP joining Congress, NC, especially with PDP having 4 or 5 MLAs, giving that cushion. By the way, Barkha, one must not ignore this whole concept of 5 additional MLAs being nominated by the Lieutenant Governor. That
Correct.
is a new sort of X factor in the whole equation. and that changes a lot of things. So I think that probably we can talk about later in the day. But that aside, when it comes to independence, my sense is the higher their number, the more the BJP will think that they have an advantage. See, as Zafar sir has been saying now for some time, that you can't have a government which excludes either of the two regions. So if you need representation from Kashmir, you need representation from Jammu as well. The idea was that the Congress will do well enough in the Hindu seats of Jammu that if the NC does well, the Congress and NC coming together will be a fair representation for both geographies and both communities, and that will be a good strike, a good deal. But it seems, as per the exit polls, which may be completely wrong, the Congress does not seem to be pulling its weight in those seats, the Hindu-dominated Jammu seats. If that happens, then game on. We probably
Yeah.
we may count the election today, but we may not conclude anything today.
So let me tell you an interesting story. Zafar was there when we met with Omar Abdullah. And what was astonishing is that on record in our interview, he actually made this comment about how he hoped that the Congress would work harder in Jammu because he felt that they hadn't done their bit. And then, as it got closer and closer to the end of elections, he actually went on record again at a kind of collection of microphones and said that he felt that the Congress had not pulled its weight in Jammu Kartike. And one theory is that the Congress did not want to take a very frontal position in Jammu and Kashmir because they would have to take positions on issues like 370 and so on, which they saw as polarizing for their prospects in Haryana. I don't know if that's the reason, but be that as it may, what the National Conference was hoping would happen for it from the Congress in Jammu doesn't appear to have happened unless the exit polls are wrong. Kartike?
Correct. Although I must add that given at least C voters exit poll, it is a matter of just 4-5 seats for the Congress. If the Congress can secure another 5 seats plus what the exit polls are saying, which is not beyond the realm of imagination, because there could be narrow margin seats, for example, it is possible that this might become a more comfortable majority. Once again, the X factor being the lieutenant governor's 5 nominees, right? So I think that is possible, but at least from what we have right now, it seems that is not happening. And if that is the case, then, as I said, we may count the election today, we may not conclude it by the end of the day.
So I'll tell you, Zafar, as you and I know, because we had a whole list of National Conference official spokespeople who were going to join us, and late at night we got this call from them saying that their leadership has asked them not to speak till afternoon. What does that tell you? It tells you that the National Conference itself is expecting close contests, that this election could take longer to count in Jammu and Kashmir than the entire general election took, which by at least noon, we had a clear picture of the trend in which it was heading. Is the National Conference being extra cautious or by simply saying, let's not speak till we have a clear picture? Or truly, are we expecting some very close contests?
No, it's both. National Conference does expect close contests in many seats, even in the seats of Omar Abdullah. Remember, it's just been a few months from the Lok Sabha elections, and Engineer Rashid, defeated Omar Abdullah by a margin of more than 2 lakh votes. That memory is still fresh. So obviously, with that in the backdrop, National Conference doesn't want to go to the town so early. They would want to wait, and also the fact are they are they are a bit cautious, as Karthikeya was saying. The Congress, the alliance with the Congress, has it helped them, or is it creating more problems? I did ask this to Umar Abdullah. He said that seat sharing is never easy, but the fact that Congress put up its candidates in the Kashmir Valley has actually dwindled the fortunes of National Conference on those seats. Perhaps National Conference could have got a few more seats, but the logic that they are giving, that was important, even if they lose a few seats, is to dispel the perception that they are close to the BJP. Now, this is the logic that they are giving, that we had to ally with the Congress. We know that some of the seats we may not get in the valley, but it was important to make it clear that they are not a party with the BJP. And you would remember just a couple of days ago, National Conference came up with a fresh statement dispelling all those rumors that they have been back channel talks with the BJP, as some said that leadership of the National Conference and the BJP met at Pehelwan. So this is the situation on the ground.
Yes, of course, and the National Conference ferociously denied any sort of conversation with the BJP. Omar Abdullah denied it on record. They denied it later. The numbers, the first lead should be coming in. Karthike, we're going to let you hop off, get organized for that in about 7 minutes from now or 8 minutes from now. Can we let Karthike just go briefly and get himself organized for when the first leads come? Zafar, in the meantime, we also saw something very dramatic in the context of J&K politics take place in the last few hours. Engineer Rashid, and I'll play out a clip from my interview with him. Engineer Rashid has a press conference and he suddenly says, let nobody agree to form a government till statehood is restored. Omar Abdullah immediately says this is a diktat from Delhi, Delhi being code for the central government, and basically he's trying to delay government formation, which can only play into the hands of the BJP. This is the allegation from Omar to Engineer Rashid. What did you make of that press conference, Omar, where Engineer Rashid suddenly says, "Let no Kashmir-based parties agree to forming the government till statehood is restored"? I mean, that could take forever, or at least a few
Right,
months.
right. And that's a clever, statement made by Engineer Rashid. Engineer Rashid has been making all those statements since his release. Particularly, there has been a back and forth between Engineer Rashid and Umar Abdullah. But it's not now that Umar Abdullah has said it. Even all the focus remains on Engineer Rashid. After the polling was over, he went to Delhi, and you'd remember that people like Sajad Lone tweeted, not directly saying that you know he's gone to Delhi to meet with those people who have been giving him instructions, and now he's back and giving those press conferences. He's trying to put pressure on these Kashmir based parties. The fact is, Umar Abdullah had said that he's not going to contest these elections. This is like a municipality. He said that he's not going to contest these elections for a union territory. But in the end, he contested the elections, and from 2 seats. And when I asked him that why is it so, he said that it would not have been fair because his other candidates are contesting from all those segments. How would he say that this is a degraded assembly and he's not going to take part in it while other members are doing? But the fact remains that he did change his stance. And now Engineer Rashid cleverly putting pressure on the Kashmir based parties that you walk the talk, don't form the government, say that restore the statehood first, then
So
we'll do it.
and so everybody in a way has become a victim of their own stated positions, but in politics nothing is permanent. We did ask Omar Abdullah, do you want to be chief minister, and this is what he said.
You said that once you commit to something, you put everything of yourself. So you went from being skeptical about contesting, and now that you're in it, you're contesting from 2 seats. Is your ambition to be chief minister again, even though this is not the assembly that you would have wanted?
I have no such ambitions. I don't
Why
know.
not?
I don't. I mean, I've been chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir prior to 5th August 2019.
Yes. In a more empowered assembly.
This is a very different assembly. So, look, it is not my ambition. That said, I don't know what my destiny has in store for me. I don't even know what 8th of October has in store for us.
But what would you choose for yourself if you could choose?
I would choose to turn back the clock to prior 5th August 2019, write off all this nonsense that we've had to go through and start from there. But I don't get to choose that.
A very important statement there from Omar saying if he could choose one thing, he would choose to turn the clock back on the abrogation of 370. If the National Conference and the Congress do very well and are not in a situation where they need a lot of help, they are certainly going to renew the debate and reopen the debate on Article 370. Now, it's going to be about 8 a.m.
Just a point. Just one.
Yeah, okay.
Just
All
one
right.
point. Umar Abdullah
Yes.
had actually said that the first thing that they will do is pass a resolution that all that was done on August 5, 2019 was illegal. But then later he sort of changed his stand. I did interview him. He has sort of diluted his position on that. So that's going to be crucial, that if at all Congress and National Conference comes to power, it focuses the focus remains on statehood and Article 370.
What's a very interest uh, uh, what's very interesting, of course, is that Article 370 was not on the ballot statedly or in a voluble way, but it is something that the result will reopen the debate one way or the other. Now, I just want to say good morning to all our viewers that are joining us from across the world. We have viewers joining us. Good morning from Melbourne. Good morning from Portland, Oregon, and then of course here in India. And our audience is a very engaged audience, and they're all coming forward with their comments already. Before I introduce our first guest, I also want to play out what Engineer Rashid said when I asked him whether he would support the BJP if it came to a hung assembly.
So if there is a hung assembly, who are you ready to support? Are you ready to support? Are you ready to support a government with BJP?
मेरी बात सुनिए, मेरे लिए सरकार बनाना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है।
पर हाँ या ना में तो बताइए।
नहीं, मैं आपकी अदालत में थोड़ा हूँ, हो सकता है कोई सवाल में जवाब ना दूं।
जी, ये तो बस फिर फेयर नहीं है ना।
नहीं, क्यों फेयर नहीं है?
नहीं, बताइए
ना। मैं इतना कह रहा हूँ कि जैसे ही 8 तारीख आती है जी, जो रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है, मैं मोदी जी की तरह उतना विद्वान नहीं कि मैं कहूँगा अब की बार 400 बार। मैं इतना कहूँगा आई एम श्योर माय पीपल विल नॉट लेट मी डाउन।
Okay.
Can I just step in with one comment? You said 370 Congress NC. The dichotomy starts with the following: whereas the NC has 370 in its manifesto, the Congress has not mentioned it at all. Statehood is a common denominator across all parties, but even if NC plus Congress come to power, it will be very interesting to see how those dynamics play out. And this ties into your initial point that Congress's stand on 317 JNK has repercussions for it in the larger Hindi heartland political sphere.
Okay, just let me bring in Zafar now at this point. Zafar, we should be getting the first lead soon. So what would surprise you greatly? I mean, what's that one instinct you have about this election that if it didn't happen this way or if it happened that way, it would surprise you greatly?
Well, of course, if independents draw a good number of seats, obviously it is surprising because after the abrogation of Article 370, what has happened is that National Conference has been consolidating, and it's been saying that that it will, of course, take over that ground, that vacant space that is existing. But to tell you frankly, what would surprise me more is that if PDP performs very well, gets more than 10 or 15 seats, that would be very surprising, given the fact that on the ground, the sentiment is it's the PDP which has brought in BJP in the first place. And then all of these things happened one after the other that led to the abrogation of Article 370. If PDP consolidates and does well, it would be quite surprising. And also, if Engineer Rashid's party again performs well, that will be an added factor.
Okay, let me welcome our guests to the program now. Could we bring up our first guest, please? And I want to welcome him to the program. I see Smith Singh, who's the leader of the Congress. Namaskar, Mr. Singh. We also see Smita Gupta, veteran journalist. I'm also welcoming to the program senior journalist from Jammu and Kashmir, Nishkant ji. If we can bring him up, Nishikant Khajuria is joining us, and also joining us is Zainab Sikandar, a political analyst, but also someone who has been associated with the RLD, but she wants us to know that she's here today as a political analyst. Good morning, everybody, and we are just waiting for the very first leads to come in. And as most people seem to believe, Haryana is straightforward. Jammu and Kashmir is going to be very, very complicated. As Karthikeya monitors those first leads, let's get first comments on what the import of both of these elections are. Zab, I'll start with you. There's going to be a lot of discussion on what this means for brand Modi if the BJP loses Haryana badly. In Jammu and Kashmir, if the NC, the Congress, with the help of, let's say, the PDP, do manage to take home the state, or the state which is not a state but is going to be a state again. Yes, a union territory. If they do manage to take the wins, the debate around 370 will be reopened by them for sure. So it's high stakes in that way for the Modi government. Do you see it like that?
Yes, absolutely. And come what may, the way the elections went this time, it's anyway a huge, moment of chest thumping for the BJP government, because whatever said and done, the elections went off very smoothly. And, the participation was very good. The reality of the matter is that in J&K. So any which way, I think this is sort of seen as a victory for the BJP government, because they have restored what they always said that they will in Kashmir, which is the buzzword normalcy. Normalcy was restored in Kashmir, and the democratic processes were there, and people celebrated those democratic processes. And this is a fact, because when I was in Kashmir too, everyone had the same opinion. They said that, we want our elected representatives to be there and, form government and, be our voice, Although the reality again is that in Kashmir right now, whoever comes into government, they don't have much power. The reality is that, because the LG has most of the stuff, under him, be it the police, the public welfare, taxes, property transfers, marriages, all the main things are under the LG. But it's a good start. It's a great start. And I still feel, I'll stick my neck out and say that, the Bharatiya Janata Party will be someone in the running, to form government. I don't think it is a straight call for NC plus whoever joins them. I still feel it will be, till the end, we'll be seeing whether BJP might just form government in J&K.
I can see Kartike's restless finger now starting to move because the first leads are going to come. But Zainab, you make an interesting point, which I do think bears summarizing. You're saying irrespective of who wins in J&K, the Modi government will argue that the changes that have taken place, the higher turnouts that we have witnessed, the absence of boycott calls, the fact that Pakistan didn't figure in this election, this is all a victory that they will claim is as a result of, their ushering in of a Naya Kashmir. In the meantime, we continue to have viewers join us from across the world. We have Manoj saying hello from Houston. We also have Mukhtar Lone saying good morning from here at home in Kashmir. I'm not taking political comments with your opinions right now, because I know you're going to keep debating it in the comment section. We have Varsha Narendra joining us from Sydney. So good morning to all of you. Kartike, before I open this up, do you have a first lead for us?
So it has officially started, Haryana, first 5 leads coming in. And once again, as we do all the time, postal ballots. And then so this should be taken with a pinch of salt. But the first 5 leads for Haryana are showing us BJP 4 and Congress 1. So it's off to a counterintuitive start. But as I said, these are postal ballots. And for the next half an hour or so, in fact, a little longer, I would say, whatever we say, in terms of the numbers, you're taken with a pinch of salt, because postal ballots are usually not very representative of the larger sample of the voters. But, they're important votes, so we'll continue to update the numbers as they come.
Right. And in fact, in Haryana, there's a very interesting conversation to be had about the fact that while the Congress expects to win, there is a very public argument going on over who has rights to be chief minister. Smita Gupta, if I can bring you in, what is the import of the results in both of these states? Haryana will throw up conversations about the BJP in the Hindi heartland. The Prime Minister we were just discussing earlier has only addressed 4 rallies in Haryana compared to 10 in 2014. He has opted to not really be the face of the campaign, perhaps because he knew what was expected, notwithstanding those numbers, notwithstanding those numbers that we see coming in on the postal ballots. What is the import, Smita? Can we unmute Smita, please?
If we talk about Haryana, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we talk about Haryana first, the fact is that the BJP has been in power there for 10 years. Therefore, if the Congress wins, as many pollsters are suggesting, it will be a big victory for the Congress, especially as it comes a few months after the general elections, in which, even though the Congress may not have won the elections, but it did considerably better, and it ensured, along with the other opposition parties, that the BJP was unable to win a majority on its own. So that will be very significant for the Congress party. In Jammu and Kashmir, for 10 years, there has been no elected government at all. This comes after the abrogation of 370. It comes after the, reduction of Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories. And it comes at a time when people are talking about the fact that it's a huge victory for Narendra Modi that so many people turned out to elect, to cast their votes. But the fact is that people also wanted to end the suffocation. They felt that if they at least cast their votes, then they might get some kind of government which actually represents them and not represents Delhi alone. So I think I would look at it in that way. The results will be interesting, but in a way, the way the BJP has did the delimitation so that a larger number of seats are in Jammu, number one. Number two, the question of those 5 MLAs who will be nominated by the lieutenant governor, which might give, in the case of hung assembly, will give an advantage to the BJP. And
Yes.
there's been a lot of discussion on the question of these 5 MLAs, because actually they should be appointed only after the elections are over and after the numbers are seen, and not separately. Because if it's just a question of the lieutenant governor doing it, clearly there will be 5 people who will support the BJP, which in a way is not fair. Though the way that it has been presented that they will represent Pakistan occupied Kashmir, people displaced from there, as well as the Kashmiri migrant community.
Yeah.
So I think these are some of the key issues that
So
will come up.
let's pick up this last point about what the lieutenant governor may do in the event of a hung assembly. Let me bring in Smith Singh and Nishikant ji. Smith Singh, how are you looking at both of these states, and are you concerned that Jammu and Kashmir where lieutenant governor can come in with his 5 MLAs, nominated MLAs, and change the game? स्मिथ
See, we
जी,
see
आपको
this
मेरी आवाज आ रही
election
है? हाँ, या
as
go ahead, go ahead,
2024.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
I,
sorry.
so
जी
I see
जी
this
जी
2024 as an year where the clock is turning against the BJP. We are seeing that different sections of India's society are speaking up against the BJP. In Haryana, the farmers, everyone's speaking against the BJP. The business people are speaking against the BJP. And similarly, in Jammu and Kashmir. So, if, as you said, the Lieutenant Governor does that and he brings in people who are just against the idea of India and that democratic value, that who are the people you're representing from the state, and that is exactly our fight. We are the voice of Jammu and Kashmir. So this is the basic fight, and by doing that, they're going to just prove that. But we really strongly believe that this election, people have spoken up in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. So even if they do something like that, there's going to be no fear of NC Congress and Congress in Haryana not forming a government.
Okay, Smith, your signal was not the best, but in a way, I
I
think what
also
you're
feel
saying
that
is
yeah,
yes. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. If I
Smith, I
speak
think
slowly,
you're no,
probably
no,
you
no,
will
no,
get
no, no.
me.
Hang on,
My
just rejoin, because your network is really poor. We can barely hear what you're saying. But I did hear enough to say that you felt that the clock was, in a way turning, or things were shifting for Mr. Modi. निशिकांत जी, आपसे पूछूंगी, जम्मू और कश्मीर कहा जाता है कि it's like two states voting. कि जम्मू का बिल्कुल ही different result आएगा, कश्मीर वैली का different result आएगा. There was an expectation और उम्मीद थी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को कि the Congress would do better in Jammu and give the BJP a tough fight. Do you think कि ऐसा हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ, निशिकांत जी?
Yes, Barkha, as far as the Jammu Kashmir is concerned, this election is very significant for BJP because BJP will try its level best to keep control with it because these elections are being held after abrogation of Article 370 for the first time, and BJP will not allow other groups to emerge. And as far as people mood was concerned, there was indication, and I think after 2-3 hours results will be available, and we believe NC is going to emerge as single largest party, and NC Congress combined will be the biggest group. But in case this group fails to touch or cross 40 plus, BJP will not allow. BJP will try its level best to manage independent all independents, and independents will have a great say in formation of government. I believe.
But Nishikant ji, even for the independents, the Kashmir-based independents cannot directly join hands with the BJP. There is talk in Jammu and Kashmir that you could be returning to central rule if that happens. I mean, do you think that's a possibility, or do you think कि किसी ना
Yes,
किसी की
yes,
सरकार
yes.
तो बनेगी?
Yes, there is every possibility that a central rule may continue in Jammu and Kashmir in case NC Congress combined doesn't cross 40 plus. Even as PDP has announced to support a secular coalition, but I believe PDP will certainly put some conditions on NC Congress combined, and they may ask this combined to first bring a resolution on restoration of 370, and that will be extremely difficult for Congress in
Yes,
that case.
very interesting. Nishikant Khajuria, a senior journalist from Jammu and Kashmir, saying there that central rule is a possibility. Karthik, a quick update on the numbers again, with the caveat that the early leads are postal ballots. So if you're seeing surprising trends, do remember that we're not calling anything here. We're not establishing a trend. These are very early leads. Karthik, a quick roundup of both states.
Yeah, so I'd spoken about Haryana, but Haryana right now is 9, 9, and 3. So 9 BJP, 9 Congress. Jammu Kashmir also neck and neck, Barkha, as you can see on the screen, NC plus 6, BJP 6. But once again, stressing this, these are early leads, postal ballots being counted. But we'll keep updating the numbers as they come. This is how it stands.
And can we just take a quick look at Haryana? If we can switch the numbers to Haryana, or
so it's
Karthik, if you can tell us.
9, 9, 9,
we
and
need
3.
the graphics to change to Haryana. Yeah,
BJP
9, 9, and 3.
Yeah, BJP 9, and now it's 10 now actually as we speak. So BJP 10, Congress plus. When I say plus, because they have an alliance with the left there. Congress is plus is 9, and others are 3 right now. So this is 10, 9, 3. It's changing at a breakneck speed. So we might be a few seconds here and there, but I think all that is justifiable. But again, very early leads now. Again, as we speak, it's now 10, 10, 3. So the leads are coming in thick and fast.
Okay.
It will take some time to stabilize, for these trends to stabilize. I mean, it's not going to happen in the near future. So we're going to keep giving you ball by ball commentary. But things will probably, EVMs will start getting open probably in another half an hour or so, and then we'll probably see those.
So what we're seeing on our screen right now are the early leads coming in from postal ballots. Zainab, I want to get you in on what Nishikant Khajuria just said. It's a very important point. Because you made the point that irrespective of who forms the government in J&K, the Modi government can claim a certain amount of vindication for the changed circumstances in which both the Lok Sabha and the Assembly elections have been held. But when Nishikant ji says that ye bhi possibility hai ki वापस central rule आएगा, that would not be a very democratic end to this historic democratic moment. So I think we have to really hope that doesn't happen. Somebody should form the government. People have worked hard. It's the first election in 10 years. People have voted with enthusiasm. And I think it would be a very unfair culmination if it ended with a repeat of central rule. Zainab, would you at least agree with that?
Absolutely. But I think this is just conjecture. I don't think that that's a possibility. I don't think even the central government and Bharatiya Janata Party would want a result like that. I think where I'm seeing it headed is that it's going to be like a hung assembly. And then, that's where, the magic, moment will happen as to who will pull it through. I don't think there will be a possibility of central rule in the valley. I don't think so. In J&K, not just the valley.
Yeah. Okay. The leads are now picking up speed in both states, with the caveat that Karthike just gave, that these are postal ballots. The machines are still in a way being opened. I want to bring in Zafar. I thought Karthike had vanished there, but he's right there. Zafar, very quickly, Zainab says it's just conjecture to say central rule, but I think we should talk about what Smita raised, the Lieutenant Governor and his 5 nominated MLAs. Now, this model started in Puducherry, when Kiran Bedi was the LG, and she nominated, I think, 2 members. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that the LG should have consulted with the elected government, but did not strike it down. So there is a legal context that exists for this to be a reality. Does this mean that potentially the BJP enters this arena with 5 MLAs irrespective?
Absolutely. It starts with 5 plus, BJP already 5 plus. Because if LG nominates those 5 people, who are those 5 people? West POK refugees, they are Kashmiri migrants, but it's purely the discretion of the lieutenant governor and the central government. And they have the voting rights. Where in case of a hung assembly, they can cast their vote, and that can play an important factor to tilt the balance towards one side or the other side. So already it is 5 plus to start with. We don't know what's going to happen next. Obviously, it seems that there will be, as expected, that National Conference and the Congress will mainly be getting their seats from the Kashmir Valley, and BJP, traditionally Jammu has been its bastion, will be getting the seats from Jammu. And Nishikant is right. If such a situation comes up, that it can, it will be a hung assembly,
Okay,
and then
I'm
it
sorry.
can go on for months.
I'm asking forgiveness in advance. I'm going to be interrupting a lot of you because the leads are coming in very quickly. So just keep your comments short because we have to keep coming back to Karthikeya for a quick update of the leads. Karthikeya, go ahead.
BJP is now leading in Haryana, 18 to Congress's 15. And others
that
are
is
6.
that is at the moment counterintuitive, but again, these are postal ballots still.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Can we just stay in Haryana for
J&K,
just a second?
J&K has been neck and neck for some time now. When I say some time, I mean the last 5-10 minutes. NC plus 13, BJP 13, PDP and others 1 apiece. So Jammu Kashmir neck and neck so far, and Haryana BJP with a slender lead over the Congress in these early postal ballots.
Okay, but we're not drawing any conclusions on that right now, Karthikeya, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay.
But as I said, it is our job. People have tuned in from different parts of the world to give them ball by ball commentary. That's what we are doing.
Absolutely. So this is what Haryana looks like at the moment. BJP leading in 16 to the Congress leading in 13. The JJP not opening its account, and the National Conference Alliance and the BJP neck and neck, absolutely dead heat. In Jammu and Kashmir, in the first leads. This one keeping right now the trend of the exit polls forecasting Jammu voting as one state and Kashmir voting as the other. Now the Congress has just inched ahead in early leads in Haryana, Karthikeya. As you can see there, 18 to the BJP's 15. The others are 6.
It's actually it's the other way around, Barkha. BJP is 18, Congress is 15 from where I'm seeing it. But I won't be surprised if this is flipping by the
check
second.
That.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll check that again. I want to just bring in Smita and Nishikant ji at this point. Smita, you spoke about the LG's 5. The LG's 5 will only apply if it's a very, very, very contested election. Now, the National Conference, I wish Smith Singh, our Congress spokesperson, could come back. Could we please get him back? Because one of the things that Omar Abdullah said on record to me and to others is that he felt that the Congress did not do its job in Jammu. You see, the basic arrangement between them was that the National Conference would look after the valley and the Congress would have to take on the BJP in Jammu. And if Jammu and Kashmir ends up in this kind of dead heat place, the National Conference is bound to express some disappointment with the Congress numbers in Jammu. What do you make of that? I'm unable to hear Smita. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I said I do agree with that analysis because that is what the reports have been saying, that the Congress did not really pull its weight. Because as we know, in Jammu, there are, the Congress has a base in Jammu, unlike the National Conference. And the National Conference was depending on the Congress to pull in those seats. There are some Muslim-dominated seats in the Jammu region as well. And with the number of seats in Jammu now actually larger than the number of seats in the valley, Jammu is a very, very key region, will play a key role in the final result. So if if the Congress is not able to win a sufficient number of seats in the Jammu region, it will be advantage BJP. And
right, Karthikeya, I'm sorry, again, I'm interrupting. You all have to forgive me today. I'm not a, yeah, Karthikeya, yes.
Just to correct Smitaji, just a little bit there, that the number of seats has not gone up more than the valley, but it's become very close. So Jammu is 43, Kashmir is 47, but then you have the 5 nominated members. So that proportion has gone up, but it's not overtaken the valley yet. Just a small pitch.
Yes, sorry, I should have picked up on that. I got distracted by the numbers. But that is correct. And Kashmir has, in fact, greater representation in terms of the number of seats than Jammu, Smita. That said, Nishikantji, if Jammu votes entirely one way or the BJP dominates Jammu totally, and National Conference and Congress do not have a majority on their own, what are the scenarios that we're possibly looking at according to you, Nishikantji? Nishikantji.
Pardon?
I said if
Pardon, can you
if
please
there is
repeat
a
the question?
yes, if there is a
Yes,
hung assembly,
the
what are the possible options?
yes.
Okay, we're having a day of bad network connections. I guess Smith Singh is back with us. Are you able to hear us now, Smith? Please say something if you can. We need to unmute Mr. Singh.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Barkha ji? Ji.
Yes. Yeah, Smith, my question for you is, we were just talking about the National Conference being disappointed that the Congress didn't pull its weight in the Jammu region. How do you respond to that? And he said that on record. So this is not speculative. He said it in an interview to me. He said it on record otherwise. And there's a perception that the Congress was very defensive in Jammu because you didn't want your positions there to impact your prospects in Haryana. How do you respond to that criticism?
See, I think that's a little unfair. Congress is doing its best in fighting that election. Congress politically is presenting the voice of India. We are clearly seeing across Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana that different sections of India's society are speaking up against the BJP, and we are expecting that to be seen in the results. And we are Congress party is very clear that we want to strengthen the federal structure of India. We want to be voice of the people of India, which BJP has left behind. So there is no question of that. And I think if you see from Haryana, the farmers, the young people joining the army, the sports people in Jammu Kashmir in general, everyone is feeling that BJP is doing injustice, is ruling from the top. And Congress is presenting that alternative, and people are choosing that alternative, and that is what we wish to see in this results.
Okay. Karthikeya, you have an update for us. Go ahead, Karthikeya.
Barkha, so we are following a certain source for our numbers, but there are alternate sources that other channels are following. I just want to give you an update on what's happening there. In Haryana, in the other source, we have trends for roughly 70 seats, where BJP is leading on 23, Congress plus on 44, INLD plus on 2, and others on 4. Jammu Kashmir, also they seem to be ahead. And there in Jammu, BJP 16, Congress plus 5, and others 2. And Kashmir 3, BJP 3 in Kashmir leading. Congress plus 6, 19, PDP 3, and others 5. So this space is different. In Jammu and Kashmir, overall, as per the other source, NC plus is 24, BJP 21, PDP 3, and others 7. So this is an update from a different source, but we are following a different source.
Yes.
But just so that we can reconcile what's happening.
At some point, these numbers will level out, and that is why I think the National Conference has decided not to participate in this conversation till they have absolute clarity on what is happening. But one thing is for sure, sticking right now to our numbers and not to confuse our audience, we are seeing the National Conference and the Congress Alliance in dead heat with the BJP. I wish Nishikantji could rejoin us because he'll be able to explain. Could we please try and get Mr. Khajuria back? He'll also be able to explain to us the sentiment on the ground in Jammu. The PDP leading in only one seat. Can we switch to Haryana? It would be interesting to know what's happening there. So again, we're only, it's not even 8:30 yet, and it's a dead heat in Jammu and Kashmir in our early leads. Omar Abdullah is leading in both of his seats in the Kashmir Valley. This is interesting because the fact that he contested 2 seats was seen as a kind of sign of nervousness. He added Budgam, a Shia-dominated seat, to his traditional seat of Gandarbal, where many thought he might lose, at least at the moment. He is leading in Haryana. The BJP is slightly ahead of the Congress, at least at this hour. Again, no conclusions being drawn here for either state. I want to get in Zainab, unless Kartikeya, I'm seeing your restless finger go up. Do you have anything to say? Kartikeya, yes?
Kartikeya? No, I'm just saying that this is the number right now, 1815
okay.
to 6. So, the previous number
at least
was a little dated.
Got it. We're going to take a little bit of time updating the graphics. The first point of information will be at the top of your screen, which is much quicker to update. Zainab, early thoughts. Again, making no calls here. It's going to be a few hours. So what's very interesting is I was just saying in the morning that it's probably going to take longer to count at least Jammu and Kashmir than it did to have a sense of what happened in the entire general election, because some of the contests are going to be that close. But this is interesting. At least it's keeping us all engaged. It's not a done deal. It's not like Haryana khatam hi ho gaya, itna one-sided hai ki 8:30 baje hi declare ho gaya. What do you say?
I agree. I think Haryana, from the very get-go, everyone was like, okay, we know who's winning, we know whose wave it is, and who's the popular choice this time, and all that. For me, also, J&K is like really the nail-biting competition.
Correct.
It's what we're all looking forward to, and I'm also actually really looking forward to seeing who's going to win and who's going to not, because this is where Iltija has come into election the first time, Iltija Mufti.
Yeah.
So I'm very keen on seeing what the result there is. I'm very keen on seeing how the independents will fare, because I have always said from the start that it's the independents that are the major key players in this election, because they have gone out sort of on a leap of faith and jumped into politics on their own, because they believe that now the elections in Kashmir are not based on family names or political big names, but instead people are looking for local local popular faces within their smaller communities to see who will win. One of the people, I'll tell you, in PDP there is a gentleman called Bashir Mir, who's been put up in PDP against Omar Abdullah ji, and the reason for that is because he used to rescue people from the Sindh River. So this is something that resonates with the people, the local people there. They love him because he's always been in rescue missions, and helped people locally. So I think that is a factor in Kashmir. People want the faces to represent them, not necessarily the symbols. And for me, that's a very interesting take now, especially in the valley. See, I'm again telling you, I know in Jammu, I think BJP is going to sweep it. Even if you see the numbers, the initial trends, Jammu, BJP is sweeping. It's the Kashmir Valley, which is going to be the, I feel the deciding factor for this J&K election.
Absolutely. And we've got very interesting comments coming in. Our audience, Manoj says this is like the first session of a 5-day test match. So we're not treating it as an ODI. It's not how you start, but how you finish. Let the best man or woman win. But more importantly, let's hope democracy wins today. That's, I think,
as Ravi Shastri would say, the final winner of the day is the game of cricket itself.
Yeah, no, but it's true. Look, let us not underestimate or undermine what is happening here. An election in Jammu and Kashmir with Pakistan being a non-factor, with no boycott calls. It is the first election I have covered in 30 years where there has been no boycott calls. We have seen families of militants, families of separatists, the Jamaat-e-Islami that hasn't taken part in an election since 1987, back 10 independent candidates. So whatever be the outcome, as Indians, I think we must welcome what's happening on the ground in Kashmir Valley in particular. I want to bring in...
Barkha, sorry, as we speak, the Congress has now taken the lead in Haryana, 25 to BJP's 21. And the Jammu Kashmir election still remains neck and neck, NC plus 17, BJP 16, PDP 3. But Haryana, as per our source, also things are switching. As per the other source, it's 47 to 20, one-way traffic in Haryana for the Congress. But as I said, our feed, as also now is visible, Congress 25, BJP 21. Look at the top banner, not the middle banner. The top banner has been updated. So Congress now, as I said again, in postal ballots now in early lead with 25 leads.
Okay, so the Congress establishing a lead there in Haryana, where the question that has been debated in the public has been who will be chief minister, and I do want Smith Singh's response to that, but I do want to play out a clip of Kumari Selja. It's very unusual for a politician to bilkul aake say, dhadak se, yes, I'm a contender for chief minister. At least I have never seen it, being said like this. And I want to ask Mr. Singh if it's a non-issue, if there's only one face of this campaign, which is Mr. Hooda, or is this an open question? Let's take a look, and that will also give us a chance to update our numbers. Kumari Selja declaring herself to be a contender for chief minister. As a face of the party in Haryana, a senior leader of the Congress, you would expect your name to be one of those names
you put it
to be
correct.
Considered for chief minister if the Congress wins.
Congress will win, and you put it correctly.
आप ये बोल रही हैं as one of the senior major leaders of the Congress in Haryana, despite the fact that you have not contested the assembly elections, if the Congress wins, which you say the Congress will win, you should be considered as a contender for the post of chief minister. Yes?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Why shouldn't I be? I mean, in a way, I'm quite admiring of Kumari Selja's ambition and to wear it on her sleeve. Good for her. Smith Singh, I know the official line is High Command will decide. But the point is that Mr. Hooda, with respect to Kumari Selja, has really been in a way the sort of centerpiece of the revival of the Congress campaign. Though when I asked Kumari Selja, who will you give credit to if the Congress will, she said Rahul Gandhi. So let me ask you the same question. Would you give credit to Bhupinder Hooda, or would you give credit to Rahul Gandhi if your party does comfortably win? You're in early leads. You're significantly ahead of the BJP in Haryana right now. Do go ahead.
See, the credit goes to the whole team. See, Rahul Gandhi ji is our leader. The credit goes to him, and credit also goes to every Congress worker in Haryana, which has made this possible. After so many years of battle of such injustice by the BJP, the Congress workers stood there, kept working hard among the people, and they are actually the people who actually go to the polling booth and make the votes poll. They are the one who organize events. They are the one who organize rallies. So I think it is a joint fight. And see, this also shows how democratic Congress is, that people can pitch in. And at the end, it is the voice of the people which will decide. If you feel Hooda Saab is the face, that is also because people of Haryana have given him that space. Because people of Haryana are responding in that way. If a lot of people in Haryana would see Shailja ji as a face, the other leaders would be seen as a face, and Congress is a democratic party, and there's nothing wrong in wishing to be someone Congress. Congress is not like BJP that you can't speak at all. And I think the High Command will decide, but the main verdict will be given by the people of Haryana. They will give the signal for the High Command to decide.
Okay, Karthike, quick update. I think Congress establishing its lead in Haryana, and then we can turn our focus to the possible scenario that might unfold in Jammu and Kashmir. I think it's going as expected so far. I'm not calling anything. Karthike, go ahead.
So, Barkha, Congress plus in Haryana is now 29. 26 is what we are saying. It's changed in the last 5 seconds, literally. BJP 20 and others 9 to 10. And others, we are showing JJP as 2 and others 8, which means INLD is seeing kind of a resurgence, which is expected. I won't be surprised if at the end JJP, is not able to open its account. Jammu and Kashmir, NC plus the slender lead now, 18 to BJP 16, PDP 3 and others 2. I'll just add one point, Barkha, to what you were saying about Kumari Selja's interview. It is not trivial that the Congress's victory both in the Lok Sabha and the anticipated victory in Haryana has been a function of the addition of a core vote base, which is the Dalit community. And at this point, the Congress cannot ignore that community. And so Kumari Selja's face plus Rahul Gandhi's face as that of
but do remember that Mr. Tawar, also Dalit leader, returning from the BJP to the Congress at the nth hour. And I asked Bhupinder Hooda, is this to checkmate Kumari Selja? And of course, he very politely said, nahi, kya baat kar rahe hain? But that's the fact.
No, it's true. I'm just saying that the caste equations in Haryana are such that the Congress could not have done without Ms. Kumari Selja. That is something that we need to be very clear about. And so is Mr. Rahul Gandhi's face as a social justice face now in the Congress. becomes important as Mr. Huda's face in the Jat community, because together these two sort of blocks make up roughly 45-46% of the vote. So even as we speak, before I let you go, Congress plus 35 now in Haryana, BJP 18, others 7. In Jammu Kashmir, NC plus 20 to BJP 16 now, PDP 3 and others 2. So the NC plus establishing kind of a momentum now, and Congress just zooming ahead of the BJP in Haryana.
So the Congress zooming ahead in Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir. Yeah, we can see that lead clearly now. The Congress leading in 31 seats to the BJP's 19. The JJP at 2, but will it end up with even those 2? We don't know. And the NC, just waiting for those updated figures. Karthikeyan, what do you have for the NC Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir?
I have 21 for NC plus Barkha, BJP 16, which means that what was neck and neck is now moving a little bit towards the NC plus. Now it's 22, but again, very early days. These numbers haven't stabilized yet, and not even it's not even that we have leads for all the seats. In Jammu Kashmir, we have leads for less than half the seats, 43 of 90. For Haryana, we have roughly 70% of the leads, so 65 out of 90. And Haryana seems to be one-way traffic now for the Congress with 43 to 16. Numbers changing by the second. Jammu Kashmir, NC plus 622, BJP 16, PDP 3, and others 2.
Okay, waiting for those Jammu and Kashmir numbers to come up on the screen. If these numbers hold and if this gap holds, then the National Conference and the Congress Alliance has reason to be happy. Zafar, let me bring you in. Basically, the BJP needs to sweep Jammu. All of the BJP seats are likely to come only from the Jammu region. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. And if the BJP doesn't sweep Jammu, then and the National Conference of the Congress could I please have the national, they're the updated numbers. The National Conference of the Congress is now 22 to the BJP's 13, the PDP 3, and the others so far only 2. Right? So there are exit polls that have given the others, if others let's define who we mean by others. The exit polls have defined the others as anybody who's not NC, BJP or PDP. NC Congress, BJP or PDP. There are some exit polls who gave the others close to 40. There are others who gave the others 30. At the moment, the others are leading only in 2. That would be good news for the NC Congress. Before Zafar answers, Karthikeyan seems to have an update.
Except that, Barkha, as Zainab was saying, that people voting for symbols versus individuals, given that these are postal ballots, it is likely that people are voting more for the symbol. And when the EVMs open up, there might be more balance between the individuals and the symbol-based voting, just to clarify.
I think that's an important clarification. Again, like I said, we're not calling anything at all. But at the moment, the opposition is certainly ahead in both states, in Haryana very comfortably, in Jammu and Kashmir with a still slender set of margins. Zafar, very quickly, and also Nishikanji after that. Zafar Iqbal. I can't hear Zafar.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
The others also include Sajad Loan's party. It's not only Engineer Rashid, it's Sajad Loan's party, and it's also the Jamaat-backed candidates. But as Karthikeyan was saying, it's still the postal ballots. And BJP, if it's looking at Valley seats, obviously it is Habba Kadal. That comes with the Kashmiri Pandit population. They put up a candidate in Habba Kadal and in Gurez. If BJP opens an account in the Kashmir Valley, that's going to be huge. But for the moment, it seems that National Conference and the Congress are going ahead. The fact is that why is Congress doing so badly in Jammu? Because of its ambiguous position. National Conference very clear that they are against the abrogation of Article 370. BJP is very clear that they are for the abrogation of Article 370. Congress couldn't make up its mind. So that's why we are seeing clearly voters giving votes to that party, which is clear in its stand, be that National Conference or the Congress.
It will be important to get the individual. Right now, the numbers we have are for NC plus Congress. It will be, before we can draw the conclusion you're drawing, we would need to know how the Congress has performed individually. But you're right that 370 was an issue on which perhaps with an election happening in Haryana, the Congress did not want to take a very vocal position. The National Conference and its ally, the Congress, the Congress has zoomed and zipped ahead in Haryana, 48 to 16. So that is a very, very, very clear lead there. In Jammu and Kashmir, the National Conference and the Congress are leading in 24 to the BJP 16, and the much hyped others so far leading in only 2 seats. But I think Karthike making the there's Vinesh Phogat leading from Julana. I think that is a much watched election there. So that's the update you have there. But again, I want to bring in Nishikanji and Smita and everybody, but I'll just start with Nishikanji. Nishikanji, right now the National Conference and the Congress are leading, but Karthike explains that these are still postal ballots predominantly, where people will go for a symbol, and all of the others have no registered parties, किसी का symbol laptop है, किसी का कुछ और है, so we don't know, we'll be careful and cautious. But let's say you have the National Conference and the Congress falling short of numbers. What is the most likely scenario for who their partner can be? Can it be Mehbooba Mufti from the outside? In which case, what representation does the region of Jammu have in that government? Nishika.
As you talk about independence,
Yes.
I believe around 10 independents will get elected, and if we talk about Jammu region, I believe around 5 persons. As we covered the elections and talked with the people, it was apparent that around 5 people are winning. 5 independents are winning, and you are repeatedly showing the combined number of National Conference and Congress. It is 25 now, but you have not mentioned how many seats Congress is leading.
We don't have that data right now, निशिकांत जी. मैं भी वही मांग रही थी. मैं अभी वही मांग रही थी कि इंडिविजुअल पार्टीज का डेटा दीजिए, लेकिन वो है नहीं अभी.
And I believe if Congress and NC combined fails to reach the majority mark, it will be the fault lies on Congress party, which I don't know what was the reason, but they didn't take the elections very seriously.
I'll get Smith Singh to respond to that. Yes.
As Jawan mentioned, that 370 might be the issue.
Yes, but Nishikant ji, I'll get Smith Singh to respond to that. But let's be little fair till we know exactly how the Congress has performed. Karthike, I'll need your help to try and get the individual party breakup. We don't have that data available anywhere.
That's not coming through. I mean, we wish we had that, but it's not coming through. The moment it does, we will update you. But right now, it's just we're getting the lump NC plus together.
So, Smith, again, I can't put you on the mat till I actually know how your party is done separate to the alliance. So I have to declare that up front. Early responses, Nishikant says, if the NC Congress misses the majority mark, the Congress will be to blame. The Congress didn't take the election seriously. The Congress was playing a defensive game. The Congress did not want to take a position on 370. We still don't know what the Congress position is on 370, for instance, because आपको डिसाइड तो करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज अगर एनसी कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है, ओमर अब्दुल्ला इज ऑन रिकॉर्ड एंड we'll play that comment for you just in just a moment, what Omar said on 370. He's on record saying he'll reopen the issue. Is the Congress going to reopen the issue of 370? What is your position? Is that why you played a very low-key game in Jammu and Kashmir, Smith?
See, I think it's very unfair to say that we played a low-key game. Since the Bharat Jodo Yatra 1, Rahulji reached Kashmir, you saw his support at that time. And we've been saying that people of Kashmir, people of Jammu are supporting Congress. They want Congress. And we have fought a very strong election. Yes, most of the seats in Kashmir we gave to NC. And in Jammu, we were more or less fighting directly with the BJP. But the thing is that we have set the narrative. It's the people's voice that we have to represent. See, this is a leadership question that this is going to be decided on time, and also it's about how people of Jammu Kashmir are voting and what is their voice, what are they signaling to us. But one very important thing I must say, that our leader Rahul Gandhi ji keeps saying that BJP is basically against the federal structure of India. It is against the voice of different states. It is actually even finishing off democracy and people's voice in normal states in which there is no special provisions of the constitution. So that is a constant fight of the Congress, that this voice of the people of every state should be respected. The powers given to the states by the constitution should be respected. BJP is finishing that off in normal states. And there are many examples of this. So I think Congress is very clear in its agenda and its fight with the BJP. And these specific things, I think the leadership will decide, but it will also decide how the people are voting. It is not that they're going to decide in the Senate.
I have a statement, a new statement from Omar Abdullah, which he's just released moments ago. We have the hope that we will win. The decision made by the voters of JK will get to know by this afternoon. So he's being very careful. There should be transparency. If the people's mandate is against the BJP, they shouldn't pull any tricks. We did an alliance so we can win, and we're hoping to win. Now, this is his statement just minutes ago, but I also want to play out, because I think it's going to be a very interesting issue that could unfold if the NC Congress are able to form the government. Article 370. Article 370, what happens to this issue? Karthikeya, I'm just going to play out an Omar clip and then we'll come back. This is what Omar Abdullah said on whether he's still holding out hope that he can, as he called it, turn the clock back on 5th August.
Do you think people like you and me, I'm not in politics, but having been a kind of Kashmir-obsessed person for years, do you think we were wrong about 370? And let me just explain my question. In not understanding how much widespread support there would be in the rest of India, including by parties or sections of people who don't vote BJP for the abrogation. Like, were you taken aback by that?
No, I think the BJP has run a very clever campaign sort of highlighting one or two aspects of 370 to popularize its writing down.
उनका अपना झंडा, अपना संविधान,
उनका संविधान, आपको क्या मुल्क में दो प्रधानमंत्री चाहिए, and stuff like that. That said, I think the BJP overestimated the popularity of what they've done, because it certainly didn't translate into votes. I mean, I find it mind-boggling that in a 5-year term during which a prime minister fulfilled two of the most contentious poll promises of the BJP, 370 and Ram Mandir, they actually went backwards in terms of public support. You would have imagined that 400 par would be something they would do in their sleep. But they didn't. They were reduced to a minority government.
So what does that tell you? That the political reward was not as enormous as we may have thought?
Look, even immediately after 370 was written down, when state elections took place, the BJP suffered. They weren't able to translate these massive sort of poll achievements, or rather campaign achievements, into numbers. So perhaps, I mean, for all the symbolism of 370, it didn't matter as much to people as bread and butter issues in the rest of the country.
Okay, I want Zainab to respond to that, and then Smita. Zainab, if the National Conference and the Congress, and look at the leads now, it's 35 for the National Congress to the BJP, which has remained at 16 for a while. 370 will be back in debate. In fact, I asked Omar specifically, I said, what are your chances? The Supreme Court has given its verdict. He said, well, the Supreme Court can change its mind. If they win comfortably, you're going to see 370 up for debate again, won't you, Zainab?
Yes, we will, but it'll be more symbolic than realistic. I'm being very honest here. I mean, you have to understand Mr. Abdullah is also playing to the galleries. So, you know, when you talk to people in Kashmir and you say, you know, how significant was abrogation of Article 370 for you, for them, it's more symbolic because they wanted their special status. But it's done nothing to them in reality in terms of, like, you know, when it comes to their day-to-day bread and butter issues, like Mr. Abdullah was just saying, you know, it doesn't matter to them. It's just a symbolic gesture that, oh, Kashmiris, the special status went away. You know, now our demography will change. Our lands will be sold to outsiders. So for them, that sort of fear-mongering is the thing that they even speak. You know, the politicians are fear-mongering that, oh, Kashmir will change, the demography will change, outsiders will come in. So therefore, Article 370 is made significant in the psyche of a local Kashmiri. But it's more symbolic, and I'm telling you, when it comes to Article 370 and the talk of it in Kashmir, the politicians do it because they know it will resonate with people, because it will remind them of the bad times they went through when that episode happened, you know, the absolute blackout that was in Kashmir, and, you know, the kind of suffocation that Kashmir was put through, which BJP denies, because BJP says we just did that to keep, you know, law and order and peace in place, but the Kashmiris think otherwise, you know. So in my opinion, as much as, you know, the politicians say they will bring back Article 370 as an issue, they'll do nothing about it. They'll just keep playing to the galleries. This is my opinion.
So the audience member who would give that Ravi Shastri type "let cricket win" has another funny comment for you, Kartike, calling it a night in Houston. Results are on expected lines in Haryana. J&K is going to be a nail biter. Well, at the moment, it's not looking like a nail biter. Let's see how it unfolds. Whoever has Hardik Pandya within their midst will win the cup. Sorry, I mean the elections. Now, a lot of people thought that Hardik Pandya, yes, yeah, was 1 minute. Let me complete my thought. A lot of people thought that Hardik Pandya was an Engineer Rashid kind of figure. But if these numbers hold, then Engineer Rashid has not been a Hardik Pandya, at least in this game, even if he was in the Lok Sabha elections. Kartikeya, quickly add. I want Smita and Smith Singh to respond. Yes, Kartikeya.
In Kashmir, right now, of the
Yes.
34 leads, NC plus leading on 27, 24 of these are coming from the NC and 3 from the Congress.
Oh, you have the individual breakup now? So you have the individual breakup?
I am picking up the numbers as they come, but I'm just telling you, Kashmir, it's 24 NC, 3 Congress, and that's 27 of the 34 leads in Kashmir.
Okay, that's interesting.
That also means that the BJP is kind of doing really well in Jammu, because all the leads, that means, are coming from Jammu, which was expected for the BJP.
Right. So again, we want to wait for this to settle down because they're changing literally by the minute, not even by the hour. And Smith, that will raise questions again about whether the Congress has pulled its weight in Jammu and Kashmir. Kartike's numbers were of Jammu and Kashmir, and we're waiting now for
just Kashmir. I said just Kashmir. That was just Kashmir. 27 of the 34 leads that I just spoke about.
But Kartikeya, that was expected. But
Correct.
What is important is how the Congress performs against the BJP in the Jammu region.
Yes.
And if we have that individual breakup, it will be really helpful. In fact, Kartikeya, I'm going to request you to maybe get a little more granular data for us. Smita, your thoughts at the moment. Can I just turn to Haryana for a second? I actually don't know what the latest position is in Haryana, where the Congress was zooming ahead very comfortably. So then we started looking much more granularly at Jammu and Kashmir. Can we come out of this vibe quickly now? I need to see the Haryana numbers, please. Okay, we don't have them on our screen. There we have them, 53 to 15. So this is a romp home. It is a romp home at the moment if these leads hold for the Congress. Smita Gupta, your response, because there's going to be a lot of discussion now after UP in the Lok Sabha and Haryana in the Assembly. Is something shifting in the Hindi heartland of North India with Kisaan, Jawan, Pehelwan, and Samvidhan, as it's being described in Haryana? Smita Gupta.
Well, certainly, I think if the Congress continues to do as well as it is doing currently, and is able to form the government, it will be very, very significant. It will show that the issues that came up, for instance, in Uttar Pradesh very clearly, whether it was the issue of unemployment, whether it was the issue of the constitution being in danger, and also a issue which is very critical to Haryana and Western UP, that of the Agnipath scheme. Because the Agnipath scheme was something that really has upset the young people of those communities that joined the army. I saw it in Western UP when I traveled there, and Haryana, of course, sends a lot of people to the armed forces. So it will be a big boost for the BJP. It will also show that BJP at the center will have to take the issue of unemployment, maybe relook at the Agnipath scheme. Those issues will have to be critical, because one of the reasons why the BJP is doing badly in Haryana is poor governance on the whole, whether it was the farmers' issue, whether it was unemployment, etc. But I'd also like to add one issue which nobody.
But look at those numbers. I'm so sorry, but look at those numbers. I think it's worth commenting that Congress is now leading in 62 seats to the BJP's 15, and if these numbers hold, it's a wipeout for the BJP in Haryana. It's literally a wipeout.
One issue I wanted to add: we have forgotten the issue of sexual harassment and the wrestlers issue. I think
no, we haven't. I said Jawan, Kisaan, Pehelwan, and by Pehelwan, of course, our reference was to Sakshi and Vinesh, who's now a candidate herself. Go ahead.
I think this issue has also resonated in Haryana this time, the way the BJP treated the sexual harassment, charges of sexual harassment by women wrestlers, and then, the fallout that we saw in the Olympics. So I think that is a very important issue as well in this election.
Okay, I want Zainab to come in here and also Smith Singh. One of the things that puzzles me is that the Agniveer scheme in particular, we saw it being ferociously debated in Uttar Pradesh in the Lok Sabha elections. Samajwadi Party made it a big issue in their campaign speeches. We have seen people from the military themselves, the military community, question, its efficacy, its desirability. I see Shashi Shekhar Vempati joining us, the former CEO of Prasar Bharati. Welcome, Shashi. Zainab, my question would be, why would the Modi government, you think, be so adamant about not shifting gear on it before the assembly elections? It's a big issue. It's a big issue for... I met a young man in Uttar Pradesh, I remember, who told me, I thought it was a joke at first. He said, "Shadi nahi ho sakta." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Kaun shadi karega kisse, with someone who has a limited shelf life when it comes to jobs, who has a 4-year term, a 4-year job. Uske baad kya?" We've seen young men from Haryana end up in the Russia-Ukraine front line till the government brought them back home because naukri ke liye gaye. They have lined up to go to Israel. The military used to draw a number of people from these villages in states like Haryana and UP. I know, Smith, you wanted to come in. Zainab, your early thoughts.
See, in my opinion, the Agniveer scheme and how the government went about it, I really think that they honestly thought they were doing good, because they were providing more employment. Let's be just as simple as that. For them, it was, people getting a greater chance at, being within a system. And therefore, they thought that, they're going to tide over the matter, because eventually people will see the light of the day and see that this is for the better benefit and for the larger good. That's the reason I think they never rolled back on this. And they still think that people will benefit from it. And people will, in hindsight, say, okay, this was fine. The Agniveer scheme was, not so bad as we thought. This is my opinion.
Yeah, but do you think in retrospect, they should have been more open to public feedback?
But then,
I'm not questioning intent. Obviously, someone does something because they think it's going to be good, it's modernizing the military and so on. But, we have memoirs from former chiefs also now saying that there was a lot of pushback, at least on the terms, maybe not the principle, but the terms of it.
True, because a lot of people also spoke about the sanctity, of the armed forces, and they didn't want that to get ruined. But, I'll say something very honestly. Again, I'm saying this in an individual capacity, not because I belong to a party that's an ally with the BJP. Truthfully, when it comes to, when demonetization happened, we all criticize the BJP government, right? But in hindsight, let's be very honest. Somebody even on a thela can now pay by UPI. And that only happened because such a big step was taken. I am not tom-tomming about how great BJP did, about digitizing India, but it is a direct consequence of when demonetization happened. Everyone had to go digital, and, everybody, even a small grocery store or somebody, on a cart has a QR code and a UPI thing. So I personally believe BJP really believes that, we will be understood eventually, and in hindsight people will say that, okay, this the struggle was worth it. Especially when I look at demonetization, I believe that, in hindsight, I think that, maybe how they went about it may not be good, but what ended up happening, the consequences of, digitizing India and everybody, every Indian, paying digitally, it's a big deal. I mean, the whole world talks about it now. France says that, oh my God, the UPI in India, I mean, we can't even think of how to bring about that in, our country, a developed country like France. So you have to understand, BJP feels that, policy-wise, we are very sorted because, they do tend to be very organized in the way they go about, taking decisions. So I think, when it comes to schemes like Agniveer and all, they feel that, in hindsight, people will appreciate us. I believe that they think like that.
Okay, I want to welcome Shashi and Dr. Tayal Shekhar Vempati, Dr. Dharinder Tayal of the BJP to our programming. Karthiki, I'm going to hand it over to you. Just take us through both states. In both states right now, it is good news for the opposition. At least 9 a.m. this morning in Haryana, the lead is very, very, very clear. In J&K, we're not calling this at all yet, but it is still a handsome lead for the National Conference and the Congress. Reports coming in that the Congress has already sent Charanjit Channi to Jammu and Kashmir to begin talks on government formation. The National Conference, the Congress at 9 a.m. this morning, clearly believing that they can deliver the government in J&K. In Haryana, the latest figures are 56 leads for the Congress. We need to update that graphic on our screen. 56 leads to 22 for the BJP. Kartikeya, why don't you just take us through the numbers?
Yeah, Barkha, so I mean, we've been saying postal ballots, etc. So it kind of ties into the Agniveer issue, right? That sorry, if we think that people are upset with the BJP because of Agniveer, then postal ballots will, of course, give the Congress an advantage just because of that reason. So that is one thing. Now, as we speak, Congress is at 60, BJP 21. So it's a rout as of now. Again, this will stabilize in some time. But it's been the case since, for the last hour, I would say almost, or 45 minutes, that the Congress has been above the majority mark comfortably, and the BJP has been struggling to cross 25 in Haryana. And the space for the others, at least in terms of seats, has shrunk considerably. The final vote share is something that I'll be very interested in, but they're just at 4 right now. So BJP 22, Congress plus left 60, 61, and others on 4. So Haryana, I mean, is going along expected lines. The question always was in Haryana whether it will be a victory for the Congress, a sweep, or a super sweep. So this is headed towards that, somewhere between a sweep and a super sweep, if these numbers hold true. Jammu Kashmir, Barkha, as we've been speaking, it's not as close anymore, I would say. At this point, of the 79 seats, NC plus leading in 43. So they're within touching distance of that magic figure. But again, the question is, what is the magic figure? Is it 45 or is it 48? And we've discussed this since morning, that there are 5 nominated members from the Lieutenant Governor. And so how will that play out? So as we speak, NC plus is at 44, BJP 27, PDP 5, and others 3. So NC plus in itself is reaching that 45 mark as of now. This will change. And if you add the PDP to it, which I think is not a very far-fetched idea, they are at this point crossing that idea of the House plus the nominated members as well. So, I mean, as you said, I think the takeaway is that so far the morning has belonged to the opposition. The non-BJP parties.
So what's very interesting is that the National Conference late last night took a decision that it would not be sending spokespeople officially to the programs till afternoon. That's how close they thought the fight would be. So we're now working the phones now to National Conference leaders. Yes, I see you want to say the National Conference now leading.
Exactly. Yes. So for the first time since morning, Barkha, Jammu Kashmir, NC plus is now touching the halfway mark. It's at 45. Of the 79 seats called, we still have 11 seats to go. Of the 79, NC plus leading in 45. Of course, a large chunk of this is coming from the Kashmir region. BJP mostly doing well in Jammu, and this is, again, as you've been saying, along expected lines.
Okay, if you've just joined us, it's 5 minutes past 9 in the morning. The Congress is romping home by current leads to victory in the state of Haryana. And in Jammu and Kashmir, for all the forecasts of an exit poll, and we're not calling this right now, we're waiting a while for all the forecasts of an exit poll. At the moment, the National Conference and the Congress have established a lead there. Let me bring in our guests. It is a morning that belongs to the opposition. Smith Singh was wanting to come in. I don't know if he's still there. And then I'll open it up for Dr. Tayal and for Shashi. Smith, go ahead.
See, Barkha ji, jaise aapne, you put up Agniveer, you put up Kisaan, you put up these issues, and you're talking about the mood change in the Hindi heartland. See, I want to put it very clearly. If we see the Agniveer scheme, people not getting any pension benefits, no medical benefits, Shaheeds not getting any benefits, families feeling the people, 75% people are going to come back. What is it doing to the mindset of the youth in India? It is catastrophic. We don't know what is going to happen when those 75% people come back. It is really sad seen in the villages. And when we come to the farmers, one thing I want to put very clear: BJP said by 2022 it is going to double farmers' incomes. But what has really happened, if you see the National Crime Records Bureau's data, from 2014 till 2022, the national farmer suicide data has doubled. So the farmer suicides are doubled rather than the income. And when nothing personal with what the views of Zainab ji, but she raised a very important point about the UPI. Maybe people of India are seeing it in a different way. Changing from cash to UPI is a change of mode of transaction. It is not that before people are not paying at the cart. People are staying paying at the cart. With the lowest level of employment in country's history, with the highest level of inflation in the country, people are feeling, okay, this is a token shift. You have changed the mode of transaction, but what has changed really in my life?
Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's hold off discussing and debating UPI till the end. Right now, the numbers are coming very quickly. Zainab, I know you want to respond, but I want to bring in Shashi. I don't know where Dr. Tayal went. Where's Dr. Tayal? I don't see him on the screen. Shashi, I want to bring you in. At the moment, in Leeds, National Conference and the Congress have crossed the halfway marks, but a lot of debate around the LG possibly using his 5 nominated MLAs. Of course, if the National Conference and the Congress maintain this lead, then whether the LG has those 5 nominated MLAs or not doesn't matter. Your first thoughts. The morning at the moment belongs to the opposition and not to the BJP.
Well, I think election after election, we've seen that we should wait for the EVM counts to pick up a couple of hours after 11 o'clock. So I wouldn't comment too much on the numbers. Though I think the general mood is clear that the BJP is on the back foot and the opposition parties were expected to do better. That early trends are showing us that mood. So nothing to dispute there. To the larger issue of what this election means, I think that's a whole. I think we're missing the big picture here. Right? You had a series of terror attacks. You had Pakistan trying to do all kinds of mischief and trouble. But despite everything, I think the fact that Jammu Kashmir has gone to elections, I think is a huge development for India. So I would say, look at the big picture. Let's not get caught up in the numbers. Of course, there is a certain demographic complexion to that state, which is why the BJP is perhaps doing better in Jammu, the other parties are doing better in Kashmir. But I did travel through this region a few months back during the Amarnath Yatra, and I drove both south and north of Srinagar, and I think it is palpable that India has embraced Kashmir in a big way. There were tourists in every part of Kashmir, be it Pehelwan, be it Gulmarg, all over, Dal Lake. So I think the Kashmir has opened up to India. India has embraced Kashmir, and I think democracy has won. I think that is the big picture. We should not miss that big picture, not get caught up in these numbers. Of course, Kashmir has to go through a transition period. Right now, it's a union territory. At some point, it will have to become a state. And that also means a lot more involvement of the central government. That's not going to go with, which is why the lieutenant governor's role will continue to be important, because we have a very hostile border, and I think that is something that we have to deal with, we have to live with. So we have to get Kashmir to a point where it becomes as normal as any other state. It has a thriving economy like any other state. I think that's the goal, and I think until that point, Kashmir will continue to be in transition. So I wouldn't get too caught up with the partisan politics. I think the big picture is very.
I think that's a fair point about the significance of this moment and the rest of India embracing Kashmir and no boycott calls. We were talking about that earlier. No boycott calls, no Pakistan. People who haven't taken part in elections since 1987 coming into the fray as independents. Even families of terrorists are in this election. So we're seeing all kinds of shifts, Shashi. But you made one comment. You said the mood is very clear. The mood is very clear. What is that mood? Because the opposition would say, or would begin to say, because Haryana certainly seems like it can be, it can almost be called. The opposition would say this is a mood that is beginning to be against Modi. The Modi brand is diminishing. Those comments will start now, basis the Haryana result at least. What would you say to that?
No, I don't agree quite with that. I think what this mood is something else, something very different. In fact, yesterday was a very momentous day. So Modi completed 23 years consecutively in executive office. Let's just put that into perspective. I don't recall any executive being accountable to the people continuously for 23 years. Right? And what Mr. Modi's track record is that he doesn't shy away from making difficult decisions. 370 was a difficult decision. Agniveer was a difficult decision. Farm laws were a difficult decision. He is not someone who shies away from making difficult decisions. So that is what this is reflecting. That there's so much more hard work that has to be put in to make these difficult decisions appeal to the people. And I think that is what the message is. It's not about Modi brand. But look at the Congress. Look at Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He's taken the easy way out. Look at every single issue that he's picked up. It is something which is populist. It is not difficult. It is something that just appeals to the base instincts of the voters. And then look at the mess. Look at Haryana, Himachal. Look at Karnataka. Every single state that the Congress has gone to power with these populist schemes is a mess. And today they are not able to sustain that the state's finances. Right, so that is the contrast. So the BJP's challenge and Mr. Modi's challenge will be that while they take these tough decisions, which are in national interest, which are in the broader public interest, they would need to work doubly hard to go and explain why these hard decisions
I think Smith Singh of the Congress wants to respond to that, and then Karthikeya, do bring us up to speed on the latest numbers. We should actually be working the phones now to our national conference guests who thought they'd have to wait till the afternoon by the leads. It doesn't look like that will be the case. Smith Singh, do go ahead.
I think that's completely wrong to say. That see what is happening in Manipur is BJP is doing. If you give examples of this, Congress just went down in Rajasthan. What is the problem there? If you see the data, National Crime Report Bureau, what is happening in BJP states? So sometimes some media channels can cover up things, but that doesn't hide the truth. BJP is creating division in society. BJP is creating pain for the poor people in the country. There is rising unemployment. There's rising unrest, and that is all BJP is doing. Where do you blame Congress in this? But some media channels can be covering up certain things, but that doesn't. And people of India are seeing it. That is why people of India are choosing Congress and Haryana. It is very clear. And people of India are also giving a choice in Jammu and Kashmir. They are going against the BJP, and that is a message in itself. What people are looking at, and what people are able to see the reality.
Okay. Zainab, I know you have to go. Let me get a last comment from you. At the moment, a romp home for the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir, and I would want to say a significant lead for the National Conference and the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. So sorry, I said that wrong. A romp home for the Congress in Haryana and a significant lead for the National Conference and the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. A lot of extrapolations are going to be made, not just on brand Modi, which is probably going to be debated all day now, but also as we were discussing Article 370. If the National Conference, the Congress and the PDP, if needed, may not be needed, come together, you can for sure see a reopening of this debate. So last thoughts before we let you go. And Dr. Tyal, I'll come to you right after that. Zainab.
I honestly didn't NC Plus would fare so well. I'm actually shocked to see the numbers because I've been following other numbers also. So they seem to be doing really well. Perhaps it won't be what we expected it to be, that NC trying to, get more people to, form government. I'm feeling probably they'll make it on their own. And as far as, discussing at least the Jammu and Kashmir election, when it comes to brand Modi, I think, again, we have to give it up to the central government and Prime Minister Modi that a free and fair election was held in J&K. It went off really well. And I think that has to be celebrated more rather than whether BJP won or not. In fact, I feel it's a bit silly to even discuss that how BJP will fare in the valley. In fact, Zafar Saab said the right thing, that even if they get 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, the valley, it'll be a big deal. It'll be a testimony to how BJP actually normalized themselves within the valley. So in my mind, I'm looking at the numbers and just seeing whether in the valley BJP will have at least 1 seat, because that will be huge, to discuss whether this is a diminishing of brand Modi. At least for the Jammu and Kashmir election, I don't think that is a real discussion. I think that's a little silly because
no, I think in Jammu and Kashmir the discussion will not be on the Modi brand. It will be on 370 because if these numbers hold, at the moment the National Conference and the Congress leading in 50 seats on their own at the moment, right? I don't think any pollster caught this. Everybody seemed to be talking about the possibility of a hung assembly. So while the BJP is doing decently, leading in 27, almost all of them likely to be from Jammu, likely again waiting for party-wise breakup. My only point is the debate on J&K will be a different debate from the debate on Haryana. But you could see the 370, you could see 370 reopened as a public conversation if the new government is a national conference-led government.
Yeah, of course, it will. 370 will be discussed for sure. There is no doubt about it. But like I said in my previous point, it'll be sort of a symbolic discussion playing to the galleries. It will actually not result into anything. I don't think there will be, a rethinking on this, even at the Supreme Court level, even if the Omar Abdullah says that, the Supreme Court can reconsider. I don't think this is a realistic take. I think it'll stay. The status quo will be maintained. And it'll just be a symbolic discussion. It'll just be the politicians, reassuring the people that, we will get your special status back and we'll make sure the demography doesn't change. I think it's just going to be till that. Of course, the debate will stay alive. They'll make sure to keep it alive, in my opinion.
Okay, Zainab, we're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll connect with you again later in the day. I want to welcome, thank you, Zainab. I want to welcome to the program Dr. Tayal, who hasn't yet made his first comments, and also Riaz Majid. Riaz Majid is with Engineer Rashid's party. Riaz sahab, we can barely see your face. So if you can maybe turn on some lights or not sit against the skyline, thode light mein aa jaiye. In the meantime, Kartikeya, you want to bring us up to speed on the numbers, and then Dr. Tayal immediately.
Barkha, the numbers I think are they've kind of settled now. I mean, I think we haven't seen too much fluctuation in the last 15-20 minutes, but of course, subject to change. Whether the bottom line is Congress comfortably ahead in Haryana, NC plus not comfortably, but like a tenuous lead, I would say. 45 right now to BJP's 33. What I wanted to bring your attention to was that we are getting some kind of a geographical split from the ECI website. And if I may just try to be a little adventurous and share my screen, and please let me know if this is working for the audiences or not. So if we see that, what is very interesting is that, can you see my screen, Barkha?
No, I can't see the screen right now, Kartikeya, but now I can.
Okay.
Now I can.
So you just see the red and the blue. That's all NC plus Congress, right? These are leads for 45 seats from the ECI website. This red plus blue is primarily coming from the Kashmir Valley. Look at where the BJP is doing well. It's all in the Jammu region. And this is what we've been saying since morning, that it seems like two different elections have played out. And the results, at least as this is the ECI website, of course, it's a little slower than the other sources. There is a concentration of leads for NC plus Congress from the Kashmir side and a concentration of leads for the BJP from the Jammu side. I think this map really encapsulates it well. And I think the fact that you just mentioned that pollsters probably were predicting a hung verdict, well, I can say that at least the voters said that NC plus Congress will be ahead. They might be able to cross the majority mark. But the key difference is that so far, the independents seem to not have made that big a dent as some of the other polls were expecting. So as I'm seeing the numbers right now from our source, independents are leading on just 5 seats. Again, health warning, this is subject to change. But, it's that period now where we are coming close to the end of the uncertainty period. And I think very soon this will start stabilizing because at least in Haryana, the gap is big. I mean, it'll take something very substantial to upset this. Jammu Kashmir might still throw up a few surprises, I would say, here and there. But as of this moment, as of 9:20 a.m., NC Plus has been maintaining this lead now for some time. But again, could change.
Okay, thanks for that, Kartikeya. I want to welcome Ikram Singh Sandhu of the Congress to our program. Namaskar, and let me bring in Dr. Tayal. On first comments, I did see Riaz Majid of Engineer Rashid's party. Hopefully, he'll be able to reconnect with us. He was live from Kashmir. Dr. Tayal, disappointing day for the BJP?
Today.
Hang on, Doctor. Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, sir. So yeah.
I think it's an interesting day, and as a science student, I think I'll first start from that where we are drawing our inferences from is a biased sample. So let's be clear about this. These are
what do you mean? These are not samples, sir. These are actual leads. मतलब ये क्या मतलब?
I'll tell you. That is the difference. That is the difference.
Okay.
So what I'm talking about is that these are postal ballots. So when we actually get to the counting, then we can call that a perfectly randomized sample. This is not a randomized sample. This is a particular strata of the society
So we have not called the election yet. We have not called any election yet.
No,
we have been saying these are postal ballots. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah,
absolutely. So given that, so when we are taking inferences, these could be wrong inferences completely because it is not a randomized sample anyway. That is one part which I would like to start on. The second thing which Zainab said, and I think that's a very, very important point, that I would say rising a little above what the results are going to be, and I'll come to the results also, but rising a little above what the results are going to be, is the fact, the success of BJP, or if you were talking about the brand Modi or Mr. Modi himself, the success lies in the kind of election we've seen in Jammu and Kashmir. The way it is truly feeling like an integral part of the country. That is where a major success lies. And as Shashiji said, he's not been there to, he's not shied away from taking the tough decisions. Whereas, as he rightly said, there was a policy paralysis during Congress time. And the most major one in this election, where we are saying, you yourself said 370 is going to play out. It is one of the most major issues in this election. But the Congress manifesto was silent on 370. They could not take a stand on where they stood. They said, okay, we will see at the end of it. Jahan dekhi tawa parat. we will go with that. So that is the particular issue that we're talking about. So effectively, if we're talking about now coming to the numbers, what I find very hilarious here on your screen is that there is something called NC plus.
Yes.
Okay. So what used to be the grand old party at one time is now a plus.
No, it's also a plus because Dr. Tayal, I've been trying to get separate data for the Congress performance in Jammu and Kashmir. That data is not available yet. Election Commission, I'm sure, will release it. But right now, this data is coming as a pre-poll alliance.
Also, Barkha, NC fought larger number of seats. So it is the dominant party in the alliance.
Yes.
Barkha, the point I'm making is it is not even a hyphenated NC-INC. It is a NC plus. And now, if we go back to, I was trying to get some data, not the real data, but the exit poll data. I couldn't get it from very many, but I managed to get the Axis exit poll data. So what is that? How does the NC-INC play out? And it is very interesting. So as per the Axis exit poll, INC is 6 to 10 seats, Engineer Rashid is 3 to 8, PDP is 4 to 6.
Yes, I'm familiar with this. But we are in now actual. But sir, ek baat hai. Sorry, I have to interrupt you there because we are now in actual leads. I also spoke with both C Voted and Axis. We are now in actual leads, and the actual leads tell you that the others, which in the Axis exit poll were projected to do very well, that is not happening. They are only leading in 5. So in fact, I have Professor Riaz Majid. He was a candidate. He's with the AIP. He is with the Engineer Rashid's party. Riaz Saab, are you disappointed with the trends that you see so far? And yesterday we had a very interesting press conference by Engineer Rashid, जिन्होंने बोला कि किसी को सरकार नहीं बनानी चाहिए till statehood is restored. The National Conference and its ally, the Congress, are doing much better than perhaps even Omar Abdullah himself expected, because in his interview to me, he said this is his toughest election ever. How do you look at these trends, Riaz Saab?
Well, it's hi, how are you? It's like it's too early. It's too early to be disappointed or to be enthusiastic about the leads, because the counting has just started. I was just around the counting hall. That is why I was late, because perhaps there are jammers around, so the internet was not working well. So the counting has started just now. It would not be wise to be very enthusiastic or very disappointed about things. And then, as I have already said, that AIP, I was just seeing the tickers on your screen, and it was saying AIP 0. Do I tell you that AIP is not a registered party? All the candidates that are there in the field are independents for us. They are all independent candidates. So I don't think that it would be good to put AIP at 0. Maybe there is an
That
independent
is
around.
fair. That is fair. The AIP is not even a registered party. But if you see the others, जिनको others कहते हैं, जो BJP, NC, कांग्रेस, PDP के साथ नहीं है, उनको others का nomenclature है, जिसमें आपके associated leaders भी हैं. Others are leading only in 5. Is that disappointing to you, or do you believe these numbers will change? That is my question.
Well, I strongly believe that numbers would change. It's too early to predict things to be very enthusiastic or to be disappointed or to be clear enough, because the counting has started to now only. Because I am in Anantnag, I am in Government Degree College Khanabal, where there is the counting place. I was there, and it has picked up just now. They were just dealing with the postal ballots, so it will be too early to be conclusive about things.
Okay, Riyasab, stay with us. That's a fair argument. Nobody has called Jammu and Kashmir yet. I want Shashi to come in, and Dr. Tayal, and also Ikram hasn't opened his comments yet. Shashi, I think we all agree that it's a milestone election in Jammu and Kashmir, and I think there's no doubt about that. I was personally there, and just the kind of turnout numbers, the fact of no boycott calls, the fact that Pakistan was a non-issue, the fact that you have the Jamaat-e-Islami backing candidates in an election for the first time after 1987, despite being banned itself under UAPA, these are all very significant things that are unfolding. But at the moment, the BJP is leading in 31 seats. We have to assume that these are primarily from the region of Jammu. And if we look at the NC Congress, it is leading in 46 seats. So it is at the moment already across the kind of halfway mark, not counting the 5 nominated members of that the LG is allowed to nominate. How do you look at what has happened here, and what might happen if 370 is reopened as a debate? Because they very specifically asked Omar Abdullah this, and he said, why can't we take it back to the Supreme Court? We can and we will. And I said, what is the one thing that you seek? And he said, I want to turn the clock back on August 5, 2019.
I don't think that's happening. I think Mr. Abdullah is more of election time return. I think 370 is settled. I don't see the clock being turned back on 370. I think the key issue, in fact, this is what I observed during my travel through the valley, is that it is about jobs, it is about employment, it is about the economy. And there is no way the economy in Kashmir and Jammu is going to be turned around without the state government working with the central government. And I think that is going to be the biggest challenge. So they can do all the rhetoric on 370 for all they want, but end of the day, it will be about the economic revival of the valley and creating jobs. I met engineers, highly qualified postgraduates driving taxis, and their biggest complaint was that how do we get jobs which are relevant to our qualifications, right? And that will only happen once there is the private sector is catalyzed there. Of course, there is going to be big government projects. You have a lot of construction going on, highways. So all of that is fine, but I think ultimately the job creation will need the private sector to participate, and that will only happen when the state government works with the central government. So I think that is going to be the focus. 370 is fine; it will be background noise. I don't think the clock is being turned back.
Okay, but as we speak, as Riaz Majid was saying, please wait a while. He's at a counting center. The others have climbed up to 9 already. I think Riaz Majid wanted to come in, Kartik, and then I'll come to you and Ikram Sandhu right after. Professor Majid, please go ahead. Riaz Majid.
Yeah, I was just wondering, there is a lot of talk about, somebody was just giving all the credit of these elections, the enthusiasm and the josh of the people. The credit was being given to the brand Modi. This is something that I really cannot, appreciate, because the thing is that, the ticker goes on your screen is that historic elections held after 10 years. And do I tell you that even during the worst times, post-turmoil in 1989, elections, when there was the worst time that I have seen, I was an adolescent that time. So even at that time, the elections were held only after 5 years. And this time, what we have seen is that the democracy remained altogether, it remained stifled. There was no democracy at all. We have to understand it that the response, the enthusiasm, and the josh of the people in the elections was more due to absence of the democracy rather than giving it to somebody, right? Rather than feeling that people felt compelled or they are very happy about the elections. Okay, they are happy. People are always happy about democracy, and they must be. But then giving it the credit to some brand, I think that's a bit unfair.
But Riyaz Saab, don't you feel that this is a very different election, not just in participation numbers, but the fact that there's been no boycott call, no Pakistan factor. You have Afzal Guru's brother as a candidate. You have the Jamaat backing 10 candidates. You have Engineer Rashid's, your own colleague, now a Lok Sabha MP. At one point, he was described as a fringe force of Jammu and Kashmir politics. बहुत कुछ बदला है, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा ना.
We understand that the things have changed. There is no doubt about that. But I'm talking about the participation of the people. Even these people who we thought would not participate in the elections, but now they are participating, and they are participating happily or whatever. They are participating in the elections. But my point is that the greater part of this enthusiasm must go to that revival of the democracy, because people felt a bit crippled and helpless because there is nobody to listen to them. If they had even smaller or the bigger issues, there was nobody to go to. So that's why there is a greater enthusiasm. That the life has been reduced to 5 kg of rice in Kashmir. That is all the people had access to, right? Rather than you have some issues, the social issues and the other issues, and there was nobody to listen. So that's my point.
Okay.
My point is the absence of the democracy made it.
Got it. Two very differing perspectives. Before Dr. Tyal responds, Ikram Sandhu, I think in Haryana, your party has done really well. In Jammu and Kashmir, we're still being careful before we declare what the final picture is. We are getting news that Ashok Gehlot, the former Chief Minister of Rajasthan, is on his way to Chandigarh. The big question for the Congress now will be who will be Chief Minister. Kumari Selja has thrown her hat into the ring. Who do you credit if the Congress forms government, which now looks very evident? Who do you credit for that? Is it Rahul Gandhi? Is it Bhupinder Hooda? Who would you give credit to, Mr. Sandhu?
Good morning to all. Well, we'll have to give credit to everybody. Election is neither fought top-down or bottom-up. It's fought by everybody together. So right from the Karyakarta in every district, in every tehsil, in every village, to the state leadership, to the national leadership, everybody takes credit for what has happened in Haryana. People were sick and tired of the BJP government in Haryana. That's very clear. And they wanted to vent that feeling. And we saw a trailer of that during the Lok Sabha election. And the whole movie is being premiered today. And the figures that we have right now, which is around 57, 58, that's going, we are very certain that we are going to cross the 2/3 mark, which is 60. And anything between 62 to 66 is the kind of figure that we were internally looking at. And I believe that's the figure that we're going to end up with. We might even better it. And you asked about the question about the chief minister. Well, there's a set-up procedure for that. And ad nauseum, we can discuss it. We have discussed it every time in every state, but it doesn't change. When the MLAs get elected, they get their certificates, they'll meet in Chandigarh. The central observers, Mr. Gehlot, will be there. They will talk to them. They will see what the pulse of the legislator is. Then they will discuss with the central leadership, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Rahul ji, they will put their inputs on that.
What did you make of the fact that Ms. Selja totally or publicly declared herself to be one of the contenders?
Which is very good. Not just Shelja ji, even Randeep Singh Surjewala has said that everybody has ambition to be the chief minister of the state. And we are happy that we have such leaders, not just one leader, we have multiple leaders who can be CM. We are not like the BJP where a CM is not elected, he is selected. Nobody knew who Mr. Naib Singh Saini was till the time he became the CM. Nobody knew who Mr. Manohar Khattar was, except that he used to share a room with Mr. Modi while they were pracharaks in Rohtak. So that is not the qualification.
Okay. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but from the Election Commission, we do have some breakup of the individual party performances in Jammu and Kashmir, which we have been waiting for. And I would request Karthikeya, Professor Majid, this will interest you as well. Ikram, I'll come back to your larger point on Haryana Chief Minister, but I just want to take Karthik to take us through these numbers. It's very interesting. The Congress pulling in seven seats as leads. The AIP, by the way, not opening its account yet per the election commission, Professor Majid. I think this is the graphic that you were referring to. People's Conference said 2, Apni Party at 1, and ye baki others jo hai, could be Jamaat-backed candidates, could be, Muzaffar Beg, we don't know.
No,
Karthik,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
How do you identify?
yes.
How does your statistical team identify AIP candidates? Because there is no party AIP. I am contesting an election. I'm an AIP candidate, but I am contesting as an independent. So I would really recommend that this AIP tag may be removed from the statistics there, because we'll fall in the others. Even if you get the leads of some independent somewhere, that could be we.
Okay. I think that's a fair point that the AIP is not registered as a party. So I assume that the Election Commission has looked at the candidates that are affiliated with the AIP. But let's take this graphic off, check what Professor Majid is asking us to check, and come back to Ikram Sandhu and Dr. Tayal. Ikram Sandhu, I'll let you complete your point now. Ikram Sandhu, sorry, you were speaking. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just draw an analogy here. Everybody understands cricket. And when Rohit Sharma resigned as the T20 captain, we had so many contenders. Hardik Pandya put his hat in. He said, I want to be the T20 captain. Jasprit Bumrah said that I wanted to be the T20 captain. But Surya Kumar Yadav, Sky was made the captain. That doesn't mean that Jasprit Bumrah or Hardik Pandya are not going to perform for India. They're going to perform for India. They're going to do it that India wins every match that they play in T20. But competition is good. If somebody wants to be the captain of the Indian cricket team, that's a great thing. If somebody wants to be the chief minister of a state, he wants to give something to that state. But in the end, there is just one position. Whoever gets it, whoever doesn't get it will support that person. That is something on your channel that I can assure all your viewers and all my panelists.
Okay, I'm just going to play out what Dipinder Hooda said when I asked him about who would be chief minister, and whether he himself was a contender, not just his father. We'll play that out and come back with the latest numbers. Take a look.
माना जा रहा है कि इस चुनाव में कांग्रेस इज कॉन्फिडेंट ऑफ अ विन, एंड द बिग क्वेश्चन इज नॉट कि आप जीतेंगे या नहीं, पर मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा. क्या हम मान सकते हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री के दावेदार मेरे साथ भी बैठे हैं यहाँ?
देखिए, जो आपने ये सवाल किया, तो सवाल में हमारी बड़ी जीत है, क्योंकि ये प्रश्न जो चल रहा है, और ये बीजेपी के भी लोग और बीजेपी के नेताओं ने भी बार बार प्रधानमंत्री जी से लेकर, जब वो आए प्रधानमंत्री जी हरियाणा में, उन्होंने भी ये कहा कि मुख्यमंत्री की लड़ाई चल रही है कांग्रेस में. तो यानी कि वो ये सब मान रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस की सरकार तो आ रही है हरियाणा. यही हमारा बहुत बड़ी हमारे लिए जीत है, क्योंकि हमारा लक्ष्य ये है कि हरियाणा में बदलाव हो, कांग्रेस की सरकार बने, और भाजपा ने जो हरियाणा का इतना बुरा हाल किया 10 साल में, इस बेहाली से हरियाणा को मुक्ति मिले, हरियाणा विकास, खुशहाली, तरक्की के रास्ते पे आगे जाए, हरियाणा का एक स्वर्णिम काल शुरू हो कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व में, तो कांग्रेस की सरकार बने और हरियाणा आगे बढ़े.
Okay, so Dipinder Hooda, they're being very, very cautious in comparison to certainly Selja, who has been very upfront about her ambitions. Dr. Tayal, do go ahead. Dr. Tayal.
Which are always said.
Yeah.
So those are the platitudes. What Ikram has said are the platitudes which are always given. The MLAs will sit together, but we all know the Congress working. There are no MLAs sitting together. End of the day, it is the family which is going to decide who they're going to stand. Now, come to it, I agree with him. In every political party, people have ambitions, and it is good to have more contenders. But here, the fissures are right out and wide in the open, to the extent that to have a public display, Rahul Gandhi actually had to make Shelja and Mr. Hooda shake hands on stage, howsoever forcefully. So that is how deep the fissures run. So SRK, of course, in SRK, the K is not there. Yeah, that is the picture. So SRK, the K is not there now, but S and R are going to be, now they would not want to get marginalized. And actually, as far as Congress goes, I think their democracy starts in 3 ways: polling, counting, and then the politics. Now the politics of Congress has already begun. Shalja is in Delhi, Mr. Hooda is in Delhi, and lobbying has begun full scale. So I think it can go anywhere the way things are going in Haryana, but I hope it is good for the people of Haryana. Come to the other thing, the indicators that we have is that the BJP, even in Haryana, is holding on to its vote share. Now, actually, in both these elections, if I were to draw a common between J&K and Haryana, the actual thing to watch here is not the NC and BJP in J&K or the Congress and BJP in Haryana, but the rest of them. And let us say, if we take the case of J&K, the more the others come up, which were initially zero have come up, they are going to take something away from the NC and the Congress. They're not going to take away from the BJP. That is what is going to happen.
No, that is true. But we need to see how many others are relevant in J&K. In fact, can we please update the numbers? I'd like to see what's happening in the numbers. Tayalsa, what I am saying is, what you're saying is correct if the others do very well. But at the moment, the others are okay. They have climbed since we last spoke. The others are now leading in 14 seats. So we should, Riyaz Saab, this will be of interest to you. The others are leading in 14 seats, the PDP in 3, the BJP in 26. Yes, I just wanted to just update the numbers, sir. You can then complete your point after that. And the NC and the Congress in 47. Go ahead, Dr. Tyal.
Riyaz Saab anyway has disowned his own party. So, I mean, the way
he's not disowned his own party. He was trying to say that the AIP is not a registered party. So he was asking us how we are identifying how his candidates are done.
That was EC data that you were giving. Technically,
yes. Anyway, Karthik will respond to that. Let's look at the J&K.
No. That was Mr. Thayer. That was a bit misleading. The way the data was being projected on the screen is quite misleading.
We are going
it's not
back
about disowning.
Okay. Let me ask Riaz Majid this question, and then I'll come to Shashi. Riaz Majid, who do you think will form the government in J&K basis these early leads? 1. And 2, why did your leader, Engineer Rashid, say yesterday that all parties should not allow a new government to be formed till statehood is restored? Omar Abdullah was very critical of that comment. He accused Engineer Rashid of playing into the BJP hands. How do you respond?
Well, the first thing is that why did he say that we should not form the government? Because the way the state has been reduced to UT, and even the UT is reduced to the worst level that could be, they're talking about 5 nominated members, and the nominated members were, they are to be nominated by the LG himself, which indirectly means to be nominated by BJP itself. So it makes a kind of mockery. We previously also used to have these nominated members, but members were nominated by the House. They were nominated by the Legislative Assembly members. But this time it is going to be BJP, and it is anybody's guess that who would the LG nominate.
I know, but having taken part in it, but Riyaz Saab, having taken part in an election, you can't on the eve of the results say that, oh, let's not form a government. Then you should have not taken part, or you should have thought the election is meaningless or whatever. You can't take that position on the eve of government formation.
We are not on the boycott side, but we definitely have to talk about the restoration of the state, because BJP has been saying since day one, we will do it. I remember the day 5 August 2019, when Amit Shah ji was asked in the parliament that when would they restore the statehood to Kashmir. He said very soon. And then somebody asked him, what does that mean, very soon? He said it does not mean 70 years. So does it mean 69? So because they keep saying that we'll restore it, but they are not doing anything in that direction. So on the other hand, you have every other day, they keep amending the reorganization of the state. They keep amending that. They keep, empowering the bureaucracy more, the LG's office more, and reducing the powers of the, Legislative Assembly, right? The government in the UT. So it's in that context.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Karthik. Something is happening with the numbers that we need to take notice of. And also to Riyaz Majid's point that the AIP is not a registered party.
So we have taken Barkha, we have taken care of that, and he's right, absolutely right, that it's not registered, so it's probably being counted under independence. We've taken care of that, and now that's
Karthik,
good.
turn your attention to Haryana.
Yes.
Turn your attention to Haryana, please.
Exactly. So that is exactly why we give those health warnings that, when postal ballots come in, the excitement, while understandable, should be resisted. And what seemed like a comfortable victory seems to be, now a lot more muddied. The other thing that's happened in Jammu and Kashmir is, of the 90 leads now that I'm getting, others are leading on 15. So it's NC plus 47, BJP 25, and others 15. And Haryana suddenly has flipped with 43 apiece to both. But again, this might also change.
This is what makes counting day so much fun. And see, Dr. Tayal, as the numbers change, hum dikhate hain. We have no agenda at all here. And Riaz Majid's point was correct. We've just lost the connection to him, so I'm sure he'll rejoin. Look, Ikram Sandhu, do you want to respond to these numbers? I mean, it's, suddenly we're seeing the BJP in a slender lead ahead of Congress. But in Jammu and Kashmir, meanwhile, can I just turn to the Jammu and Kashmir number, please? One, the others have climbed to 15, which is also significant. So significant things are happening, though the NC Congress has a very good lead at this point. Ikram Sandhu, your response, please.
Yes, it always happens, whenever we talk about any state, after the postal ballot, it is mostly the urban areas that the EVMs are open first. And as far as the urban areas are concerned, that is where the BJP has its stronghold, even as far as Haryana is concerned. So let the rural EVMs open up, let the numbers from the hinterland come in, and I'm very sure these numbers will change. Because even if you look at the Lok Sabha results,
we have Dushyant, we have Vinesh Phogad at the moment trailing in his seat, Dushyant Chautala also trailing in his seat. Go ahead, Ikram Sandhu.
Again, that health warning has to be there because we are talking about the first round, the second round now, in which ward that EVM has been opened. It's an urban area in which that EVM has been opened. So let's wait. It's at least till the fourth or fifth round that we get a clearer picture. And that is the kind of number that holds up. Before that, it is always a yo-yo. So as far as that yo-yo is concerned, we can't be too happy about it or we can't be too sad about it. We just have to take it with a pinch of salt. So let's wait till, I believe, 11:30, the picture will get clearer. Once from the rural areas, the EVMs are opened and the numbers start coming in. That is where a stability of the results will come. And I just wanted to add one thing. Mr. Tayal had talked about that, Congress is seeing such bad days that we have become hyphenated as plus. So I'll just remind him on one thing, that in Andhra, they were also hyphenated as plus with TDP. So did that mean that BJP as a party finished because they were TDP plus in Andhra? So let's not nitpick on those things. NC fought more seats, therefore it becomes NC plus. In Andhra, TDP fought more seats, there they became TDP plus. But let me tell you, I don't think so BJP is going anywhere anytime soon. And similarly, Congress is also not going anywhere anytime soon. And finally,
Ek minute.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Tayal will respond to that. But Karthik, at the moment we have a very a surprise development in Haryana, where it looked like the Congress was romping home to victory, but you have the BJP now catching up in this round of counting. You have a high-profile candidate like Vinesh Phogad trailing. In Jammu and Kashmir, you actually have ulta happening. You have the opposition establishing a good, comfortable lead. But again, in Haryana, it suddenly changed. So I think we have to be very careful in not calling anything in either state right now. But just a quick, any thoughts on the numbers coming in? Dushyant Chautala trailing from his seat.
Barkha, so let me just tell you what's happening in Haryana. Right now, so roughly 18 to 19 or 15, 14 rounds are to be counted, right?
Yes.
I'm looking at the first 38 constituencies of 90 seats in Haryana. And I see that the maximum that's been counted is 4 rounds, and that is just 1 seat, which is the seat of Samalkha. Everywhere else, it's either just the first round, the second round, or the third round. And by the way, if I may add, just from a scientific perspective, because Mr. Tayal was interested in that, this will also depend on the kind of voters who go to vote early versus later in the day. So if you think that has a correlation with the party's preference, this might switch further. So much like the postal ballots.
But the BJP at the moment is beyond the... is at
exactly.
47. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So 47 to Congress is 40, whereas, as you rightly said, in Jammu Kashmir, it's the opposite, where I'm seeing leads for NC plus at 50, BJP 23. And if I were to just look at the Election Commission website, and once again, this is still the first few rounds of Jammu Kashmir.
Yes.
And Jammu Kashmir, Barkha, NC in itself is leading on 40 seats. NC in itself is leading on 40 seats. This is once again very early days, because even there, the maximum number of rounds that have been counted is 2, 3, 4. So this is not even 20% of the process
but
that
the NC plus Congress is leading in 50
Yes.
seats right now. So you've seen a kind of reversal of both states. In Haryana, where it looked like the Congress was romping home, the BJP is now ahead. And in J&K, where exit polls were forecasting a hung assembly, at least at this hour, the National Conference and the Congress are handsomely ahead. We've seen a complete reversal of what was expected.
And we might see further reversals.
And there's an interesting slide on your screen if you want to take us through this, please. And then we'll Shashi, I know, has to go. Shashi will come to you right after that. Yeah.
This is 50. So NC plus is 50, and in 2024 they were leading on 43 segments. BJP 23 to 29, PDP 2. So this is kind of status quo, in that some of the seats that probably BJP led in the Jammu segment are now going to the NC plus. But even within the NC plus, the bigger hero of the day as of now is the NC. Because as I see from the Election Commission website, roughly 80% of the seats of this coalition are coming from the NC. And I think it's clearly divided, that the Kashmir Valley plus certain segments that are dominated by Muslims in Jammu are going the NC plus way. The Hindu-dominated parts of Jammu are going the BJP way as of this.
Okay.
And Haryana, Barkha has switched even more now. BJP 48.
Let's switch to Haryana.
Congress 39 to BJP's 48.
Congress 39 to BJP's 48. Okay.
Yes.
There is never a dull moment in Indian politics. I know Shashi has to leave. We'll get a last comment from him. Again, it's only not even 10 in the morning, so all of those health warnings, we actually don't know what's going to happen in either state finally. Shashi, last thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, I think, as I said, we have to wait for a couple of hours to see which way these counts go. But one statistic which I think you guys are not paying attention to, which you should, is the vote share, right? Because the vote share trend is a good indicator, leading indicator of what's likely to happen. And when I look at Haryana vote share on the EC website, the BJP's vote share has picked up over the last hour. So I think that there is a story there. So what this perhaps tells us is that it's going to be a lot more closer end of the day. But the big picture is that Mr. Modi has been making tough decisions. He's been working hard, while the Congress has been taking the easy populist way out. And I think the end of the day, the verdict will really be about who got their message across, whether the important decisions that matter both from national interest, public interest, the health of the economy. Was the BJP able to explain that to the people, or did the people get taken in by the populism of the Congress? I think that's probably what we will see in Haryana.
Okay, Shashi,
Barkha, I think Mr. Shashi has raised a very important point that I was trying to also make earlier, that BJP's vote share is sticking to its 2019-2014 level at 37-38. Despite fewer seats for the Congress right now, their vote share is higher than that of the BJP's by at least 3 to 4 percentage points even right now. So it's an interesting election that's playing out right now. But Congress is ahead in terms of vote share. But in terms of the leads right now, Congress is slipping behind, but there's still very small margins. This is still up in the air. I mean, one can't say, but it's an important statistic to note that in terms of vote share, BJP, even as per the exit polls, was not losing votes, but Congress was gaining votes at the expense of the INLD and the JJP. And that seems to be happening in Haryana as per the
I think it would be useful to look at some of those vote shares, especially from the Election Commission website. So Shashi, that point is well taken. We'll say thank you to you. We hope to connect later in the day as the picture settles down. Dr. Tayal of the BJP, Ikram Sandhu of the Congress are still with us. I can see Riaz Majid at the back end, keeping on trying to connect or reconnect from Jammu and Kashmir. The National Conference has taken a position, in case you're wondering why we're not seeing them on the screen. We've been talking to them. They are saying that they do not believe this to be the final picture, but Haryana, I think, deserves a little more of our attention. Karthike, I'm going to ask you to do an overview and then maybe get us some more granular data. Karthik, go ahead.
So things have switched in the last 15-20 minutes, where earlier it was Congress all the way 60-65. Now BJP leading with 49 or 36, but as I've been saying, the counting of postal ballots has now ended, and now we're into the actual EVM rounds. And even within the EVM rounds, it's still very early days, which is why the flip-flop. But let's take one example, right? The BJP is leading in the Huda Jat belt in 10 out of 14 seats, last I checked. Now that is a staggering number. And it kind of tells you that if the BJP is winning 10 on 14 seats in the Huda Jat land, which is Sonipat, Rohtak and Jhajjar, then either everybody has read the election wrong, or this is just a function of this still being early days in the counting process. Because honestly, I can accept anything, but not that BJP can lead on 10 out of 14 seats in that belt, because even during the Congress's worst days in 2014, that belt delivered 10 or 11 out of the 14 seats for the Congress, just because of the influence of the Huda family. So it kind of is.
So in a way, what you're saying is that if this lead is possible, either it's a dramatically surprise election, or this is very early in the election to call it. So we should give context, because somebody will see the banner and then start saying that, oh, the Hudas have lost. So I'm just giving it context. Okay, Ikram, are you anxious? Are you anxious looking at what's happening in Haryana? Ikram Sandhu of the Congress, can we get you in? And Karthik, a request, if we can get some voters on our screen, maybe from the Election Commission, it will be very useful, especially in the Haryana context.
I can actually give you the numbers very quickly, Barkha.
Yes, please do. Can you share your screen? Can you share your screen?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you just share your screen? Yeah, can you share your screen? That would be very useful for us to see the numbers. Yeah.
So if you see the pie chart on the right side, BJP is at 37.4%, and that is roughly its vote share from last time. Congress is at 41.45%.
Karthik, we can't hear you now. Karthik, where did you go? Okay, so let's wait for Karthik to actually come back. I was asking Ikram Sandhu whether you're feeling anxious. Are you feeling anxious, Ikram Saab?
Barkha, as a sportsman, as an ex-sportsman, you're always supposed to be anxious. If you're not anxious, you don't have your heart in the game. So of course we are anxious. We want to win, and if there's a blip, that does affect us. But right now, Mr. Karthik gave the numbers that we are 4 percentage points ahead. So what that basically means, just on a basic mathematic thing, that wherever Congress is leading right now, we are leading big. Whereas wherever BJP is leading, the margins are very small. That is the only thing that explains that with a -4 percentage as far as vote share is concerned, they're leading on the seats right now. So that means the chances of their seats flipping are much more than the ones in which Congress has already made gains. But then this is again guessing. I really don't know. But again, coming back to the point that we've always seen that in elections, in every state, because of the asymmetry you have in the EVM counting, starting from the urban constituencies, it is always BJP takes a healthy lead in the beginning, and then the withering away of lead starts. So let's wait for another couple of hours. I believe by 11:30, the picture should be very clear. And we are very confident. Internally, we were looking at a 44-45% vote share. And if we extrapolate that kind of a vote share, we are very certain that a 2/3 majority is there for the asking.
Okay. Karthik, you were not able to complete your point. Maybe we can share the screen from here. If you send us the link.
No, I can still share the screen and I can completely describe, but I'll again share the thing.
Yeah, we've got the link. We've got the link. As you're just summarizing what's happening, we'll share it from here. Just go ahead.
So I'm not just saying what the Congress spokesperson was saying, that the Congress is leading by roughly 4 percentage points, but Congress's gains have come at the expense of the non-BJP parties. That is an important point to make, which is something that all exit polls are also saying, that Congress is benefiting because of the bipolarity in Haryana's elections. BJP's vote share is not dipping so much, and that trend seems to be holding right now. And even as we speak, Barkha, the gap between the Congress and BJP is narrowed again. Congress now 41 to BJP's 44. So at this point, nobody has a majority. So this will keep happening. Because as I was saying, the voting patterns also determine your leads, because people who come early in the morning to vote, if they are married to a certain political party, then that lead will show you earlier. Whereas if your voters come in later, that will also show in the later round. So all these things are very interesting and academically very mouth-watering. But the bottom line at this point is this banner needs to be updated. BJP 43, Congress plus 40. Now BJP is 41 to Congress 44. Now Congress is in the lead again. Congress 44, BJP. So this is changing by the second. And I think the gentleman rightly said that maybe in another hour or so, this will start stabilizing. I think the postal ballots gave us a one-sided picture. And remember the point that I was trying to make earlier. If Agniveer is an issue, and if government employees are unhappy with the government, then postal ballots were showing you one direction, a unidirectional picture.
We're at the Indian mainland's southernmost tip in.
1 second, there's something else playing.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a bit of a technical blip there. Sorry about that.
So right now, look at the map of Haryana, Barkha. This is still emerging because the ECI is delayed in its processing vis-a-vis the other sources. But 2-3 things emerge that in the non-Huda Jatland, BJP seems to be doing well in areas like Bhiwani, Charki, Dadri, Hisar. South Haryana, they seem to be holding. Congress making gains in the GT Road belt and in the Sirsa belt. But if you just scroll down to the pie chart for the vote share, you will see that the Congress is still ahead by roughly 4 percentage points. And how this might play out in terms of seat victories, we will see. But at this point, it's neck and neck. Congress, BJP, Congress plus 42, BJP 43, and others 5. Again, this banner needs to be updated. At the same time, yes, the pie chart is very instructive, Barkha. At the same time, in Jammu Kashmir, NC Plus is leading at 49, and it's been now comfortably in that position above the 45, 46 mark for some time. But that's what we were saying about Haryana half an hour back. So, things can change. BJP 22. So this is the picture. Even as we speak now, Congress is 41, BJP 44. So it's a tight race as of now. But these tight races, when do they flip into a one-sided momentum for either of the two parties? One cannot say, because they're still very early rounds of voting.
Yeah, I mean, I would have, said that Jammu and Kashmir, the National Conference and the Congress are in a very comfortable lead right now. But you're right, we said exactly that for Haryana, and Dr. Tyal was telling us, "Abhi bahut jaldi hai, mat bolo," and we are seeing Haryana turning tight. The Congress is now back in the lead, but 44 to 41 with the others in 5. Ashwini Shahi, I want to welcome you also to the program, senior leader of the BJP. Look what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. While the National Conference and the Congress are comfortably in the lead, the others are described as parties that are not NC, Congress, BJP or PDP. They are leading in 17 seats. So that is also something to take note of. Dr. Tyal, let me get in a comment from you. Look at what's happening in Haryana. Does that give you any hope? Ikram was honest enough to say कि anxiety तो है, but आपको मैं उल्टा question पूछूंगी. Are you feeling hopeful, or do you accept in a way the political pundits almost unanimous that Haryana is going to go eventually to the Congress? Right now, it's turning out to be a toughly contested battle. Dr. Tyal. Can we unmute Dr. Tyal? We need to unmute Dr. Tyal.
Barkha, firstly, one of the sweetest sentences to speak is, I told you so. So
fair enough. I'll allow you your little moments of joy. Kyun nahi?
Gloating. I mean, I would say unabashed gloating. I mean, you are being polite. So,
chalo, koi baat nahi. You're allowed. You're absolutely allowed. But I never disagreed with you. We said it's postal ballots. It's not कि हम कुछ और कह रहे थे. हम भी कह रहे थे postal ballots ही है.
No, so that is where I was saying that it is okay. Not a random sample, and the fact is that at that stage you were feeling that maybe Congress is romping home, which it is certainly not. Now, the other part of the story is, which I was talking about, and which the vote share, which Karthike brought up, came up later, which is that we were targeting and we are feeling that we will hold on to our vote share. Now, interestingly, earlier when we got a 33% vote share, we got 46 seats. And when we got a 37% vote share, we got 40 seats. So when the vote share came down, the actually number of seats were higher. So there would be an interesting play there. But we are going to hold on to, And in a situation, I mean, let's be honest about it, that in a situation of where you are the anti-incumbency, and there is this political science philosophy, Samuel Huntington two turnover philosophy or hypothesis. If you go through all that, despite that, if BJP is holding on to its vote share, I think there is something incredibly wonderful that we must have done. So that is what
I do want to give you opportunity to gloat a little more, because at the moment the BJP is back in the lead in Haryana. तो मैं आपको थोड़े और gloating opportunities यहाँ दे रही हूँ, क्योंकि पहले neck and neck लग रहा था. Ikram, is your anxiety now really rising, or are you still saying give it another hour? Ikram Sandhu of the Congress.
I'd have to sign out. Barkha, thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Tayal. Ashwini Shahi is there of your party to carry the baton forward. Yes, Ikramji.
Yeah.
Yes.
The anxiety is just to the level that we said, like, it's not over till the fat lady sings. So let the EVMs be counted, and before that, again, it will be gloating, and I really don't want to have premature gloating. So let's wait, but we are very confident. Yes. We are very confident, and what Mr. Karthikeya showed the figures that we still hold a 4% vote share advantage. I believe that will play out, because very seldom that it happens in an election that somebody gets 4% more in a bipolar election and still ends up with fewer seats, because it kind of gets distributed all over the constituencies. It cannot happen that you win your constituencies by 25-30,000 votes and your opposition wins by 500 votes and ends up with a lower vote share but more seat. At least in my whatever little bit of political science I know, that has never happened. So right now we are in early stages. Let's wait. I believe 11:30, 12, by the time we reach the 7th or the 8th round, by that time the picture will emerge, and we are confident, we are quietly confident that we are winning Haryana, but we are not being bullish or foolhardy about it. The numbers speak for themselves, and let's wait for the numbers to speak for themselves.
Okay, Ashwini Shahiji, I want to welcome you to the program, senior leader of BJP. We have Riaz Majid, who's a professor, and he is with Engineer Rashid. I can also see Sajid Yusuf Shah, but he's a black screen, so there he is. Welcome Sajid Yusuf Shah, who's a Kashmir BJP leader. Ikram Sandhu of the Congress is with us. If you have just joined us, I know Karthik has just hopped off to get the... I don't know what you're saying, but I can see Sajid now. This is the BJP is leading in Haryana at the moment. Okay, I'm just going to take a minute. I'll just mute everybody and then I will ask the question, because I'm hearing a lot of noise. Okay, so we have the BJP leading in 46 seats in Haryana to the Congress's 38. Just an hour ago, it looked like the Congress was going to romp home to victory, but those numbers have changed in the last 30 minutes. In Jammu and Kashmir, where exit polls were forecasting a hung assembly, we're actually seeing the National Conference of the Congress at this hour establish a very, very comfortable lead, but we were saying the same thing about Haryana. Look at also the performance of the others in J&K, which is now 17 seats. Ikram's just said he doesn't want any premature responses. He says we need another hour for a clear picture, and I think we'll follow the same approach of caution in J&K as well. Ashwini ji, Haryana pe बयान मांगूंगी. सुबह के टाइम लग रहा था कि चुनाव एक तरफा है, कांग्रेस की जीत है और बहुत कंफर्टेबल जीत है, बहुत बड़ी जीत है. एकदम से नंबर्स बदल गए हैं. आप होपफुल हैं कि आप भी थोड़ा कॉशियस ही रहेंगे?
बरखा जी, आपको नमस्कार. देखिए, मैंने परसों शाम को जब हम लोग बैठे थे तो मैंने कहा था कि बरखा जी रिजल्ट बदलेंगे, और अभी कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कह लें कि अभी एकदम से हमारी जीत हो रही है या कांग्रेस की हार हो रही है या क्या हो रहा है. अभी फिलहाल 12 बजे के पहले कुछ भी कहना प्रीमेच्योर होगा, मगर ये है कि अब जो रिजल्ट हम लोगों ने एक्सपेक्ट किया था वो रिजल्ट इस समय रुझानों के रूप में दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और वो हम हरियाणा में सरकार बना रहे हैं, और कमोबेश जम्मू कश्मीर में भी देखिएगा, ये हमारी जो आप 20 सीट के आसपास दिखा रही है, ये 35, 34, 35 के आसपास जाएगा. जम्मू कश्मीर वाला मैं वो कर रहा हूं, लेकिन अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं क्योंकि कुछ देर पहले तक पोस्टल बैलेट तो चूंकि 9 बजे तक लगभग खत्म हो जाता है, 9, साढ़े 9 बजे तक. उसके बाद के ये रुझान है, ये हमको लग रहा है कि पहले या दूसरे राउंड की गणना शुरू हुई होगी, तभी ये अचानक जो है बढ़ा है. सुबह से मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि आज जो है कहीं किसी ने, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पहले से आगे बढ़ चुकी थी, उधर एनसी और कांग्रेस आगे थी और है भी अभी, सुबह से ईवीएम जो है बेचारी आज बची हुई है। किसी ने ना पहले से रोना शुरू किया था क्योंकि आप लोगों ने इतना दिखा दिया था कि मतलब कंफर्टेबल विक्ट्री में जा रहे हैं ये लोग, तो ईवीएम बेचारी बच गई। अब शाम तक बचेगी नहीं बचेगी मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन ये है कि ईवीएम जो है आज नीट एंड क्लीन निकल गई और जो रिजल्ट है सामने, वो रुझान है जो सामने, वो रिजल्ट के रूप में तब्दील होते हुए दिखेंगे। और जो मैंने परसों कहा था उस पर थोड़ा सा गौर करिएगा, सरकार हम बना रहे हैं।
कहां पे, किस प्रदेश में?
हमको तो लग रहा है कि हम दोनों जगह बना रहे हैं। मैंने उस दिन आपको स्पष्ट रूप से मैंने बरखा जी बड़ा स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था। इतने हमारे विरोधी विचार के लोग, माधवन जी ने किस तरीके से कहा कि मोदी मैजिक खत्म हो गया है और मोदी जी खत्म हो गए, ऐसे लोगों के बीच में मैंने कहा था कि हमारी सरकार बनेगी। हम अति उत्साह में नहीं हैं, हम रिजल्ट, रुझानों का रिजल्ट के रूप में परिवर्तित होना देखना चाहते हैं। 12 साढ़े 12 बजे तक हम एकदम ये कहेंगे कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं। जी,
आई वॉन्ट टू से टू यू अश्विनी जी कि मुझे हरियाणा में तो आपका ऑप्टिमिज्म समझ आता है कि आपकी होप है, लेकिन अगर आप जम्मू कश्मीर में देखें तो 51 सीट्स में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस की लीड है सर। तो जम्मू कश्मीर का बेसिस क्या है?
देखिए, जम्मू कश्मीर में अगर कहीं 10 वोट का भी मार्जिन होगा तो वो बढ़त दिखाई देगा, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में उस हिसाब से वोट नहीं है कि 5,000 6,000 के ऊपर बढ़ गया तो एक कंफर्टेबल मार्जिन कह लेंगे। यहाँ पर 500 200 100 ये चलता रहता है, तो ऊपर नीचे अभी होगा। और आप आशा करिए, आपके साथ मैं हूं अभी एक आध घंटे, ये रुझान बदलेंगे।
Gee. Well, I want to say that it is at the moment almost 10:15 in the morning. I can see Dr. Manisha Priyam also joining us. There has been, at the moment, I'm not calling anything here, a surprise, a twist in the Haryana numbers. We are seeing the BJP leading in 46 seats to the Congress's 38 seats. Is this early days, or is this an election that every exit poll got wrong? That is the big question. But yes, in the morning, it looked like Haryana was एक तरफा पूरा जा रहा था। पोस्टल बैलेट्स जब खुले, जो पहले 2 घंटे की काउंटिंग थी या पहले 1.5 घंटे की काउंटिंग थी, मैं कहूंगी उसमें कांग्रेस वाज ड्रामेटिकली अहेड। और अब तस्वीर बिल्कुल बदली हुई नजर आ रही है, जहां पर बीजेपी 46 सीट्स में आगे है। Now turning our attention to Jammu and Kashmir, there again defying exit polls, the National Conference and the Congress are ahead. I need the Jammu and Kashmir figures. Yeah, the National Conference and the Congress are ahead in 49 seats to the BJP's 23, the PDP only in 2 seats, and the others leading in about 16 to 17 seats. So we are having a very, very interesting morning here, जहां पे दोनों ही प्रदेशों में उल्टा हिसाब है। कम से कम जो एग्जिट पोल्स ने बोला था उनके सॉर्ट ऑफ उनको बेंचमार्क रखते हुए उल्टा ही हिसाब है। साजिद, मुझे मालूम नहीं है आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है या नहीं, लेकिन साजिद यूसुफ शाह, बीजेपी लीडर फ्रॉम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, आर यू अपसेट? आई कम टू हरियाणा इन अ मोमेंट। और आर यू अपसेट बाय दीज ट्रेंड्स? एंड प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ बिफोर यू रिस्पॉन्ड।
Barkha, the BJP as well as the Sajid Yusuf, are never upset about these things, because we know this is the mandate of the people, and as it's very early to decide who is going to win and who is going to lose. We have seen the exit polls. हमने भी कल exit polls देखे हैं, उसमें जो exit polls क्या बता रहा है in the past elections as well, कि past election में भी exit poll दिखा रहा था, but हमें फिर देखने को मिला कि BJP नहीं जीता. And I'm rest assured that the Bharatiya Janata Party that will sweep in Jammu, and we are expecting that we may get few seats from the Kashmir as well, because we have the 2 seats. If you talk about the Gurez and if you talk about the Karna, that's with the BJP, and that I can say. But we have other seats as well in the South Kashmir as well as the Lalchuk seat, where we are expecting that our vote share that may increase. And if you will see the
But Sajid साहब, ये जो numbers आप देख रहे हैं on your screen with the lead for the National Conference and Congress, unlike Haryana, this hasn't changed. It hasn't actually altered. ऊपर नीचे नहीं हुआ है ये पिछले 1.5 घंटे में। इसलिए आपको उम्मीद कहाँ से आ रही है?
देखिए, एक चीज़ है, जैसे मैंने कहा, इट विल बी वेरी अर्ली टू डिसाइड कि मतलब उम्मीद किसकी कम होगी, क्या नहीं होगी। बिकॉज़ लाइक आई थिंक कि 1 बजे के बाद ही ऑलमोस्ट हमें पता चल जाएगा कि किसका ग्राफ कहाँ बढ़ेगा। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल जस्ट बिकॉज़ कुछ बूथ्स जो अभी ओपन हो रहे हैं, बैलेट बॉक्स, वहाँ से पता चल रहा है। मेबी कुछ ऐसे बैलेट बॉक्स होंगे जहाँ पे बीजेपी का पल्ला भारी होगा। सो इट विल बी वेरी अर्ली टू से कि कौन हार रहा है, कौन जीत रहा है।
Of Shah is still hoping that these numbers will change. I want to bring in Dr. Manisha Priyam at this point. Dr. Manisha Priyam, can we switch to the Haryana numbers, please? I don't know if Karthik is back. Karthik, are you back? If you can hear me, I think it's better that you go through the numbers. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
No, so Barkha, as per the leads that we're getting from our source, the channel that we are following, BJP leading on 44, Congress plus 38. And so at this point, it's kind of a hung situation with nobody getting the majority. But now if I look at the ECI website at this point, BJP 46, Congress 33. But the catch is that if we look at the number of rounds that have been counted, of this, on average 16, 17, 18 rounds that should be counted, or some cases 20, 21, we have still not even crossed 5 rounds for any of the seats where the BJP is leading. And some of the seats where the margins are very narrow, right? Ladwa 840, Kethal 920, Indri 73 votes, Asan 431 votes, Safedo 76 votes. Some are more handsome like Bhiwani, BJP leading by 8,000 votes right now. Dadri roughly 4,000. But then you have Rohtak city where they're leading by 540 votes. So this is slim. Same for the Congress. If you look at the Congress seats, the rounds that have been counted where the Congress is leading are 3 to 4 at most. But in the case of the Congress, the leads are healthier at this point, I would say. So I don't see a double-digit lead for the Congress. At the least, they're all triple-digit leads. And in a lot of cases, they're actually crossed the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 mark. So I think these are very important nuances to pick up as things are getting counted. But sorry, definitely be a turnaround in the last, half an hour. And the Congress is still not recovered from it. BJP right now 48, Congress plus 34. The situation remains fluid. And at this point, even Jammu and Kashmir, NC plus, which was standing at a 50 something at some point, has come down to 46, BJP 26, PDP 3, and others 15. That's what I have right now. But we'll keep updating as the situation changes. But just to add to what's happening in Haryana. So yes, BJP seems to be doing well in South Haryana, something that Manisha ji and I discussed over the phone roughly 10 days back. They're also doing well in the Hisar Bhiwani belt, Charki Dadri Hisar Bhiwani belt, which should worry the Congress. And they seem to be retaining some of the seats along the GT road belt also. The Congress is gaining in the Sirsa Fatehabad belt, which used to be the erstwhile stronghold of the Chautala family. And that's what was expected. In terms of vote shares also, BJP 38%, the gap has narrowed, but the Congress is still ahead by roughly 2.4 percentage points in terms of vote share right now. JNJP has gone below 1% and INLD is 4.7%. So Congress maintaining its vote share lead, but in terms of seats, BJP ahead. But as I said, some of the margins by which the BJP is leading are very tenuous, whether it's Safido, whether it's Indri, whether it's seats where it's triple-digit margin, 300, 400. There are 5-6 seats like that I can see for the BJP, but none for the Congress. This is still evolving. The biggest thing is of the 20, on average 15 to 20 odd rounds that should be counted, only 3 to 4 have been counted right now. And quickly, if I could take you through Jammu and Kashmir in a similar manner, from the ECI website. From the ECI website, National Conference leading on 39. And Congress, it has held this lead. INC 8, BJP 28, PDP 3, People's Conference 2, and Independence 8. And the map is very clear, Barkha, where BJP is dominating the Hindu parts of the Hindu-dominated parts of Jammu, NC dominating Kashmir Valley, along with some seats for the Congress. In terms of vote shares, the BJP at 27%, Congress at roughly 13%, NC at 23%. So the Congress-NC alliance at 35%, BJP 27%, PDP at 8% at this point in time. And the biggest difference that has come between the exit polls and now is, at least at this point, well, I wouldn't say it's a big difference because independents are still doing well. So 8 leads for independents in Jammu and Kashmir. And funnily enough, 1 lead for Aam Aadmi Party. in Jammu and Kashmir as per the Election Commission website. So still very early.
Okay, Karthik, I think what we need you to do now is to get our vote share graphics because I think Haryana will be very critical to see in terms of vote share. So let's get those going, and let me play out what Kumari Selja has said about these numbers that are coming in from Haryana, and then get Dr. Manisha Priyam to react to it right after. Take a look.
You know, the trends are, and there are rounds which are counted, and you will see as the day develops, as counting goes on and progresses, you will see that Congress party will form the government and we will get 60 plus. Rest assured.
अभी मैम जिस तरह से आगे पीछे चल रहा है, पहले कांग्रेस आगे थी, फिर 50-50 हुआ, क्या लगता है कि क्या ये अर्ली ट्रेंड्स है, अभी जाके कुछ क्योंकि आप जगह-जगह घूमे हुए हैं?
देखो, इट इज टू अर्ली, राउंड्स होते हैं, हमको मालूम होता है कि कौन सी पॉकेट का कब काउंटिंग होनी है, तो ये सब चीजें चलती हैं, तो इसको आप इतना ज्यादा मत समझिए कि सेंसेक्स की तरह अप एंड डाउन, ये है, काउंटिंग का एक दौर होता है, हर इलेक्शन में होता है, लेकिन आश्वस्त हैं हम, कांग्रेस सरकार बनाएगी।
10 बज रहा, मैम कितनी देर और रुक जाए आपके हिसाब से?
देखो अभी शायद तीसरा चौथा राउंड है, तो 10 एक और होंगे, कम से कम। उम्मीद नहीं, विश्वास है। You know, the trends are, and there are rounds which are counted, and you will see as the day develops, as counting goes on.
Okay, that's Kumari Selja there at 10 a.m. in the morning, saying in a way what Ashwini ji was saying, कि अभी rounds हैं, अभी count हो रहे हैं, अभी रुकिए. But Dr. Priyam, we will have to acknowledge that अभी जो हो रहा है दोनों प्रदेशों में, it's totally contradicting the exit polls again. The exit polls were forecasting a hung assembly situation in Jammu and Kashmir and a romp home easy win for the Congress in Haryana. At 10:22 in the morning, the BJP is leading in 48 seats to the Congress's 34 in Haryana. Kumari Selja ji कहती है कि अभी रुकिए, ये round after round है, ये बदलता रहेगा. And in Jammu and Kashmir, the National Conference and the Congress are leading in 46 seats to the BJP's 26, with 15 leads for the others. These others are very important, which is why I keep mentioning them. Manisha ji, Haryana पे पहली बात करते हैं. We're not calling anything, but this would mean that the BJP is putting up a tough fight, it looks like.
Yeah, this is extremely different from how, forget the exit polls. I think all of us, including me, had read the ground very differently in Haryana. And for the BJP to register even these numbers, even with narrow leads, is spectacular, to say the least. And nobody had expected, people, I had not thought, I thought BJP will get about 25 to 30 seats, but for the BJP to register these leads over the Congress, even if it's early leads, round one, narrow, slender, I think Haryana has seen a much tighter race on the ground than what exit polls or any one of us looking at the ground understood this. So definitely the BJP holding on to the ground in Haryana in ways that have been unanticipated by those who read the ground, and definitely something going very right for the BJP in terms of the way it approached. Now, I will wait for more rounds and to see what firms up with more leads. I think about 14th, 15th round would give us a more secular picture in Haryana. But at this point, the BJP will have cause for relief, even if not to celebrate. If I go to the JNK numbers, I do think they're in line with how we read the ground and how a lot of the exit polls have said. The BJP there holding on to areas of Jammu where we have a domination of the Hindu majority. Remember, in the upper reaches of Jammu, however, there has been a changing, a redrawing of maps of the constituencies, and the BJP has been able to carve out some seats there as well. But in the Valley region, it is clearly the NC and the Congress in the lead. All those parties that were seen as B teams of the BJP finding it very difficult to survive at the hustings, whether it be Altaf Bukhari's party or it be Engineer Rashid, even the PDP paying the price of having gone with the BJP. So two clear messages coming out. And I would say that I'm a bit surprised that in the Jammu region, the BJP should have swept just as the NC Congress has swept
in the Valley region. Since I don't see that happening, I would say there's a caution for the BJP in the Jammu region. The kind of sweep that one had expected for the BJP in the Jammu region is not what you see in the numbers. For the moment, though, Haryana turnaround is the big news.
Yes, and Dr. Priyam, if we can just talk about Haryana a little more for the moment, I think what I'm hearing you say when you say that even if these are early leads, these numbers are spectacular for the BJP. Basically, it shows that it is not a one-sided election. It was assumed that the anti-incumbency was so ferocious that this is the one-sided election. These leads, which have been holding now for at least, I would say, 30 minutes, Karthik, they've been holding like this for 30 minutes. This shows that there's a tough fight happening on the ground, tougher than pundits, reporters, pollsters picked up. Dr. Priyam.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and Karthik was definitely pointing to this when we had our discussions. So what will need to be seen is if I'm, I can see, for example, that Aarti Singh Rao of the BJP is trailing in the Ahirwal fortress, one of those seats that we had discussed earlier. So I would say, not only, I mean, when we see the fuller picture in Haryana, we may say that they may have held on to their areas of strength, which is the GT Road area, but they may have had challenges from the Congress in what would have been considered erstwhile bastions. Captain Abhimanyu, for example, is reported to be trailing as well. So I don't know what the margins are like. So the Haryana script has many subscripts within it. Many constituency issues that will need to be seen, where all BJP has been able to retain, where all
I should say the Election Commission data is right now showing the BJP crossing the majority mark in Haryana, Dr. Priyam, as you complete your point.
And Barkha, it's been showing that for some time now. This
is a huge news for the BJP, and I think the exit pollsters and people who read the ground, I think a lot of them really got it wrong.
Dr. Priyam, I think of you as my guru, but I'll just say I would in fact even hold now at this point, because this is still evolving. I mean, in terms of vote share, the Congress is still ahead, and some of these seats are very marginal. Things could go either way at this point in time.
Karthik and I really like to banter about things, so let's continue with the arguments. And I think good democratic results coming out of arguments. This is what the Indian democracy is all about, and that's what we would like to see at the end.
But can I just speak about this?
Also, Karthik, I really need the vote share on Haryana from you.
The graphics have been built. I think they need to be fired. I think the last I spoke, but can I just add
here. 1 minute. They're on your screen. Yeah. Can you first take us through the numbers? Ashwini Shahid also want you to come in. I think it's very important to pause. We all thought Jammu and Kashmir was going to be the tough election to call. Jammu and Kashmir at the moment is reflecting a clearer trend. The BJP at the moment is reflecting a victory in at the moment. It's ahead. I won't say victory. It's ahead in Haryana. Karthik, please, the Haryana numbers, and then Ashwini Shahi.
Yes. So, Barkha, the vote shares, and this is what exit polls did get right, is that BJP's vote share is not falling. All vote shares got that if it's falling, it's marginal, and in some cases, the exit polls are it's holding on to the 37% vote share. And with this 38%, that kind of is proven that even if the BJP does badly in subsequent rounds, probably they'll still be in that 35 to 37% range. The Congress's gain of 12-13 percentage points, on the other hand, is coming from the INLD, JJP, and the others category. So that trend seems to have been picked correctly. And that is what is showing. The Congress is ahead, but in terms of seats, it's trailing. And why is that? And this is what Dr. Priyam was saying, the margins. Let's quickly look at the BJP's margins from the ECI website right now. When I see the BJP's margins, there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, let's say roughly 10 seats of these 40 odd, which are, they are leading by either by double digits or triple digits. So they're in the hundreds or in the tens, right? Whereas the Congress, wherever it's leading with leads of thousands, and in 3 cases, it's leading with margins of hundreds. So wherever the Congress is doing well, it's doing well in the sense that the lead is solid enough. BJP's leads right now are thinner, but are more, which is why I'm saying that this is still evolving, because the number of rounds counted is 3, 4, 5.
We're not calling either election, because
Correct.
I think we've seen how dramatically the picture has shifted from the morning on Haryana. I get what you're saying. What you're saying
yeah, sorry.
Can I just summarize what you're saying and correct me if I'm wrong? You're saying that the volume of seats in which the BJP is leading is greater than the volume of seats in which the Congress is leading, although the BJP is leading with thinner margins than the Congress, correct?
Absolutely right. And the one seat that Dr. Priyam talked about is very interesting, is the Ateli seat, from where Rahul Singh's daughter, Aarti Rao, is trailing. And that seat, Barkha, anybody who went there, including myself, we all thought this was going to be a very interesting contest, not because it was Congress versus BJP, but because of a third entrant, the BSP. And that's the only seat where they are leading. There's a gentleman called Thakur Atarlal, who was cutting into votes on both sides. And he's right now leading on that seat, with BJP second and Congress third. So that seat, the Ahirwal region, otherwise is sticking to the BJP, the South Haryana region, largely the Ahirwal region. But that seat, Ravinderjeet Singh's own daughter's seat, and Ravinderjeet Singh is credited to be the BJP's face. Earlier used to be the Congress's face in the region, the BJP's face in the region. But otherwise, as I said, the BJP is doing well in the Jatland belt, which encompasses some parts of the Jatland belt, the Hisar region, the Charkhi Dadri region, and the Bhiwani region. From Tosham, I can see Shruti Chaudhary is leading. From Bhiwani, they are leading. From Dadri, they are leading. And along the GT road belt, where they were expected to lose seats, they are holding on to seats, whether it's Panipat rural, Panipat urban, Israna, Samalkha, Garonda, Astan. So the GT road belt also giving the BJP some kind of a cushion. But again, this is still evolving. And the only thing that can be said is it's not as one-sided at this point, but eventually it might turn out to be. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have to say at this point that Haryana is surprising pundits, pollsters, and journalists. Itna to kehna padega, chahe kuch bhi ho end mein. The point is that we are seeing the BJP, as Karthik just explained, leading with thin margins in a greater number of seats than the Congress, where the Congress is leading, its margins are bigger, but it's not at the moment leading in as many seats as the BJP is leading. And again, Karthik will pull out some granular data for us in terms of vote share in regions and key constituencies. I think we should start looking at some key constituencies also. I want to welcome Abbas Hafiz of the Congress Party to the program. Riaz Majid, who's with Engineer Rashid's party in Kashmir, is with us. Ashwini Shahi of the BJP is with us. And Dr. Manisha Priyam, political analyst, is with us. Ashwini ji, आप बहुत देर से कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे. Please, sir, बोलिए. कार्तिकेय का कहना है कि एंड में कुछ और भी हो सकता है, पर अभी ये जरूर मानना पड़ेगा कि जिस तरह की लड़ाई चल रही है ग्राउंड में, वो ना एग्जिट पोल्स ने पकड़ी ना पत्रकारों ने पकड़ी. अश्विनी जी,
देखिए, मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा, अभी भी कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं कहना चाहूंगा. इंतजार करने के लिए मैं कहूंगा, अभी इंतजार किया जाए. मगर जितने पंडित हैं, वो पंडितों का सारा समझ लीजिए बैटरी का जो किसी ने कनेक्शन निकाल दिया है, सारा फ्यूज हो चुके हैं. और जो पंडित लोग वही उछल कर कल तक भाजपा हार रही है, दोनों स्टेट गया, ये है वो है. यहां आने के बाद मैं कई चैनल पर देख रहा हूं और आपके साथ बैठकर भी देख रहा हूं, कार्तिकेय भाई भी कम से कम कुछ ले आए, थिन मार्जिन पर ले आए, लेकिन ले आए. देखिए, कुल मिलाकर मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगा, एक दो उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा. छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हुआ था? छत्तीसगढ़ में सारे पॉलिटिकल पंडित जो है ठंडे हो गए थे, रिजल्ट एकदम उलट हो गया था. यहाँ के लिए मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि हरियाणा में हम लोगों ने चर्चा की थी और मैंने एक एक शब्द मुझे याद है, मैंने कहा कि यहाँ पर दलितों में दो फाड़ हो चुके हैं. एक जो कमजोर तबका है वो हमारे तरफ आ चुका है, और वही वो ये समझ लीजिए कि एक हमारा ये जो हमारी विक्ट्री अगर हो रही है तो एक वोट वो है. जाट हमसे कहीं खिसके नहीं हैं. लोगों ने सैनी साहब के नाम पर और कहा जाट एकदम चले गए, और आपके चैनल पर तो किसी ने कह दिया कि हुडा साहब दूसरे देवीलाल हो गए हैं वहां के नेता. बड़े हैं, उनमें कहीं कोई कमी नहीं है, ना उनकी योग्यता में कमी है, ना उनके नेतृत्व में कमी है। मगर जिस तरीके से शैलजा जी और उनका कॉन्फ्लिक्ट दिखा, जिस तरीके से एक दलित महिला को किस तरीके से मंच पर असॉल्ट किया गया फिजिकली, तो ये सब वहां के लोगों ने देखा और ये देखा कि वहां क्या कर सकते हैं लोग सबके सामने। शैलजा जी के बयान आते रहे, हाथ किस तरीके से राहुल गांधी जी ने पकड़ाया जबरदस्ती, लेकिन फिर भी छूट गया। तो ये सब कहानियां।
अश्विनी जी मुख्यमंत्री जो आपके हैं, थिन मार्जिन की कॉन्टेस्ट चल रहा है। अगर आप नायब सिंह सैनी की अभी तक की लीड देखें तो 1000 से कम की लीड है। वही कार्तिकेय
1100 के आसपास की लीड है जी।
ठीक है।
लेकिन एक इसी में एक बात और कहना चाहूंगा, एक मुद्दा बनाया गया और कांग्रेस ने उसको लपका, बेटियों का मुद्दा था। हम लोग, संवेदना हमारी उनके साथ है, हम लोगों ने तो उनका मुकदमा लड़ने के लिए तक भेजा, लेकिन उनको बनाया गया कि ये एक जो है पोस्टर गर्ल होंगी पूरे हरियाणा के लिए, लेकिन वो अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से बाहर नहीं निकल पाई। हमारा युवा नेतृत्व इतना तगड़ा था मिस्टर योगेश का कि वो वहां से बाहर नहीं निकल पाई और आज लगभग 2500 वोट से वो पीछे चल रही हैं। तो ये अलग अलग पॉकेट में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से हुआ। आप लोगों ने हिसार, सिरसा, ये सारा हरा दिया। आज अभी कार्तिकेय जी कह रहे हैं जीटी रोड पर भाजपा को मार्जिन मिल रही है। हमें मार्जिन थी कार्तिकेय जी, ये भाजपा के खिलाफ एक परसेप्शन बना दिया गया है कि भाजपा को किसी तरीके से हराओ जनता के बीच में ले जाकर। लेकिन हरियाणा की जनता ये जानती है कि विकास कौन कर सकता है। हरियाणा की जनता ये जानती है कि केंद्र सरकार जिसकी है उसके साथ रहने में भलाई है। तो ये हमको अंत में अभी कहना बहुत जल्दी होगा, मैं फिर बार बार दोहरा रहा हूं, 1 बजे के बाद सारी पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगी। अभी आपके और इसमें 48 और 34 दिखा रहा है चुनाव आयोग का जो वेबसाइट है। तो अभी हम आगे चल रहे हैं, एक 46 ही होता है, 48 चल रहे हैं, तो अभी ऊपर है। हो सकता है कि कहीं 200 से भी आगे हो, कहीं हम 8000 से भी आगे हो। लेकिन बरखा जी, जो परसेप्शन बनाया गया, आज सारे पंडितों ने अपना मुंह छुपाना है या बातें बदलनी है, ये शाम तक क्लियर हो जाएगा।
ओके, आई थिंक आपकी एक बात जायज है कि कुछ और समय तो चाहिए। थिन मार्जिन की कई सीटों पे लड़ाई चल रही है। मुख्यमंत्री जो कैंडिडेट है, मिस्टर नॉट कैंडिडेट, जो सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर है, he is leading but by a thin margin, speaking to the point that Karthik was making about close contest. Abbas, is the Congress now nervous? Bhupinder Hooda just 20 minutes ago still claimed that the Congress would win, but these leads have held. Could we switch to the Haryana numbers? These leads have held for the BJP. Please react.
Write an obituary of the Congress party in Haryana, and like how many people were writing the same for Jammu Kashmir for the last 1 month. I was there in Jammu Kashmir and I was very confident about what the results are coming. Now, talking about your question about Haryana, like we were discussing and I was listening to you, that the numbers where BJP is leading are very thin. They can be changed with every round. But Congress, all the seats where Congress is winning, they are going to be decisive in a moment, or they're already decisive. So at this point of time, BJP can be happy for a moment, but we are very sure about how we have performed, how we have contested the elections, what was the mood of the public at large. The farmers' agitation was a big issue, and they can't forget and forgive what BJP has done. And these numbers will change very soon. And single-handedly, Congress will form the government in Haryana also, and the alliance will form the government in Jammu Kashmir also. These numbers will change. We are very confident, like they are changing constantly. If we look at the screen, now there are again some changes, and these numbers that the BJP is leading will for sure change, because a lead of 100 votes and 200 votes and 500 votes, or even when the chief minister is leading with mere 1000 votes, that says a lot about Haryana. And a 2.5% plus vote share changes everything. I don't need to say anything about it. We have never seen that if a party is getting more than 2.5% vote from its main opposition party, that party can't form the government. I think we will form the government very, very easily.
Okay, firstly, I want to tell you that nobody is writing the obituary of the Congress. All we are saying, and are you willing to concede that this Haryana election is not turning out the way you thought it would? That's all we're asking.
See, there are pockets, but I'm not putting any allegations on you or anyone else. I'm just talking at large, like how the public is reacting and the BJP spokesperson was reacting. I was saying this in context to him. Now, coming back to your question, for sure, we haven't expected that BJP will lead by 100 votes also, or 200 votes also. But there are pockets. There's something called pockets, and you're covering elections more than I have seen the elections. And this is all about pockets, like whose pockets are being counted. And pockets play a very important role. But then, when the leads starts becoming decisive, then something is clear. And we are sure about the leads. We are very confident because the BJP is not leading with good margins. BJP is leading with minor margins, and minor margins are always changing and they keep on changing. So we haven't expected that BJP will lead even with thin margins, but this is all about democracy. And in democracy, everything is possible. But at the end of the day, you will see a handsome majority, a handsome number with the Congress party, where nothing can be done by the opposition party, which they do.
Okay, so the Congress still saying, like the BJP was saying a while ago, that give it some more time. Dr. Priyam, as we look at the data, Vinesh Phogat, which Ashwini ji mentioned, is trailing, but by 2,000 votes. It's going up and down. A lot of the seats are going up and down. The chief minister himself was ahead by 1,100 votes. Vinesh was trailing, then leading, now trailing. So Haryana is turning into this kind of battleground, but the BJP has maintained its lead of 48 to 35 in Haryana. And this lead has now held for, I would say, an hour. मुझे नहीं पता ये आगे बदल सकता है या नहीं. कांग्रेस कहती है बदल सकता है, हो भी सकता है, because it changed dramatically from the morning. But the fact is that the BJP has held this lead. If this happens, if the BJP is able to retain Haryana, मैं सिर्फ if पूछ रही हूँ अभी, maybe the final picture is different. What would it mean? Did the Congress get complacent? Did the Congress get overconfident? Or is it too early to ask these questions till we have a clearer picture? Because Abbas says, like Ashwini says, picture abhi baki hai.
So, one thing has to be understood very clearly. The early morning leads were postal ballot leads. Now, whatever leads you say, even if counting rounds have been less, they are based on counting rounds. Therefore, one important thing I would like to say that early leads in Haryana are with the BJP. And that goes against whatever we heard through the exit polls or whoever did the fieldwork in Haryana.
Yes.
I didn't do the fieldwork, but whoever read the field in Haryana, I think didn't see that the race in Haryana would be so tight and that the BJP was ahead. And I think that's a very significant thing to see. The margins may be tight. I agree. That's a number that I cannot contest. But having deeper margins in few seats doesn't lead to victories in first past the poll system. So the Congress has to do something to show us numbers that are more than the BJP in a larger number of seats. Otherwise, winning very confidently in fewer seats just tells us that you've dug deep in some parts of Haryana, but all of Haryana has not been yours. And a spread of the BJP over 47 seats tells you that they are doing well in seats that are not expected, because I can see that even in traditional stronghold areas of the BJP, for example, the Ahirwal region that was said to be a done deal for the BJP, Aarti Rao is not doing well. So at the end, I would only like to see where all the BJP's done very well in a hugely unanticipated way. And if these trends hold, today would be, I think, more than the Lok Sabha election, this turnaround in the Haryana election would be the news for Indian democracy. A small assembly with just 90 seats, how this has happened is something that we will hold our words for, our thoughts for. But even this turnaround at this point of time is significant in favor of the BJP.
Absolutely. No one saw it coming. There have been not obituaries
बरखा जी
written.
एक लाइन, पांच राउंड के बाद का ये रिजल्ट है। 5 राउंड खत्म हो गया है, ये सूचना मिली है जी।
5 राउंड खत्म हो गया और मैं भी यही कह रही हूं कि आप कम से कम घड़ी देखते हुए 50 मिनट हो गए हैं, ये लीड बरकरार रही है, ये मैं भी यही कह रही हूं। एंड मनीषा जी की पॉइंट बिल्कुल सही है कि लीड कितनी भी नैरो हो, जो जीता वही सिकंदर। That is the point. Haryana had been written off for the BJP by literally every single reporter and every single pundit. The moment Karthike is back, we'll get him to take us through the numbers. There I can see him there. But Riaz Majid has to take a break. I'm sure he'll join us later. Can we briefly turn to Jammu and Kashmir on our screen? Riaz Majid साहब, काफी देर हो गया है, वहां पे भी पैटर्न वही है. It's not really changed. I need the Jammu and Kashmir numbers on the overlay, please. I need the Jammu and Kashmir numbers. National Conference and Congress की लीड काफी कंफर्टेबल दिख रही है. वही 50 मिनट जहां पे हरियाणा में बीजेपी की नहीं बदली, JNK में अभी तक 48 to 28 चल रहा है, others only 10. क्या बोलेंगे आप रियाज माजिद साहब?
Well, again, the same thing that it's very early, although the trends are somehow just building up. But still, I'd say that there would be swings. The leads would swing around because what I'm seeing right now is that there have been 3 or 4 rounds only, when in truth there would be 14, 15, and in some cases 19 to 20 rounds. So I understand that the things would change, and the others, the independents, are still holding some 10 leads, which is not that poor actually, because we as a party, AIP, because we are contesting as independents, but still leading from some some of these seats. So it's still good. Let's wait and watch and see how do the things shape up in the next 1 hour.
So you are still not accepting this is the final picture right now, Riyaz?
Not really.
Okay, Riyaz, we hope to reconnect with you in an hour. We'll be in touch with you. Thank you. Abbas Hafiz is wanting to come in, and then Karthik can take us through the latest numbers. Abbas Hafiz, please go ahead.
Barkha ji, I was in Kashmir for almost 25 days in 1 month, and I've seen them very closely. What BJP has done, all they could do, BJP has done all that. Still, the BJP couldn't sustain in Kashmir, the valley. Through proxies, their proxies couldn't work. The delimitation hasn't helped BJP a lot. But BJP, Prime Minister Modi's speech, I've seen the arrangements of that speech, that public rally in Kashmir Stadium. The crowd was massive. They were being called by, we all know how. Still, the BJP couldn't defect this. Still, the BJP couldn't stop the alliance to be voted in power. But what I want to say, that this is a clear-cut reply from the people at large of Jammu Kashmir, that they have rejected the policies of the Bharatiya Janata Party for the last 10 years. This is something, a lesson to be learned. And the BJP, I hope that the BJP will start talking about the statehood as they were talking earlier, and they won't stop the whole issue of statehood if they aren't voted to the power, because this is the most biggest point which they were promising. And now we look forward for the state, that they should talk about the statehood, that when they are giving, because they have to give the statehood to the people of Jammu Kashmir, even if they reject them by coming to the power.
Okay, Abbas, I want to welcome Tavleen Singh to the program. It is about 10:50 in the morning. If you've just joined us, both the states of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir are contradicting what the pundits and the pollsters had predicted for them. In Haryana, the BJP has established a surprise lead, a surprise in the context of what was being predicted, and that lead has now held for the last 50 minutes. Once again, we're not calling the election yet because we saw the morning begin with a dramatic, what seemed to be a dramatic win for the Congress, that then changed and has held in this way for the last 1 hour. You can see the latest numbers now. It's BJP leading in 47 seats to the Congress's 36. The Congress registering a slightly higher vote share, but then, of course, in the first past the post system, it's the seats that matter. In Jammu and Kashmir, defying pollsters' expectations or prophecies of a possible hung assembly with an edge to the National Conference and the Congress, the National Conference and the Congress is doing much better than the pollsters prophesied. The NC, with its ally, the Congress, leading in 48 seats to the BJP's 28, the PDP leading in 4, and the others, that is all of the other parties, leading only in 10. But having learned our lesson from Haryana, we're not calling either election yet. I want to have first reactions from Tavleen. Again, we don't know what the final number is going to be. Haryana has surprised us today. It started one way, it's holding in a completely different way. If this holds, Haryana will turn out to be in many ways a bigger story than Jammu and Kashmir, because everybody had written off Haryana for the BJP. Everybody commented that the Prime Minister had done only 4 rallies this time compared to 10 in 2014 because he knew he was going to lose, so on and so forth. Tavleen, first thoughts on both states?
Okay, Haryana first. But before that, I want to say that I'm so happy that I didn't come on your show about the exit polls. I said then that we should stop believing these wretched exit polls because they were so wrong on the Lok Sabha. I'm surprised anyone takes them seriously or bothers to discuss them even. One, Haryana has surprised me because, I didn't do much sort of reporting in Haryana, but from what I read from other people's reports who I trust, it seemed to be a lot of anti-incumbency, and there should be after 10 years, and the changing of the seats at the last minute, chief ministers, etc. But I think, this is my personal opinion, and don't start attacking me for attacking the dynasty. I really believe that the Congress party has to start thinking about being the Congress party and not just a family firm, because what it tells me is there is room for a party that is slightly left and slightly less communal than the BJP. But that party can't come up with the same old people, the same old faces, and the same old family business thing. This is my opinion. In Haryana, that's right. In Kashmir, I'm not madly surprised by what's happening because, as I said to you once before on another of your shows, I sensed when I was in Kashmir that under the surface, there was anger about the way that Jammu and Kashmir have been treated, this reduction from statehood to union territory. I think that was a bad move. And I really think that the people of Kashmir, literally since 47, have hoped for the same political rights that everyone else in India has. Okay, there's been a lot of, terrorism, etc. But we have to remember that it could be because of bad policies in Delhi that the state has been, in such upheaval. That is my view. So I've just seen Sajad Lone trailing.
But these are going up and down. So we're not calling these yet. These are just after the latest round of counting.
Okay, well, that's my initial reaction to what's happening.
But Tavleen, you said that we need a party that is less communal than the BJP and slightly to the center, center left. But and you said a party without the dynasty. The point is why I'm curious to know why you connect what's happening in Haryana to the Gandhi factor. Given the recent Lok Sabha verdict, do you think that the Congress got complacent?
I think that the Congress party has done nothing to build up its grassroots cadres. It is, I've said this before, I've said it so often, even in my column, what they've spent the past 10 years doing, or at least the past 5, is building up Rahul Gandhi as the leader. They have done nothing to really create the party that once existed. You find BJP workers wherever you go in the villages. Where's the Seva Dal guys? Where are the Congress party workers? Now, you can't keep trying to win elections against a very powerful political leader whose actual appeal is his own personality. You can't do that by trying to prop up somebody else that way. But you can do it if you build up, if you do what, for instance, Prashant Kishore is doing in Bihar. Maybe you don't have to do it, on the scale that he's doing it, but get your guys out there, build the party. The party doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is still that darbar in Delhi, and they've been building up that.
Okay, let's get reactions. I'm sure Abbas Hafiz of the Congress wants to come in. Abbas, go ahead, and then Dr. Priyam and Ashwini Shahi. Abbas Hafiz, please go ahead.
Barkha ji, I respect Tavleen ji a lot, and she's a very senior journalist. I'm reading her when I was in school since then. But I'd like to say this. If you go in the valley, and you must have gone there, you will see the most popular leader as, if you see any popular leader who is the most popular over there in Jammu Kashmir, it is Rahul Gandhi. You talk to the
but then that's not reflecting. That's not reflecting in the breakup of how the parties have performed.
No,
the National Conference and the Congress.
It is National Conference. National Conference has also
Contested
been
many more
benefited
seats.
National Conference has also been benefited with Rahul ji. Rahul ji and Farooq Saab has done rallies together, and the people over there were saying the same thing, that the I should say this on record, that the biggest beneficiary of the alliance will be NC with Rahul ji's face. I respect Omar Shah, Farooq Shah equally, but Rahul ji has a different following in the valley. People are looking with expectations to Rahul ji, and the vote is equally because of Rahul ji and Farooq Shah. So you can't say that Rahul ji, if we see the breakup, then Congress has got very difficult seats, and if you see the breakup of the seats, then also our biggest share was in Jammu, and Jammu has been polarized by the Bharatiya Janata Party very much to the extent. Whatever they could do,
So
they
you are saying that the performance of the alliance in Jammu and Kashmir is because of Rahul Gandhi more than it's because of Omar Abdullah or the National Conference.
I said
all right.
Equally.
I think everybody wants reactions. Tavleen, Ashwini Shahi, and Dr. Priyam. I can also see Sunil Vatal at the back end. If we can add him, please. Tavleen, you go. Ashwini, and then Dr. Priyam. Tavleen.
Something, I've been covering Kashmir, that I covered the 83 election. That was the first election that I covered. And the Congress party cadres were telling Indira Gandhi the same thing. They said, you're going to win this one. You're going to win. Sheikh Saab had been dead 6 months. That election, even if Farooq hadn't campaigned, it was the National Conference election to win. And they built up Indira Gandhi to such an extent, they said, oh, she's the most popular leader. And she really she tried to polarize in a way that election by sending up a lot of Muslim leaders from UP and everywhere because she thought she was going to win. And when she didn't win, what did she do? She toppled Farooq's government a year later, making probably the first really big policy mistake from Delhi. So, this is the same with the Congress party. And actually, he's proved my point. You think Rahul Gandhi is more popular than Farooq and Omar? Omar, we don't, but Farooq Abdullah represents a certain, they've got a vote base and a party cadre across the valley, which the Congress party never had and has not tried to build up.
Yeah, I do think also that Omar said to me on record, Abbas, when I was there, I've been covering Jammu and Kashmir since I was a young reporter, and I know Tavleen has been doing it for years before that. In an interview to me, he actually said the Congress had not pulled its weight in Jammu. This is what Omar actually said. He said Congress should have been taking on the BJP in Jammu. The perception in the Kashmir Valley was that the Congress was being very low-key on Jammu and Kashmir because it didn't want it to impact its results in Haryana. The irony is, at the moment, the National Conference, and we'll wait for the party breakup, seems to have outperformed the Congress. Of course, it was contesting many more seats. I take that point. But it is very surprising that you say that the Abdullahs have benefited from Rahul Gandhi, and Tavleen has reacted to that. Ashwini Shahi, please go ahead. आप भी कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे? जी.
जी देखिए, अभी जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस के हमारे मित्र बोल रहे हैं, कांग्रेस है कहाँ घाटी में? अभी जो इलेक्शन कमीशन दिखा रहा है 8 सीट है। ये लोग जाकर चरण वंदन फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी के यहाँ करते थे। कांग्रेस जो ग्रेट ग्रैंड ओल्ड पार्टी है, ये ऐसी पार्टियां आकर कांग्रेस के दरबार में 10 जनपद में 4-4 दिन समय मांगती थी, नहीं मिलता था। लेकिन देखिए, पूरी फैमिली पहुंच गई कांग्रेस की वहां खड़गे साहब के साथ और राहुल गांधी जी। और आज के दिन में 8 सीट लाना, कांग्रेस है कहाँ वहां? कांग्रेस, राहुल गांधी जी तो जलेबी की खेती कर रहे थे, शायद मुझे लग रहा है कि जनता उनको जलेबी की खेती भी बंद कर देगी वहां, वो भी नहीं हो पाएगा, घाटी में है नहीं। तो कांग्रेस अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा पहलवान कहना छोड़ दे। अब कांग्रेस जो है अब छोटी पार्टियों के रहमो करम पर जिंदा है इस देश में। उत्तर प्रदेश में वही हाल है, बिहार में वही हाल है, तमिलनाडु में वही हाल है, जम्मू कश्मीर में दिखने लगा। ये कहाँ रह गए हैं? लेकिन अभी भी उनके प्रवक्ता, उनके जो सिपाही हैं, वीरता से लड़ते हुए वीर गति को प्राप्त होने की तरफ अग्रसर हैं। ये देखा जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस जो है 8 सीटों पर और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 40 सीटों पर है। तो आज भी उसके बाद भी कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, कहा राहुल जी का बड़ा वहां है। राहुल जी तो वहां जाते हैं, वो आतंकियों की नजर में देखते हैं, आतंकी उनकी नजरों में देखते हैं। वहां पर जो है कुछ क्या बर्फ के गोले उड़ाते हैं भाई बहन। तो यही इनका ये काम है। लेकिन कांग्रेस के बारे में और राहुल जी के बारे में पूरा देश समझ गया है और उसी तरीके से इनको किनारे करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। अब आने वाले 2 घंटे बता देंगे कि क्या होने वाला है, क्या नहीं होने वाला।
Abbas ji, I know you want to respond, but एक minute, because we are now entering a very critical stage of numbers. Okay, one line, if you can do one line, because I can also see Ranjita Mehta of the Haryana BJP joining us. आप बोलिए एक line, please.
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता जी को जवाब देना चाहता हूं। क्या आपके पास पूर्ण बहुमत है? क्या आप छोटी पार्टी के रहमो करम पे नहीं चल रहा है केंद्र में, सरकार में? क्या ये बात आप मोदी जी से भी कह रहे हैं? ये बात आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से कह रहे हैं? इतना अहंकार जो है ना, ये चकनाचूर कर चुका है आपके पूरे पार्टी की जो क्रेडिबिलिटी थी उसको भी। अपने जो 2 बैसाखियां हैं उनको देखकर आप चला कीजिए। उनके रहमो करम पे केंद्र में सरकार चला रहा है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें अच्छी नहीं लगती। धन्यवाद।
240 और 99 में बड़ा फर्क होता है मान्यवर, और ये 8 और 40 में भी फर्क होता है। इसको जिस दिन ये समझ में आ जाएगा उस दिन आप लोग सही आकलन कर पाएंगे। 240 रहमो-करम होता है और 8 रहमो-करम नहीं होता है। मुझे निकलना है बरखा जी, नमस्कार, मैं फिर जुड़ता हूँ दोबारा।
ओके। अश्विनी जी नमस्कार। अब्बास हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। रंजीता मेहता, सीनियर लीडर ऑफ द बीजेपी फ्रॉम हरियाणा, इज जॉइनिंग अस। नमस्कार। And I want Sunil Wattal is here, who also does a lot of data crunching on Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Priyam, I want you to come in, and then I'll open it up with latest numbers and reactions from both Ranjita and Sunil. Dr. Priyam.
I'd just like to say that the BJP will take a lot of comfort with these numbers. They've been holding on for a while in Haryana, and I think that's the state that matters so much to them. It's been a state where it was said that there's a revival of Rahul Gandhi and a Rahul Gandhi-led campaign in a state election. The Congress very much ready to take oath there as a chief minister in the last 2 days. It's been a buzz with news of who's the likely chief minister. From there, you see that it's gone back to the drawing board. And very clearly at this point, for the last 1.5 hours, it's the BJP that shows a much larger spread in terms of numbers. So the BJP drawing relief there this Tuesday morning. Remember, it's also festive season in large parts of North India. It's the Navratri and the Durga festival or whatever else. So these 2 hours, very comfortable for the BJP in Haryana. In Jammu and Kashmir itself, not such good goings. The NC and Congress have done very well, and they've held on to those numbers by themselves or with the PDP or whatever possible alliance. They could possibly get to form the government, but one needs to hold on because these are very small numbers and early rounds. So one will hold on for the final picture.
All right, Dr. Priyam, thank you for those comments, and we hope to see you later in the day. I want to welcome, as I said, Ranjita Mehta, senior leader of the BJP, and Sunil Wattal. Abbas is still with us. Kartike, very brief roundup because others are waiting to come in. Very quickly, I think Haryana has now been holding with a lead for the BJP for an hour. But yes, we've learned our lesson from the morning where it looked like it was going the Congress way. But even so, this is now holding with a big margin.
Yeah, and Barkha, the other big thing that has happened in the last few minutes is that the vote share difference has also shrunk dramatically. A vote share difference of 4 percentage points in the early days of this counting has now shrunk to just 1 percentage point. So what is keeping the Congress ahead is just a gap of 1 percentage point. And I think that's big, which means that as of now, if these trends hold, BJP is clocking 39.25. which is 2.25 percentage points higher than last time. Congress has gone up by 12 percentage points, but most of it seems to have come at the expense of JJP, INLD. But some of that has also gone to the BJP as of this moment. And that is probably where the game is, because pollsters, exit polls have predicted that Congress in the early 40s and BJP in the late 30s, because BJP was expected to hold on to its vote share or be at around 35, 36. If this trend holds, then that margin has also shrunk. In terms of the seats, again, EC and channels are now aligning. BJP 49, Congress 35. Of the BJP's 49 leads, I see that roughly 10 are less than 2,000 margin seats. But the same can the Congress now, with roughly 6-7 of the 35 being less than 2,000 margin seats. In terms of the number of rounds, I concede that for the seats where the Congress is leading, the number of rounds is anywhere between 2 to 8 of the 15 to 20 rounds that will be counted. And similarly for the BJP, of the 16-17 rounds to be counted, the number of rounds that have been counted are anywhere between 3 to 7. So I think 1/3 of the counting has also happened, but 2/3 still remains. There are some close margin seats which might flip, but it is definitely closer than what we had expected and what we were seeing early in the morning. Jammu and Kashmir, on the other hand, kind of has held up with the NC plus being in that 45 to 50 range for a while, and the BJP sort of being tested at the 30 mark. PDP, as expected, is in single digits. The others number is closer to the lower end of the exit polls, which was roughly 8, 9, and not at the higher end, which was giving it 17, 18, 9, 20 seats, which is why probably the NC plus seems to be doing better than some of the other exit polls that were suggested.
Okay, let's open this up now. I can see Dr. Abhijit Jasrotia, who's of course a leader of the BJP from Jammu and Kashmir, from the Jammu region, also joining us. And welcome to the program. And so I'll start though with Ranjita ji. Ranjita ji, ये जो रुझान हरियाणा से आ रहे हैं, जैसे कि मैंने कुछ देर पहले कहा कि ना पंडितों ने, ना पत्रकारों ने, ना पोस्टर्स ने ये ट्रेंड देखा. शायद आप भी सरप्राइज है. कैन आई हैव द ग्राफिक ऑफ हरियाणा ऑन द स्क्रीन प्लीज? रंजीता जी, प्लीज गो अहेड.
देखिए, हरियाणा की जो रुझान बता रहे हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि नायब सैनिक का जादू चल रहा है और निश्चित तौर पे तीसरी बार हैट्रिक करके हम बीजेपी की सरकार हरियाणा में बनाने के लिए जा रहे हैं. लोगों ने विकास पर मोहर लगाई है. लोगों ने यहाँ पर जो बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची के नौकरियां दी गई है सरकार के द्वारा, उसके ऊपर मोहर लगाते नजर आ रहे हैं. यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त सरकार चल रही है, उसके ऊपर मोहर लग रही है. और यहाँ पर जो हर गांव है वहां पर हर नल से जल जो पहुंचाने का काम जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है. हर गांव का विकास हुआ है, चौतरफा विकास हुआ है. भाई भतीजावाद, क्षेत्रवाद, बड़े 2G 4G घोटाले, उन सब के ऊपर आज मुहर्रम लगाने का काम भाजपा की सरकार ने किया है. आज फिर से तीसरी बार हैट्रिक हम बनाने जा रहे हैं. आज अगर हम हरियाणा की बात करते हैं, 24 फसलों तो पहली बार अगर MSP पे किसी ने खरीदा है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने खरीदा है. तो जो लोग अफवाहें फैला रहे थे कि कांग्रेस की आंधी आ रही है, सुनामी आ रही है, आज बहुत करारा जवाब उनको मिल रहा है कि हम लीड कर रहे हैं, हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और तीसरी बार निश्चित तौर पे हरियाणा के विकास के ऊपर जो है वो मोहर लगेगी और हम सरकार बनाएंगे.
रंजीता जी, मेरा एक सवाल है. ये भी बहुत चर्चा हुई कि मोदी जी ने इस बारी रैलीज हरियाणा में इतनी नहीं की. मतलब 4 रैलीज एड्रेस की, इस बारी 10 रैलीज की थी 2014 में. लोगों ने ये कहा, उससे ये मीनिंग निकाला कि मोदी जी जानते थे या उनको लगता था या आशंका थी कि चुनाव हारने वाले हैं. शायद बीजेपी को भी लग रहा था कि चुनाव हारने वाले, इसलिए मोदी जी मैदान में नहीं उतरे. इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, पहले दिन से कंसेप्ट क्लियर है कि हम सरकार बना रहे हैं. ना ही मोदी जी की कोई आशंका थी, ना ही अमित शाह जी. जितने भी हमारे चुनाव से पहले कार्यक्रम रहे उसमें अमित शाह जी हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को बूस्ट करके गए और बिल्कुल क्लियर था कि हम जीतने जा रहे हैं और तीसरी बार सरकार बना रहे हैं. हाँ, मैं ये जरूर मानती हूँ कि नायब सिंह सैनी जी को टाइम कम मिला. अगर चुनाव 1 महीना और लेट होता तो नतीजे इससे भी बेहतर आते. हम प्रचंड बहुमत से जीतते. सरकार तो हम अभी भी बना रहे हैं, पर अगर 1 महीना और नायब सिंह सैनी हरियाणा को दे देते तो निश्चित तौर पे रिजल्ट और भी चमत्कारी होते. जो एग्जिट पोल दिखा रहे थे और जो लोग भ्रमित कर रहे थे कि कांग्रेस आने वाली है, कांग्रेस अंतर्कलह से बुरी तरीके से घिरी हुई है. यहाँ पे हुड्डा शैलजा जी को देखकर राजी नहीं है, शैलजा जी हुड्डा जी को देखकर राजी नहीं है. सुरजेवाला जी कहीं और नजर आते हैं। जो किरण चौधरी इनकी दिग्गज नेता थी, वो पार्टी छोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हुई। तो ये साफ नजर आ रहा था कि इनकी अंतर्कलह जो है इनको फिर से एक बार मारेगी। आज 13 साल 14 साल हो चुके हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास संगठन नहीं है, उनके पास जिला अध्यक्ष नहीं है, उनके पास मंडल अध्यक्ष नहीं है, उनके पास बूथ अध्यक्ष नहीं है। जब बिना सेनापति के सेना लड़ने के लिए उतारी जाती है और उनका कोई भी शीर्ष नेतृत्व नहीं होता, तो इसी तरीके के नतीजे आते हैं। यहाँ पर अगर लोकल में बात करूं, मैं पंचकूला की रहने वाली हूँ, यहाँ पर भी कुछ ऐसा ही नजर आया था कि जितने भी बुटा खेमे के लोग थे वो चुनाव में नहीं उतरे, वो नाराज होकर घर बैठे रहे। और लास्ट मोमेंट पर जब भुट्टा जी को नजर आ रहा था कि सरकार नहीं आती नजर आ रही, तो लास्ट के एक दिन पहले उन्होंने कॉल करके कहा, भाई तुम भी एक एक चाय कर दो क्योंकि सरकार बनती नजर नहीं आ रही। तो साफ नजर आ चुका था कांग्रेस को कि वो नहीं आ रहे हैं। सिर्फ एक हवा बनाया गया था कि कांग्रेस आ रही है, कांग्रेस आ रही है। जनता जनार्दन ने उसके ऊपर पूर्ण विराम लगा दिया है। आप रुझान देख रहे हैं, निश्चित तौर पे हम अकेले ही सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। और बीजेपी जो कहती है वो करती है। अगर हम पड़ोसी राज्यों का लोगों के बाद बहुत असर था, अगर हम हिमाचल की बात करते हैं, पंजाब की बात करते हैं, जो बड़े बड़े वादे और दावे इन्होंने किए थे कि हम 2000 रुपए महिलाओं को देंगे, हम बच्चियों को स्कूटी देंगे, आज तनख्वाहें देने के लिए भी हिमाचल में पैसे नहीं है। खटाखट 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 8500 रुपए देने का वादा राहुल गांधी ने किया था, तो लंबी कतारों में महिलाएं इनके दफ्तरों के बाद नजर आई, जो पैसे उनको नहीं मिले। जो बीजेपी ने जब कहा है वो करके दिखाया है। और जो बहुत देर से मांग थी कि संविधान मांग किया जाए, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी करने जा रही है।
मेरा एक और सवाल है, देन आई ओपन इट अप। ये बहुत से पत्रकारों ने जो जमीन से जुड़े हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि हरियाणा में 4 मुद्दे थे। किसान का मुद्दा, पहलवान का मुद्दा, रेफरिंग टू द रेस्टलेस प्रोटेस्ट, विनेश फोगट अब कांग्रेस की एक कैंडिडेट भी थी, जवान का मुद्दा, अग्निवीर, और संविधान का मुद्दा जो लोकसभा में भी रहा, जब दलित
चारों का जवाब
करके। हाँ, इन चारों का जवाब क्या कह रहे? आप ये कह रहे हैं कि इन चारों का कोई असर नहीं पड़ा। ये क्योंकि एक और सवाल, क्योंकि वोट शेयर पे अगर आप देखिए तो टक्कर की लड़ाई है, लेकिन हाँ, ये टक्कर की लड़ाई किसी ने प्रिडिक्ट नहीं की। पीपल फोरकास्ट अ वन साइडेड इलेक्शन।
जी देखिए, जहां तक किसानों की बात है, मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया है कि जो किसान आंदोलन खड़ा किया गया था वो प्रयोजित था, वो किसी पार्टी विशेष के द्वारा स्पॉन्सर्ड था। उसमें किसान कम और उस पार्टी के लोग ज्यादा थे। किसानों को पूर्ण विराम तब लगा जब जो 24 फसलें एमएसपी के ऊपर सरकार खरीदने का काम कर रही है, पड़ोसी राज्यों में कहीं पे भी ऐसा नहीं हो रहा, तो किसानों ने बीजेपी को समर्थन देकर आज वोट दी है। अगर हम बात करते हैं जवानों की, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन की बात हिमाचल प्रदेश में की गई थी, कहाँ है उनका वादा, कहाँ है उनका दावा? तो बहुत लोग समझदार हैं, लोग ये जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी झूठ का पिटारा खोलती है और उसके बाद वो अपनी बातों को वापस लेती है। इसलिए जवानों ने भी उन पर विश्वास नहीं किया। आज अगर बॉर्डर पर जवान अपने आप को सुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे हैं तो मोदी जी की वजह से कर रहे हैं। आप आए दिन देखते थे किस तरीके से सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कर
मोदी जी ने कैंपेनिंग कम क्यों की इस बारी? मोदी जी ने कैंपेनिंग कम क्यों की हरियाणा में?
जितनी जरूरत थी उतनी की है। उनको दिख रहा था कि ऑलरेडी हमारे लोग चार्ज अप हैं। ऑनलाइन हमारी मीटिंग्स बहुत हुई मोदी जी के साथ, ऑनलाइन भी हमें चार्ज अप किया गया। रैलीज उन्होंने 4 की बेशक, पर ऑनलाइन हमारी मीटिंग्स लगातार।
अच्छा रंजीता जी, आप कितनी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि सरकार, सॉरी मैं आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ क्योंकि एक अपडेट आया था। कैन आई गो बैक टू दैट बैनर? एक अपडेट अभी आया था।
2 चीजों का जवाब मैंने नहीं दिया, पहलवानों वाली बात रह गई है। आपने 4 मुद्दे उठाए थे, किसान का, जवान का, पहलवान का, और चौथा आप कौन सा कह रही थी बता दीजिए एक बार।
संविधान का। लेकिन एक सवाल जोड़ रही हूँ कि 18 सीट्स में मार्जिन जो है 2000 वोटों का है, तो टाइट फाइट्स चल रही हैं। देयर आर नंबर ऑफ क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट इन हरियाणा। हाउ कॉन्फिडेंट आर यू कि आप ही की सरकार बनेगी?
डेफिनेटली बनेगी मैडम। जब लोकसभा की अगर बात करते हैं, 5-5 सीट्स आई थी, फिर भी 46 प्लस पे बीजेपी जीती है। तब तो आप कह रहे थे कि बुरा हाल है, 8 सीटें कांग्रेस ले जाएगी, 9 सीटें कांग्रेस ले जाएगी, तब भी ये रिजल्ट आए थे। तो साइलेंट वोटर जो है वो अभी भी, जो पढ़ा लिखा वोटर है वो बीजेपी के साथ है। और आपने भी बात की थी, जो 4 सवालों में से 2 का जवाब मैंने नहीं दिया। जहां तक संविधान बदलने की बात है, जरूर कांग्रेस पार्टी इसमें कामयाब रही। लोकसभा चुनाव के अंदर जो 5 सीट वो लेके गई है, वो इसी मुद्दे पर लेके गई है कि जैसे ही मोदी जी की सरकार बनेगी हम संविधान बदल देंगे। पर जनता जनार्दन ने आज देख लिया कि 8 महीने के बाद भी इसमें कुछ नहीं हुआ। सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो जुमला था, गुमराह करने के लिए जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया था। और अब संविधान बदलने की बातें राहुल गांधी जी करते हुए नजर आए हैं। तो ये उल्टा फिर उनको इसका जवाब अब यहाँ के ऐसी वोटर्स देंगे कि आप झूठ बोलकर बगड़ा रहे थे और आप खुद ही संविधान बदलने की बात कर रहे हैं। और चौथा मुद्दा है पहलवानों का। पहलवानों की जहां तक बात है, आपके सामने है, वो भी परियोजित था, वो भी कांग्रेस पार्टी कहीं ना कहीं स्पॉन्सर कर रही थी और जनता जनार्दन इस बात के लिए बिल्कुल
अच्छा रंजीता जी, आपने बहुत से पॉइंट्स किए हैं बहुत पैशनेटली. आई नीड टू ओपन इट अप. Ravi Yadav, senior journalist from Haryana, is also joining us. Abbas of the Congress is still with us. I want to bring in Tavleen, then Sunil, and then Dr. Jasrotia on the Jammu Kashmir picture as well. Tavleen, go ahead on both states. Ranjita says in a way what you were saying. There's no organization. There was infighting, but it isn't over yet because Karthike points out that there are 18 seats with a margin of 2,000 going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not over yet, but clearly the exit polls. In fact, one of the comments here kind of echoed you. Deep Kamal says, "ये बता देता है कि exit polls पर कभी भी भरोसा नहीं करें."
That's absolutely true. Okay, in Haryana, actually, the BJP has done so much better than expected that, in a sense, the Congress party is on the back foot in Haryana because the Congress party was so certain that it was winning Haryana that in the morning there was, dhol, nagara, patake, vagera, jalebiyan ki, I mean, it was a big sort of, they were celebrating in the morning, which sort of exposes their own story. If we actually examine why this has happened, it could be because the Congress party was raising, I don't know, I'm guessing, okay, because I really wasn't reporting in Haryana, but it could be that they're raising issues from the Lok Sabha in a state election. Right, so they're going on about what they said in the Lok Sabha election, which was, Agniveer, constitution, all that. Maybe that matters less in Haryana than local, issues. Maybe there has been, and there has been, a great deal of effort on the part of the BJP to bring in issues of development, of, water. Those are things that really do matter. And so, I think that the Congress party overestimated its, success in bringing up all those other things. In Kashmir, I think what they underestimated was the general feeling under the, they went on and on and on, the BJP, about, there's development, there's prosperity, 2 crore, tourists, you can't get a hotel room. They went on and on and on about that, without realizing that if you were Kashmiri or I was Kashmiri, I would be feeling the pain of having been reduced to a municipal, election. Having a state, it's a huge state, Jammu and Kashmir, and to reduce it to a union territory, as I said before, that I think hurt a lot of people. Article 370, in my view, was an issue more with politicians than with the ordinary person. I mean, I've met a few Kashmiris who feel that, Article 370 was, preventing people from coming and buying up, land, etc. But nobody has gone. There isn't much kind of change in the land ownership in Kashmir. And I don't think Article 370 was the reason for that in any case. So in my view, it was the lack of political rights and this reduction from statehood to a union territory that was the real thing, and that the BJP underestimated the anger underneath the surface.
What is going to happen is that if Omar Abdullah is able to form the government, which at the moment certainly seems likely, you are definitely going to hear renewed noise around Article 370. It may have been an issue for the politicians, but he's on record saying that they will keep fighting this despite losing the case in the Supreme Court. That is going to be something to watch out for. Let me get reactions on Jammu and Kashmir, and then we'll go back to Haryana. Dr. Jasrotia, you had said on my previous show, nobody can form a government without BJP. Can we just mute Dr. Jasrotia till I ask my question? Nobody can form a government without the BJP. It doesn't look like by these leads कि आपकी जरूरत पड़ेगी. Agar National Conference and Congress lead in 49 seats, So BJP is not a player in government formation because the others, जो others का गुट है, वो सिर्फ 9 में lead कर रहे हैं. Dr. Jasrotia.
Yeah, I think you have categorically called me for that question only and to reply that question. Anyways,
No,
I don't
not
reply
only for that,
on
but that's one question. Yes, go ahead.
anyways, just on the lighter side, Abraham Lincoln once said that you can fool some people for some time, most of the people, but not all the people all the time. Jammu people have stood with Abraham Lincoln, but to some extent, Kashmir people, they are trying to, go against Abraham Lincoln. That could be the things, but we are quite satisfied. Let us see what the results come, because final results are going to be still there. The next 1 hour things are going to be clear. But we are quite satisfied what we have done in Jammu and Kashmir. At least that gun culture has gone away. 70% decline in terrorism related incidences there. And somebody was talking about the degradation of state to UT, but I'll rather say it is upgradation from a state, a lousy state like we used to have over here, a banana republic, where aristocracy and plutocracy was playing, and then aristocracy was added to it. To some extent, we were able to get relief of all those things. And gone were the days when 5,000 votes we used to become MLAs.
But you
Now
know,
you have to take less of the votes. Yeah.
Can I ask you something? If you look at these numbers, this is the first election after 370, right? But you have actually, can I go to the previous graphic which shows the comparison? I need the previous graphic. Okay, I need the comparison to 2019. What I wanted to ask you was, that have you done as well in Jammu as you had hoped, Dr. Jasrotia?
Yeah, we have added to our last time score in Jammu, and even the vote share also we have gone up in Jammu. So that is the thing, and to some extent we are going to take 5-10% votes in Kashmir also. That is also going to be a big thing. And the thing is that this apathy is of the past for 50-60 years. Because if you talk about the number of seats in Kashmir, we are far behind than what is exactly in Jammu. Provided that you will, next delimitation will be there, and when you will have your chunk of share of seats in Jammu, then obviously things are going to be different. But anyways, I'm anticipating good results. Let us see what happens in the next 1 hour. But anyways, जिसके भी आंकड़े आते हैं, let's see what happens.
Okay, Sunil, let's bring you in on Jammu and Kashmir. I know you do a lot of number crunching on the state. It's your home state. What do you make of these leads?
Barkha, I think one thing has come out very clearly, that there is a polarized verdict. It's very simple. INC is Kashmir, BJP is Jammu, and this has been the same. If I look at the data in 2014, again in 2014 it was similar verdict. BJP was strong in Jammu, and it was PDP and NC mix in Kashmir. So that's very clear. The other part is that I think BJP knew right from the beginning that they may not get so many seats in Kashmir. That's why they had not fielded too many candidates. But they are probably depending. Again, it's too early. I would say, going by data, it is too early to say that NC will form the government, because they are only.
Why do you say it's too early? That's interesting. By the way, Iltija Mufti on social media, Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, has just conceded defeat and said, "I accept the verdict of the people." Sunil, you said it's too early to call Jammu and Kashmir. Why do you say that, given the leads that the NC Congress has in 49 to the BJP's 27?
Okay, I would want to wait till the end of the day. Other thing is that in order to form the government, they need a magic figure of 48. They're just at 49, so they could trail in 1 or 2. And BJP has tried all its possible tricks in the trade. They have taken a lead of 5. One of the big things they have done is they've taken a lead of 5 anyway with their nominated candidates. So they technically need only 5 lesser than the opposite parties. The other thing BJP has also done is they're probably banking upon a lot of what we call chiller change. They are banking on some of the independents. They're banking on some of the other parties, smaller parties, candidates.
But even if I add them all up, if I add the BJP, all the 9 others, and the 5, at the moment the NC Congress still has the lead. I'm just saying, even if I add all of the others except the PDP, the National Conference of the Congress at the moment is leading. But hold that thought. I take your point that we've got to wait, because the Lieutenant Governor has 5 nominated members that can be added to a floor test, so to speak. They have the same rights as the elected members, and that's an important point. रवि यादव, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, थोड़ी देर के लिए हरियाणा पर लौटते हैं. एक ड्रामेटिक, अरे रवि यादव तो चले ही गए. कार्तिक, I think it's time to take a look at the numbers in both states. Take us through the numbers, Kartik.
Yeah, Barkha, so Haryana is holding up 49 to BJP, 35 Congress. Jammu Kashmir, Congress plus NC 50. So I think Jammu Kashmir has also been holding up, except that there was no dramatic turnaround, unlike, say, Haryana. And 50 for the NC plus Congress and BJP at 24, if I'm not wrong, 25. So Jammu Kashmir, I mean, of course, what Sir was saying is absolutely right. Things could still change, 1 or 2 seats here and there, but it's held. It's held for some time now. Whereas Haryana, 49 to 35, I was just doing some analysis, and it seems like roughly 14 seats are within a margin of 2,000. 8 where BJP is leading, 6 where Congress is leading. But the other thing is that for a lot of the seats, I still see a lot of rounds are left. So this is, if the election is so close, then as we move along, rounds get counted, things can still change, if not dramatically, but on the margin, right? At this point, if the BJP goes down by, say, 5 seats and the Congress gains 6-7 seats, this could again become very close. But having said that, for the last almost an hour now, I would say, the BJP has been comfortably ahead of the halfway mark.
Yeah.
This is, I think, a huge surprise. The one thing that, I would add, because I was also on the field, and when I came back, my analysis was a little more cautious than what I heard other people saying, although I also saw the Congress ahead, and that's what is visible in the vote share. But the one thing is that, and again, I might be completely wrong at the end of the show, but this is true, that when you have the support of one vocal community, your mahal or the hawa is so strong that at times you get misled. And that has happened in the past also. I'm not saying it will happen, but I'm just saying that a lot of people who went to the ground and did not...
Basically, you're talking about the Jat. You're talking about the Jat vote. Okay, hold that thought, because I want to...
I think this is an important point. I think that they did not randomly talk to larger samples of people, probably came back with the idea that, this is done. But the fact is that the BJP social coalition in Haryana is such that you will have to find them and talk to them. Whereas the Congress's coalition is such that a large chunk of it will come to you and talk to you.
I understand. I wanted to take that to Ranjita ji, but also the Congress is reacting. The Congress is reacting to the trends we're seeing in Haryana. I want to just play Supriya Srinath's bite. Of course, Abbas is here with us, but Supriya has also given a statement, and then come back to Ranjita ji and the rest of the panel. Take a look.
लेकिन हरियाणा में जो है चीजें अलग इतर नजर आ रही हैं, जिस तरीके का दावा आपके नेता कर रहे थे, उससे इतर हरियाणा के जो रुझान है वो दिखा रहे हैं।
ये तस्वीर अभी बहुत जल्दी पलटेगी, और तस्वीर पलटते हुए देर नहीं लगेगी। हमारे लिए अच्छी खबर हरियाणा से भी आएगी, हमारे लिए अच्छी खबर जम्मू कश्मीर से भी आ रही है। मेरा अपना मानना है कि जैसे बिहार में एक बार हुआ था, 12 बजे से अपने इलेक्शन को ऑल आउट कर दिया था और फिर तस्वीर पलट गई थी, वही हरियाणा में होगा। बड़ी देर से मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट देख रही हूँ, जिसको अब अधिकांश चैनल दिखा रहे हैं, वहां पर डेटा भी चेंज नहीं हो रहा है। हमारा वोट शेयर काफी आगे है बीजेपी से, और ये सीटों में जरूर तब्दील होगा। जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं, वो 3 या 4 राउंड एवरेज हुए अभी, और उसमें हम आगे हैं।
मैम, लेकिन कई सीट ऐसी हैं।
Okay, so the Congress, they're maintaining that please look at the Election Commission data. This is too early to call. Ranjita ji, इस पे आप क्या कहेंगी? कांग्रेस का कहना है कि अभी ये बिहार, मुझे भी याद है कि कुछ साल पहले जब बिहार का चुनाव था, बहुत घंटे लगे थे उसको पूरा करने में, और क्योंकि क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट हैं, कई सीट्स में, 18 सीट्स में या 14 सीट्स में 1000-2000 के मार्जिन हैं, तो अभी इसको कॉल नहीं किया जा सकता। आप क्या कहेंगे?
बरखा जी, एक शेर कहना चाहती हूँ कि ठोकर खा के गिरते हैं फिर भी शान से चलते हैं, इस खुले आसमान में सीना तान के चलते हैं, उठेंगे गिरेंगे पर फिर से उठेंगे, पर जीतेंगे हम ही, ये ठान के चलते हैं। तो आज जिस तरीके का हरियाणा में माहौल दिख रहा है और रुझान दिख रहे हैं, आज जनता जनार्दन जो है वो बता चुकी है कि राहुल गांधी ना एक्सेप्टेबल थे, ना एक्सेप्टेबल है, ना एक्सेप्टेबल होंगे। राहुल गांधी जी पर्टिकुलरली उन सीट्स के ऊपर आए जहां पर उनके कैंडिडेट भ्रष्टाचार की बातें करते नजर आए। मैं असम सीट की बात करना चाहती हूँ। शमशेर गोगी का जो एक स्टेटमेंट थी, वो सब जगह पे वायरल हुई कि जैसे ही हम जीतेंगे, पहले मैं अपना पेटा भरूंगा, फिर मैं अपने रिश्तेदारों का पेटा भरूंगा और उसके बाद बाकी लोगों की बारी आएगी। और राहुल गांधी जी उस पर मोहर लगाने के लिए उनकी कैंपेन में जाते हैं। तो ये चीजें साफ नजर आती हैं कि जो इनका ट्रेंड है, जो इनकी आदतें हैं, वो नहीं बदलने वाली। जो भ्रष्टाचार का बोलबाला ही खुल के कर रहे थे इलेक्शन के अंदर, वो आगे भी चलेगा। ये जनता जनार्दन जान चुकी थी और वो नहीं चाहती कि हरियाणा की जो विकास की पटरी है वो ट्रेन नीचे उतरे और दोबारा से यहाँ पे खराबी हो। यहाँ पे हरियाणा में चौतरफा विकास हो रहा है। यहाँ पर जो एक क्षेत्र था, सिर्फ रोहतक और रोहतक का विकास होता था, आज मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी ने, उसके बाद अब नायब सैनी जी ने चारों तरफ का विकास करके दिखाया है कि हरियाणा एक है और हरियाणवी एक है।
रंजीता जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, एट द मोमेंट इट्स लुकिंग लाइक अ थर्ड टर्म फॉर द बीजेपी इन हरियाणा, लेकिन खट्टर जी को जो मिडवे हटाया गया था, मुख्यमंत्री बदला गया था, और ये जो बात अभी कार्तिकेय बत्रा ने की, जाट वोट मूविंग अवे फ्रॉम द बीजेपी, आपने ओबीसी वोट पे ध्यान दिया, इसको आप किस नजरिए से देखते हैं? डू यू थिंक कि ये जो हवा चली थी कि बीजेपी हार सकती है, दैट वाज बिकॉज ऑफ द अनपॉपुलैरिटी ऑफ मिस्टर खट्टर? क्योंकि उनको नहीं तो बीच में क्यों बदला गया?
इट वाज नॉट द अनपॉपुलैरिटी ऑफ मिस्टर खट्टर। खट्टर साहब ने 10 साल बहुत अच्छा शासन किया और सेंटर में उनकी जरूरत थी, इसलिए उनको लोकसभा का चुनाव लड़ाया गया। मैं ये मानती हूँ कि खट्टर साहब ने जो भ्रष्टाचार पर विराम लगाया वो खट्टर साहब ही लगा पाए। वो भाई भतीजावाद पर अगर किसी ने विराम लगाया तो वही लगा पाए। बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची के अगर किसी ने नौकरी दी तो वही लगा पाए। निश्चित तौर पे समय की डिमांड थी कि नायब सैनी जी को उतारा जाए और नायब सैनी जी को जितना समय मिला उसमें उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म किया। ये बोल्ड डिसीजंस जो है चेंज करने के, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही ले सकती है। वर्षा वर्षा अगर आप कांग्रेस की बात करते हैं, पूरे देश में दिखा दीजिए कि कैसा ऐसा कोई डिसीजन ये आज तक ले पाए हैं। इनके पास तो बाप के बाद बेटा, बेटे के बाद पोता, पोते के बाद पड़पोता, तो ये जो रिवायत थी उसके ऊपर पूर्ण विराम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने लगाया है। और वो ये बता सकते हैं कि एक गरीब से गरीब रिक्शे वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है और एक जो मैकेनिक का काम करता था वो हरियाणा का मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता है। यहाँ पे एक कम्युनिटी के अलावा किसी और कम्युनिटी को कांग्रेस पार्टी आगे करती नहीं। यहाँ पे हर वर्ग को, हर जाति को मौका दिया जाता है और वो आगे बढ़ सकता है और वो देश का मुख्यमंत्री भी बन सकता है और प्रधानमंत्री भी बन सकता है।
ठीक है, you've spoken very passionately in favor of your party. I want to welcome Zafar Sareshwala for first comment. Zafar bhai, if you're just joining us, a surprise in Haryana, जहाँ पे सबने कह दिया था कि बीजेपी की हार होने वाली है, वहाँ पे बीजेपी लीड में है. Going by present leads, the BJP will form the next government. But कार्तिकेय बत्रा ने वार्निंग दी है कि बहुत सी सीट्स में बहुत क्लोज मार्जिन की फाइट है, 1000, 2000 इस तरह की वोट. So we're not calling it yet. और जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में द नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड द कांग्रेस आर कंफर्टेबली अहेड. एक पोलराइज्ड वोट आया है, जम्मू ने एक तरफा वोट दिया है, कश्मीर वैली ने दूसरा तरफ वोट दिया है. व्हाट इज द पॉलिटिकल कंक्लूजन, इफ एनी, दैट यू ड्रॉ फ्रॉम बोथ दीस स्टेट्स? जफर सरेशवाला.
See, I think first conclusion is, and you, as you said, that it is too early to call. I think the way things are happening now and the trends you are showing, I think with all of this, the pollsters and psephologists should just pack up their bags and go home. I mean, they are absolutely wrong in both the places. In Jammu and Kashmir, they were saying that National Conference and Congress will barely make, halfway mark. And here they were giving comfortable victory to Congress party and how things are. So, yes, and one thing, that people are very silent. There is silence. People don't say what they are going to do, how they are going to vote when they go directly inside. But yes, about the political situation, I think that still Mr. Modi's stamp is there. If what you're showing now, if that becomes the result, or maybe you can say that even if plus minus, after 2 terms, if BJP again forms the government, or they reach to the level where they've reached, I think this is an achievement. This is a great achievement. And I think one thing I've seen with BJP, I've been seeing them for last so many years, they just don't feel that they're going to be defeated. They work tirelessly. In fact, if you take 3 months before, 2 months, people were talking that BJP to gayi. हरियाणा में तो अब कांग्रेस आएगी, ये बातें तो चल रही थी मीडिया में, सोशल मीडिया में, हर जगह पर. लेकिन फिर भी BJP was relentlessly. Their people were directly. They knew that माहौल इनके खिलाफ है, लोग ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं. So that is the lesson other political parties should learn from BJP. They never accept defeat till the last, as we say in cricket, till the last ball is not bowled. So I think this is the takeaway for me in the present.
Okay. Tavleen, do you agree with that? Because, in the light of the exit polls on Haryana, there was a lot of discussion on brand Modi. Haryana in particular, because Jammu and Kashmir is a very different election and you can't draw the same conclusions always. But if this result holds, no matter how much it goes down to the wire, and it may well, and therefore it means that it was a takkar ki ladai, so to speak, it certainly wasn't the write-off that everybody had made for the BJP, that the BJP was grappling with these waves of anti-incumbency, anger on the ground. But then how do we explain, the issues? You said that maybe the Lok Sabha issues and the assembly issues are not the same. Why would issues of employment, sexual harassment, whether Jawans have a 4-year tenure or a longer tenure be any different? Like, these are just generic development issues. Tableen?
Yeah. In Haryana, I mean, for me, as you know, as I've said more than once, I'm against political parties becoming family firms. In Haryana, they are all family firms. They're all in there. Now, once you have that kind of thing up against a political party that is not being led by a dynast, right? I think that is already one point in the favor. Secondly, I don't believe this was Modi in Haryana at all. I think there was something else at work, because I actually feel that Modi has lost a lot of his mojo. And certainly in Kashmir, nobody was thinking that the BJP was going to vote for, Modi. I don't think that he was a popular figure at all. And that polarization that someone mentioned, it's always been there. In the Congress used to take Jammu before, and in the valley it would be, national conference. So that polarization we shouldn't be surprised by. The other thing that I think has gone against, the Congress is when they campaigned in Haryana. What were they saying, Rahul and Priyanka? Priyanka went on about Meri Dadi in Kashmir. All that they're offering is more of the same. There's nothing new. Whereas with the BJP, they seem to have shown a degree of development in Kashmir, whether we agree with it or not, whether we agree with the political rights being suppressed. But when you go to Kashmir now, it looks very different to Kashmir in 2014. I mean, even for me, and I've been going there for 100 years or something, but Kashmir looks safer than it ever did in the past so many years. I'm sure that's a factor. I'm sure, because even Kashmiris, the ordinary Kashmiris in the valley, admit that they like the fact that shops are open at night, that that it's safer. That
and yet, outside of Jammu, the BJP is not doing well in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but that's expected. I mean, that's not a shift.
I think
that's not a shift.
I was actually making the point that development is something. What people want on the ground are jobs. They want their lives to improve. They want that kind of thing much more than political parties that are, in it for their own family. And I think that you're going to see that it's going to continue to happen. And out of the two, the dynasts and the BJP, you find that the BJP has done more work on the ground in terms of development, whether you like it or not.
Okay, before Karthike comes in with some numbers updates, Sunil, I have a question for you. Why does a person like Engineer Rashid, who manages to defeat Omar Abdullah and Sajjad Lone in the Lok Sabha, we don't know the party-wise breakup yet, but it doesn't look like he or the others have been a major factor. Even a Tarigami last counted was leading. I don't know if that's still the case, where he was up against a Jamaat-backed candidate. What has changed between the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections? That the national conference, Mr. Abdullah lost his Lok Sabha seat. He didn't even want to contest this election. He was planning to not contest this election. He said it's a disempowered assembly. Then when he finally contested, he fought from 2 seats. He told me on record that it is his toughest election in his life. The numbers are showing something totally different. So how do we understand the change from the Lok Sabha to the Assembly in the Kashmir Valley? Sunil.
Okay, Barkha, the Lok Sabha thing was totally different for Engineer Rashid. It was pure sympathy wave. It's a wave, and since you've been doing Kashmir for a long time now, you know the psyche. Kashmiri people's psyche is totally different. It's a wave which goes on. During Lok Sabha, it was not anti Omar Abdullah. It was pro Engineer Rashid. People thought like Engineer Rashid, he became an overnight hero, and it was a sympathy wave. He got sympathy votes. In the assembly election, the narrative that came out was there's a huge narrative in Kashmir Valley, especially about this B party, C party, BJP, B party, BJP, C party. I think one of the things what happened was BJP fielded their very less of their own candidates. That gave the narrative
Only
a
19.
strength. That gave the narrative a strength that there are B parties and C parties. And the other thing is, Engineer Rashid was not able to hold his charm. I think they released, frankly speaking, I think they released him a little bit too early. If he would have
he was a more potent force in jail. Dr. Jasrotia, very quickly, if you want to respond, looking at the numbers now, do you still believe that these could change? Because in Haryana, to upar niche ja rahe hain. I don't know if Jammu and Kashmir they're that close. Yeah, Abbas, give me a second. Dr. Jasrotia.
Only maybe 2 or 3 seats here or there, because this is going to be like that only. But still, we are anticipating much more better results than that. And if you're talking about, somebody was talking about the release of Engineer Rashid, I think this is all law takes its own course, and it is the judiciary which has to decide that who is to be brought out and who is to be put back in the jail. Because finally, if things are like that, then Arvind Kejriwal would have been a star pracharak of Bharatiya Janata Party. So anyways, people have voted for national conference to some extent in Kashmir, and people have voted for us in Jammu. And again, it's a fractured mandate. Now let us see what's the outcome. And you cannot go with the aspiration of one side and leave the other side aside. Moreover, like what I have said last time also on your show, it is an injustice of 50, 60 years. If you calculate the seats also, like Jammu people, we are short of near to 10 to 12 seats which are given extra to Kashmir. In case if that thing is justified, then the score would have been something different from what has happened. But we are quite satisfied with what we have delivered to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. At least, like somebody was saying over here, that security of life is there, that 2.5 crore tourists have visited, G20 like events have taken place in Kashmir. So that is what was lacking in Kashmir. Moreover, that true form of democracy, the 3-tier system is restored. Now you have to take lakhs of vote if you have to qualify as a CM, or you have to qualify as a minister or a MLA over here. That is what was lacking in Jammu and Kashmir. It was all going way back to 1987 when that injustice was done. So we took near about 30 years to bring back the things to normal. No more stone pelting is there. And at least now I expect if whosoever comes in the government, they should try to continue this thing. No more addition to those 1.5 lakh innocent people who are buried in the graves.
Are you conceding that it won't be your government is what I'm hearing? But okay, let's wait a while. Karthik, I'm waiting for some updates from you on the graphics. But whatever you have right now, do share. Do bring us up to speed.
I think this analysis is all good and healthy, especially with Haryana in mind. Let me just speak something which I think is relevant in terms of the counting process, right? And Supriya's bite that you played is very relevant, that the numbers from the ECI are not moving as quickly because all channels have also now aligned with the ECI numbers. Let me tell you something, in most of the seats in Haryana, or less than half the rounds have been counted. Less than half the rounds have been counted in most seats in Haryana. Let me just give you a sense of what's happening. So BJP, Congress is leading in 35 seats and BJP is leading in 49 seats. Let's look at the number of rounds in the seats where Congress is leading. 8 on 16, 9 on 20, 10 on 19, 6 on 19, 5 on 18, 7 on 14, on and on. BJP similar, 8 on 17, 6 on 17, 6 on 18, 9 on 17, 6 on 16, 5 on 17. My point is that half the votes have not even been counted yet. It's just that we are stuck with these numbers. For some reason, it seems to me that J&K is moving at a faster clip in the counting process.
Why is the counting so slow? I mean, this is very unusual for a small state.
I wouldn't know that, but I'm just trying to tell you that we are analyzing these trends because they're held up. They haven't held up so much because the leads have gotten bigger or the leads. It's because the data has probably not come at the pace at which we have expected it to come. So expect twists and turns. They are possible. They are possible. I'm not saying they'll happen. The BJP might well cross 55. We don't know. But what I'm saying is that this might still go in a different direction than what we see right now, just because in the count. So like Vinesh Phogat, right? We just
that's a very important. There it is. Yeah.
And Vinesh Phogat was trailing, and one of the reasons why she was trailing, and this is the other point that needs to be pointed, in that a lot of the seats, like in Kashmir, I think Sunilji was saying that BJP counted on loose change, right? Independence. Here in Haryana also, in the Jat-dominated seats, the BJP strategy was to push these Jat candidates from either other parties or independents to cut into the Congress's votes. Vinesh's seat is a very good example. Mr. Lathar, who's for 20 minutes back, he's from INLD. His vote share was higher than the margin of Vinesh's loss at that point in time, or the margin. And who is Mr. Lathar? Somebody who had joined the BJP, did not get a ticket from Julana, was sent to the INLD and fielded from the INLD as a candidate, because the BJP knew that he couldn't get the votes on the BJP symbol in that particular seat.
I think you're making a very important point, Karthik, and I think what you're basically saying, please again correct me if I'm wrong, that the margins are very narrow. If you look at Vinesh Phogat, for example, from trailing, she's now leading by 38 votes, which is of course very, very narrow. And therefore you are not ready to call this trend. The trend has been holding, not because the BJP is galloping in the lead, but because the counting is slow, or the updates are slow.
Exactly. So, and I'm not sure if this is normal for Haryana or not, but the statistic for me is, in most seats, less than half the number of rounds have been counted. How about that?
I'd like actually Ranjita ji to respond to this. It's a very important point. I'm glad you made it. But Ravi ji, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, Ravi Yadav is on the ground in Haryana.
Yes, I am
आप ही कुछ
listening to
बताइए. Yes, Ravi ji, is it ये slow counting चल रही है, slow updates चल रही है, बहुत tight margins की contest चल रही है, क्या हो रहा है, कुछ हमें समझाइए.
बरखा जी, मैं अपने लंबे अनुभव के बाद जिस तरह के नतीजे अब आ रहे हैं उसमें हम भी खुद भी शॉकिंग है, क्योंकि ग्राउंड पे 32, 33 सीटों पे तो इनके लोग, बीजेपी के लोग बागी हो गए थे, जो पार्टी को छोड़ गए, उसके मुखालफत की, अलग से खड़े हुए, उनको मैनेज करने में जो है बीजेपी 100% जो है सक्सेस नहीं हो पाई। और हरियाणा में जो किसान वर्ग था, पहलवान वर्ग था, वो काफी सारा नाराज था, और बीजेपी को छोड़ के कांग्रेस में काफी सारी जो है वो वापसी भी हुई, घर वापसी भी हुई। अशोक तंवर जो एससी वोटर, जो बड़ा एक वोट बैंक माना जाता है, वो इनके साथ आए। लेकिन इस काउंटिंग में एक देखने वाली बात है, आप भी एक सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट हैं, कि सुबह जब पहली गिनती का दौर शुरू हुआ और बैलेट पेपर खुले तो ये कांग्रेस 71 पे लीड कर रही थी। लेकिन ऐसा क्या हुआ कि 9, साढ़े 9, 10 बजे तक जब मशीनों का दौर आया तो जो आंकड़ा है वो 50, 49, 48 के आसपास है, और उससे नीचे आने का नाम नहीं ले रहा। लेकिन ये बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, जो अभी हमने ताजा अपडेट आपकी डिस्कशन के दौरान मैंने लिया, कि 30 सीटें ऐसी है जहां कांग्रेस जो है वो विनिंग पे है और 30 सीटें भाजपा विनिंग पे है, और बाकी बची हुई जो 30 सीटें उसमें 1-2 सीटों पे निर्दलीय, 2 पे आईएनएलडी, और बाकियों पे जो है 1000, 1500, 1400, 700, 500, 150 इन वोटों के बीच जो है, मतलब कम मार्जिन पे बहुत टफ फाइट चली हुई है। कई जगह से ऐसी भी रात को अपडेट आई, रूमर्स आए कि सीसीटीवी जो है वो काउंटिंग सेंटर के बंद थे। कई सारे जो कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार थे वो वहां पहुंचे, उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन किए। और अब जो जिस तरह की बातें अभी रंजीता मैडम कर रही थी कि बीजेपी की जो वाहवाही थी, उनकी जो अच्छी योजनाएं थी, वो कॉन्फिडेंस, मेरे ख्याल से जितने काबिल लोग पैनल में बैठे हैं, वो कॉन्फिडेंस कभी भाजपा में इस पूरे चुनाव में नजर नहीं आया, जिस तरह के अब 10 बजे के आंकड़ों के बाद नजर आ रहा है। और जिस तरह की जम्मू की बात करें,
आप एक मिनट, आपने कहा कि हरियाणा में जो रुझान आ रहे हैं वो शॉकिंग है और सुबह के रुझान से बहुत अलग हैं। लेकिन कार्तिकेय ने जो एक बात की कि बहुत स्लो अपडेट्स आ रहे हैं, काउंटिंग स्लो चल रही है, ये क्या हमेशा होता है, कुछ अलग है इस बारी, कुछ आप बोलेंगे इस पे?
बिल्कुल, उन्होंने ठीक कहा, और ऐसा फर्स्ट टाइम देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि 12 बजे तक जो है लगभग 70% चीजें क्लियर हो जाती हैं, जो अभी 50% भी नहीं हो पाई है। और स्लो का कारण जो अभी तक समझ में आया है कि बहुत नेट टू नेट फाइट है। कई सारे लोग जो हैं उसको दोबारा से मशीनों को चेक करना चाहते हैं और वो बिल्कुल जो है पैनिक हो रहे हैं, हर चाहे वो बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट हो चाहे कांग्रेस के कैंडिडेट हो। और एक दो जगह ऐसे भी जो है बातें सामने आई कि कांग्रेस और बीएसपी के लोगों में झगड़ा हो गया, किसी ने किसी को थप्पड़ मार दिया, काउंटिंग रुक गई। ये रेवाड़ी विधानसभा की मैं बता रहा हूँ, रंजीता जी बेहतर समझती होगी, दक्षिणी हरियाणा में ये सीट है जहां से कैप्टन अजय यादव के बेटे चिरंजीव यादव लालू प्रसाद यादव के दामाद चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। तो ऐसी कई सारी जगह हैं और कम मार्जिन पे जो है सीटें फंसी हुई है। राव इंदरजीत की बेटी आरती राव जो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हैं हरियाणा केंद्र सरकार में, वो जो है लगभग 8-10 हजार वोटों से पीछे चल रही है, जबकि दक्षिणी हरियाणा में राव इंदरजीत का एक बड़ा बोलबाला माना जाता है। तो ये कहना कहीं गले उतरने वाली बात नहीं है कि बहुत बड़ा भारी भरकम ऐसा कोई फेरबदल था या बीजेपी का जादू चल गया, लेकिन ये आंकड़े हर व्यक्ति को चौंकाएंगे और जैसे जैसे टाइम बढ़ेगा मुझे नहीं लगता कि 3-4 बजे से पहले जो है स्थिति हरियाणा की क्लियर होगी, क्योंकि कम मार्जिन पे बहुत सारी सीटें फंसी हुई है और जो 25-26 जो सीटें हैं वो निर्णायक रहेंगी। और अभी मैं बिना नाम लिए बता दूं तो कुछ सारे जो पॉलिटिकल राजघराने थे वो निर्दलियों की ओर, कम मार्जिन वाले जो निर्दलीय हैं 5 से 6 सीटें ऐसी है उनकी ओर उन्होंने डेरा डालना शुरू कर दिया है। उनके समर्थक जो है वो दल बल के साथ उनकी धूप बत्ती जो है वो शुरू कर दी है।
जी, आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पिक्चर पेंट की। कार्तिक, रिकन्फर्म व्हाट यू वर सेइंग दैट एक्चुअली रवि जी कह रहे हैं 4 बजे तक पिक्चर क्लियर नहीं होगी, तो मैं रंजीता जी और बाकी सब
Barkha, 50 seats in Haryana where less than or equal to half the rounds have been counted. Approximately 50 of the 90 seats are such जहां अभी आधी या आधी से कम काउंटिंग हुई। Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
1 minute. Say that again. Say that again. I'm going to write it down. In 50 seats
in approximate in almost 50 seats, less than half the number of rounds have been counted. Let that sink in. Why I am throwing this cautionary tale is that we can analyze as if these trends are the final trends, but it might actually turn out to be something different. It may also be true that it may go this way, but I just want to lay this out for everybody to understand that things could change even from here.
Okay, I want reactions to this. Therefore, this analysis, Ranjita ji, आपका analysis जैसे था, तवरीन जी का था, जफर का था, Abbas of course has been saying wait. Abbas, just you also wait. I want Ranjita to come in. कार्तिकी और रवि जी ने दोनों ने बताया कि यहाँ पर Jairam Ramesh has alleged by there's an update. I don't know what this actually means. Maybe if you could get us more details, but also spoken about slow counting in Haryana and slow updates from the Election Commission. So the Congress is reiterating this point. But factually, going by the EC website, Dr. Kartikeya Batra says in 50 seats in Haryana, less than half the rounds have been counted. So आप जो एक तरह से जो congratulations पार्टी को दे रहे थे, सैनी जी को दे रहे थे, खट्टर जी की बात कर रहे थे, मोदी जी की बात कर रहे थे, is it premature? रवि जी तो कहते हैं 4 बजे तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा, आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये प्रीमेच्योर नहीं है, आधे से ज्यादा राउंड हो चुके हैं और बाकी जिन सीटों पे कांग्रेस आगे चल रही है, कुछ सीट पे तो मात्र 100 वोटों से आगे है। अगर मैं कुरुक्षेत्र की बात करती हूँ, सुभाष सुधा और अशोक अरोड़ा का मार्जिन ऑफ डिफरेंस मात्र 100 वोटों का है। 100 वोटों से अशोक अरोड़ा जी आगे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पे आंकड़ा कांग्रेस का एक ज्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है। तो धीरे धीरे वो आंकड़ा भी आपको बीजेपी की तरफ ट्विस्ट होता नजर आएगा। मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ, पूर्ण विराम लगाना चाहती हूँ उन लोगों के ऊपर जो बड़े बड़े वादे और दावे कर रहे थे। 10 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बाद अगर इतनी फाइट बीजेपी दे रही है और इतना लीड कर रही है, तो ये विकास पर मोहर लगी है। जो जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस पार्टी गुमराह कर रही थी, बार बार झूठ बोल रही थी, बार बार वोटर जो ऐसी वोटर्स है उनको गुमराह कर रही थी, आज उनको पता चल चुका है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही है जो उनका विकास कर सकती है। अगर मैं बात करती हूँ शमशेर गोगी जी की, जिन्होंने ये बयानबाजी की थी भ्रष्टाचार की, और राहुल गांधी जी उस पर कैंपेनिंग के लिए आए थे, वो पिछड़ रहे हैं। जहां जहां राहुल गांधी जी आए थे वो सीटों पे कांग्रेस पार्टी पीछे चल रही है। तो राहुल गांधी जी को परहेज करना चाहिए चुनावों में उतरने से पहले कि जहां जहां पे जाते हैं पनौती उनके साथ।
रंजीता जी, ये जो बड़ा मुद्दा है कि कांग्रेस कह रही है काउंटिंग बहुत स्लो है, मार्जिन बहुत नैरो है, हो सकता है पिक्चर कुछ अलग हो। और जयराम जी का अगर ट्वीट कोई मैं आपको पढ़ के सुनाती हूँ, कोई भी टेक इट शेयर स्क्रीन, तो वो कांग्रेस का एक तरह से एक अभी तक आरोप तो नहीं है, लेकिन वो कह रही है स्लो काउंटिंग है और 18 सीट में जो मार्जिन है वो सिर्फ 2500 वोट का है, जैसे कार्तिकेय ने बताया। ये मैं पढ़ती हूँ, लोकसभा नतीजों की तरह हरियाणा में भी चुनावी रुझानों को जानबूझकर चुनाव आयोग की वेबसाइट पर धीमे धीमे शेयर किया जा रहा है। क्या भाजपा प्रशासन पर दबाव बनाने की चेष्टा कर रही है? Alright, this is very important. The Congress has made an allegation of possible pressure on the Election Commission, making the allegation that the updates are very slow. I want reactions from everybody.
बरका, अगर इसके ऊपर वाकई कोई सच्चाई होती कि प्रेशर बना रही है, तो चुनाव 1 महीना पहले अनाउंस ना होते, नायब सिंह सैनी जी ने जो घोषणाएं की थी उसको अमली जामा बनाया होता। और ये तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की रिवायत है, जब भी वो हारती है तब तब ईवीएम आंटी का बलात्कार होना शुरू हो जाता है। जब भी यहाँ जहाँ ये पिछड़ते हैं, जब ये पिछड़ रहे होते हैं, तो ईवीएम आंटी का और चुनाव प्रशासन का और सब चीजों का प्रेशर होता है। जहां पर ये जीत रहे होते हैं तब ये ढोल नगाड़े जाकर जलेबियां बांटने शुरू करते हैं। वो जो राहुल गांधी जी जलेबियां एक्सपोर्ट करने की बात कर रहे थे, सुबह से ट्रायल हो रहा था कि गुहाना की जलेबियां बाहर एक्सपोर्ट की जाएंगी, वो फैक्ट्री में बननी शुरू हो चुकी है। राहुल गांधी जी को बता दीजिए, और जल्दी ही डिब्बा पैक होके उनको भेजा जाएगा खाने के लिए।
Right. So, अब इस पे मैं Abbas, the Congress is pretty much questioning the electoral process at this point in Haryana. That's what Jairam Ramesh's tweet suggests to me, that there is possible pressure on the Election Commission. Counting भी slow है, updates भी slow है. Abbas जी, मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रही अब्बास जी की। सर आप अपने एंड पे तो म्यूट नहीं है?
ना, अब म्यूट हो गया क्या? अनम्यूट हूँ? ओके। बरखा जी, सबसे पहले तो जो बीजेपी की हमारी साथी प्रवक्ता है, आई कंडेम व्हाट शी सेड अबाउट द ईवीएम आंटी का क्या होगा, वो अपशब्द है यहाँ पर। और ऐसे डिग्निफाइड पैनल के अंदर ऐसे स्क्रीन के ऊपर इस तरह के शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करना, उनको खेत प्रकट करना चाहिए, जो उन्होंने कहा। दूसरी बात मैं कहूंगा कि अगर काउंटिंग स्लो हो रही है तो हम उससे पहले से इस पैनल में भी वी वर डिस्कसिंग द सेम थिंग, दैट व्हाई दिस
Abbas, I can't hear you. Your connection is terrible. Can I ask you to reconnect?
Slow.
Can I ask you to reconnect, because we're just not able to hear you at all. But I want Tavleen and Zafar to respond. I'm sorry, the J&K, our friends from J&K, somehow we expected J&K to be the bigger story because of a complex election, and Haryana's turned into something else. Now, Tavleen, let's look at the data point. Jairam Ramesh is blaming the Election Commission, but as Karthik just tells us, there are 23 seats with a margin of 3,000. I'm quoting his data. 18 seats within a margin of 2,500. And you see a Vinesh Phogal type character in this context, also leading by 38 votes, then falling behind, leading, then falling behind. I think the point that Karthik is making is reserve your analysis because we don't know the outcome yet.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, this is my last comment. I have to go after this.
Okay.
I agree with him. You can't decide, but certainly the questions will be asked about why it's so slow, the voting. We need to know. You need to find that out. But already the BJP has, in a sense, shown that that there's still a factor in Haryana. Everyone, I have to say, including me, I really thought that there was no chance for the BJP to win. And after 10 years, if they're managing to do this, that's a big point in their favor. And, again, I want to reiterate the theory that I've been working on, which is that people want leaders who are going to do something for them and not for their families. And Haryana is really the kind of, it's a showpiece of, of family rule. And, I think people are beginning to object to that. But I think it's wrong for Jairam Ramesh to, at this point, start questioning democracy. And I agree with, the BJP spokeslady that, what is this? Actually, we should celebrate the fact that democracy is doing pretty well in India. It's a celebration. So to constantly whine on about, democracy being finished, that has to stop. Anyway, thank you. And, we'll see later.
See you soon. See you
Bye.
soon. Thank you, Tavleen. Thank you. Thank you. Zafar, Sir Ishwala, if you want to add your comment there, that is the analysis premature. But I think Tavleen makes the important point that the BJP has shown that it can't be written off in this wave of anti-incumbency. Also, it's very interesting. Karthik is talking about a theory. Haryana में एक rumor चल रहा था और मैंने दीपेंद्र हुड्डा से वो पूछा भी कि हुड्डा साहब शायद बहुत बड़ी मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री नहीं चाहते क्योंकि उनका अपना रेलेवेंस शायद खत्म हो जाए. अगर पूरी कांग्रेस की विक्ट्री आती है तो फिर तो मुख्यमंत्री कोई भी हो सकता है. I asked Deepinder Huda about that and we'll play that out. But Zafar Sireshwala, do respond.
See, Barkha, yes, one thing with this election, whatever the results are or what the outcome would be, that you can't write off BJP. I mean, the way people were talking 3 months, 2 months back, कि मतलब BJP तो गई and Congress आ गई. ये एक जो साफ बात करते थे वो नहीं है. मतलब you can't write them off. They still have their presence in their segment. So that is one thing. With regards to Kashmir, I was not aware of Kashmir much earlier. I had visited in 2007 and for 13 years, Barkha, I didn't go there. I went first time again after 13 years in 2021 and from 2021-22 till now, I have visited Kashmir more than 13 times. We have done Talim-o-Tarbiyat programs in almost 5-6 cities of Kashmir. So I got a chance to move there and get there. One thing is there, yes, people are feeling whatever it is, that life is easy. The number of tourists coming there are seen. Shops are open late night. You can see people. I mean, you know, everything is happening. But what has happened? And I met a lot of political leaders also from National Conference, PDP, and also BJP. Although BJP was non-existent, maybe 10 years back, BJP was non-existent on the ground in Kashmir. But now they have several workers there. Of course, the class of those workers cannot match what National Conference or PDP has. So this is the negative. BJP has people, but they don't have that level, intellectual, educational level.
Right.
Or you can see that the top level who want to come into politics in Kashmir would immediately prefer to go to National Conference. Then they may go to PDP. और जो कहीं नहीं जा सकते वो बीजेपी में है. लेकिन फिर भी बीजेपी ने अपनी जाल बिछाई है वहां. आज नहीं तो कल लोग उनके पास आएंगे. उन्होंने अपनी जाल बिछा के रखी है. मुसलमान है सब. बड़ी तादाद में मुझे कश्मीर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं और वो काम कर रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक अच्छा है. दिस इज यू नो गुड फॉर डेमोक्रेसी इवन. और वही है. See, BJP does not get shy of putting their presence in a place like Kashmir also.
Okay.
So
I want to just
don't get shy of where they have to reach.
Okay, I want to welcome guests joining us at this hour. Yeah, I'm just going to introduce our guests. Just give me a second. I want to welcome Nalini Singh, Unjam Manzoor, and Dilip Cherian to our stream. Of course, welcome to all three of you. It's a very, very interesting morning. Defying the expectations of the exit polls, Haryana is showing the BJP in the lead. And for those forecasting a hung assembly in Jammu and Kashmir, the National Conference and the Congress are comfortably in the lead. The Congress's Jairam Ramesh has accused or alluded to possible pressure, is what he calls it, on the Election Commission on slow counting and slow updates because Haryana, Karthik will take us through all of those numbers now, is counting very, very slowly. Karthik, it's over to you.
My initial number was actually lower. It's actually 59 seats where 50% or fewer rounds have been counted. Of these 59 seats, in 40, BJP is leading, and in 19, the Congress is leading. So the undercounting is more towards the BJP seats. 49 में से 40 seats are such BJP की जहाँ 50% से कम counting हुआ है. Whereas in the Congress, 35 में से 19 seats are such जहाँ 50% से कम counting है. And beyond the binaries of who's winning, who's losing, I think this is a very important data point to note. Because we may analyze whatever we want. If by 3 p.m. this picture changes completely, then I think probably one of the reasons will be this. But it is also possible that this picture might hold. In either case, this data point regarding the counting and its speed, I think, is important. And I once again agree with Supriya Srinet's comment that on the ECI, the numbers are being updated relatively slow.
Can I ask you, though, before I get comments from our panel, what you heard Taveen and Zafar Sureshwala say is that even if the counting is slow and the updates are slow, the close nature of the contest, the margins being, and I think you have some good data points on that, how close the margins are, how low how tight the contests are, shows that those who wrote off the BJP, those who thought the BJP would be devoured in a tsunami of anti-incumbency, at least that was wrong.
Barkha, I hope you will play this answer of mine as a solo clip, because this is general education for our Indian audience. We get obsessed with number of seats, whereas what truly matters is this vote share projection. No exit poll told that the BJP will be wiped out in its vote share. Almost all exit polls that are credible said it will be either the same as last time or plus minus 2 percentage points. Last time the BJP clocked 37%. And that is not a trivial vote share. The reason why the BJP was expected to do badly was the Congress's huge gains at the expense of the JJP and the INLD. So, of course, the BJP is one of the two primary contenders for power in the state. And if you are that, you cannot be counted out at any point. Even today, if the Congress sweeps this election with 60 seats, the BJP's vote share will be a force to reckon with for years to come.
Okay, let me not argue with you. Let's get responses from our panelists, Dilip and Nalini. I'll take first comments from both of you. Dilip, unexpected things are happening with the health warning from Dr. Kartikeya Batra that counting is slow in Haryana and the margins are tight, and you could have a different outcome. And the reason that this lead of the BJP is held for now, actually the last 2 hours, is because the counting is slow. The Congress has officially made an allegation. Jammu and Kashmir is on some other trip of its own with a much clearer verdict at this point. It's like the two states have swapped roles that were cast for them. Dilip Cherya.
My take on this is that the slow counting of votes, as long as it indicates a trend, is something that we need to discuss, and that is what we're discussing here. So Kartik is right that if Kartik's broader statement holds, then we may have to discuss a different trend in a show in the evening. But let's leave that for the moment. The slowness of the counting itself is a question, and Jairam Ramesh or Supriya are well within their right to raise questions about that. I think just like in cricket, the number of balls in a certain time frame need to be defined, and I don't think there's any reason for the Election Commission to have to succumb to this pressure, because I'm sure that they can smell the coffee. The third thing is that as far as two states are concerned, you really have an interesting comparison when you understand what rate are you counting at in Haryana and what rate are you counting at in Kashmir. So if that is not in some senses matched, then there is reason for anxiety and there's reason for questioning. But let us look at what the Haryana trend is showing. The Haryana trend is showing that what the BJP lost in terms of its allies and partners hasn't been picked up by the Congress. And that they have lost their seats is one thing, but it was expected that because of the tsunami or the so-called tsunami of Buddha, they would be able to pick up the seats that the other parties that were in contention had hoped to get and are not seen to be getting in this election.
Kartikeya, do you have a quick response to that before I go to Nalini?
Yeah, no, thank you, sir. While Mr. Cherian was talking about the Jammu Kashmir counting, I quickly did an analysis of 78 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. In only 7 seats, 50% of your rounds have been counted, which means in 71 of 78 seats, more than 50% seats have been counted. And in some cases, it's actually 85%. So qualitatively speaking, from my own reading of the data, just with the naked eye, it is very clear that Haryana is counting relatively slow when compared to Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you for pointing that out, sir. And I think that's a fair point that comparisons need to be drawn.
Okay, before I come to Nalini, I want to play out. We have an official statement on camera now from Jairam Ramesh. The Congress is proceeding to lodge a complaint. So this is turning into something else in Haryana. Let's take a look and I'll come to you right after that, Nalini.
नहीं, ज्ञापन हम पेश कर रहे हैं। अभी अगले 5-7 मिनटों में हम पेश करेंगे। शिकायत कर रहे हैं। अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई हमारे सवालों का जवाब दें, क्योंकि 10, 12, 11 राउंड के नतीजे आ चुके हैं, पर जो अपडेट किया गया ईसीआई के वेबसाइट पर, चैनलों पर, सिर्फ 4 या 5 राउंड के नतीजे आ रहे हैं। तो ये प्रशासन पर एक दबाव रखने का एक तरीका है। ये लोकसभा चुनाव में भी हुआ था। हम लोग गए थे, अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और मैं ईसीआई गए थे, हमने शिकायत की और तब ईसीआई ने कार्रवाई की। तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ईसीआई जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, निष्पक्ष संस्था है, इस तरीके से स्थानीय प्रशासन पर दबाव नहीं डालना चाहिए।
Okay, sorry, I was just changing earphones there because I didn't know if Jairam was speaking softly or I couldn't hear. But what I was able to tell was that he was making a very clear comment about complaining to the Election Commission. Nalini, your comments?
There are 2 or 3 comments. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay. All right. So 2 or 3 comments. One of them is that, look, there are approximately 450 independents who have been fielded in Haryana, by whom we don't need to speculate just now. But these would be then, each EVM would have a huge number of names. There is a possibility that when you have so many names that it does take long. But the issue is that the results that came, cascading in the morning, let's say 2 hours ago, where first of all postal ballots and then the cascade, when the BJP's graph rose, I would say that it's possible that those were more from the urban areas, where BJP obviously has a much better hold. And when you look at the rural areas, they were either they have not come in, or they are being collated, or there is something which is perhaps will be uploaded later. But the issue is that there are features which are to do with the way that the independents were fielded, and is this the best we can do for our democracy? Is something else we should look at. And I'm not saying they should not be fielded or they should not stand, but there is that question. The other thing is that the rural votes are coming in. Perhaps the Congress is expecting to do better in rural areas, and the BJP always does better in urban areas. So, but there is a huge point when you have Jammu Kashmir, which is, which also has huge areas which are inaccessible. We've heard of EVMs going for only about 15 voters, 10 voters, etc. So I would say that just in comparison, just in terms of narrative perception, this is a bad narrative for the Election Commission of India. If there were 450, it was not hidden from anybody. They should have made these arrangements to be able to work this faster. If you were also talking about Jammu Kashmir, I would say that it seems to be pretty evident that NC Congress will form a government there. But Barkha, for me, this was not 2 states. There were 3 states which were actually fighting the election this time. There was Haryana, there was the Valley, Kashmir, and there was Jammu. Because these are, when you look at Jammu as always, when you compare it to the Valley, it's a bipolar opposite situation. So I would say that this should be taken into account. In no way should Jammu be disenfranchised, the voters over there, because this would then again make for a non-functional kind of polity going ahead. In fact, I'm nobody to offer a suggestion to anybody, but I think the deputy CM should be from Jammu. And that would make a more comprehensive kind of outlook to this state which has come. But going back to Haryana, the BJP's own poll, I must tell you, was 52, greater than 52. And so if we are looking at 49 just now, looking at 49. We cannot discount BJP's poll completely. All of you have said, and I agree entirely, that it is highly, highly commendable if after 10 years they're again likely to form the government. But what it does mean is that Haryana will join those Hindi heartland states that are fortresses of BJP. Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and not to talk of Gujarat. So this, of course, is something which we were thinking, or when the exit polls came, it looked as if the Congress party is now going to buck that trend, that it's making an entry into
sorry, we've gone to Jammu and Kashmir, but let's do this state-wise, otherwise it's very confusing. On Haryana, you said this is not a good narrative for the Election Commission. If there were so many independents, it should have managed this differently. Now, Jairam Ramesh has said that they will be complaining to the Election Commission. I also want to actually welcome our Congress guest to the program, and I don't actually see him. So there's APS Kharyal is with us. So welcome to the program, Mr. Kharyal. Are you questioning the electoral process in Haryana? How do we read Jairam Ramesh's statement?
Well, it's very clear that just like it happened during the Lok Sabha elections, the uploading of the data has been delayed. And we've all seen that. When it was the 11th or the 12th round, the 4th or the 5th round was showing up. This was not the case with Jammu and Kashmir. And not just that, we all saw during the Lok Sabha elections how the voting percentage increased, and that to not just a minor amount, a massive, massive number. There was an increase in that. And such things are happening again. Therefore, we'll definitely be filing a complaint with the Election Commission of India.
And what is the precise complaint? I want to understand. Is the complaint, because Jairam Ramesh's tweet says, is there pressure on the Election Commission? Pressure to do what? You have to explain what is your precise allegation.
That there is a slow uploading of the data. If we go and check there, it's the round that is going on is, like I told you, 12th, but showing the display is of the 5th or the 4th round, which is a major gap. So therefore, this is one, and it goes on to suggest that the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to put pressure on the Election Commission of India. And why is that? We want to know, because the earlier trends, when the earlier trends were being shown and the Congress Party was winning with a landslide victory, we could all see that the trends were basically what was being shown at the side was being displayed also. However, with the passage of time, this changed, it slowed down, and that is what we'll be filing a complaint against. That's number one. Number two, the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have given a clear, befitting reply to the Bharatiya Janata Party for having negated them, for having ignored them for the last many, many years, because there was a delay in elections. There was
how is this a clear reply? The BJP is leading in Haryana.
No, I'm talking about Jammu and Kashmir.
You're talking about Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So because there's a delay in statehood, there's a delay in the elections, there's a delay in employment, there's a delay in Mr. Modi's visit. In the last 5 years, Mr. Modi visited Jammu and Kashmir not more than twice. And Mr. Amit Shah back in the day promised that after the abrogation of Article 370, the terrorism would be wiped out of Jammu and Kashmir. And since it could not happen, and the opposite of that happened, Mr. Amit Shah ought to resign from the place of the Home Minister for having lied to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And we do understand that Mr. Modi's life, your minister's lives are important, but so are the lives of those people living there who are having to leave that place. And there was a major exodus of Kashmiri Pandits that happened. Around 7,000 people through various government schemes had come there for jobs.
Although Mr. Kharyal, Omar Abdullah on record said that the Congress had not pulled its weight in Jammu. So, when the breakup of these parties, party-wise data comes, we will know how the Congress has done. It seems to be very much an NC-driven sort of victory at the moment, but I'll wait for that individual data-wise breakup to come. I just hold your thoughts, because you've said a lot of things. I want Dilip and Ranjita ji, Nalini, and also Anjum and Sunil to respond. Dilip, before we come to specifically what's going on in Haryana, the political implications of both states are very different. In Haryana, a Congress win would have meant, or could still mean, because it seems now the outcome won't be clear till afternoon, would mean that people will start talking about a weakening Modi brand. Certainly, had the numbers gone the exit poll way, it could have been that could have been the discussion. In Jammu and Kashmir, if the NC Congress win very comfortably, 370, Mr. Modi's one of his biggest decisions will be back as a subject of public debate. Where are the stakes higher for the BJP?
I think the stakes are higher for the BJP in Haryana. However critical and however sensitive a border state Kashmir is, Kashmir elections are not going to affect other state elections in any substantial way. Whereas Haryana, because it has so many states that abut it, will have an impact on all the states that fall within its purview. Whether it's Rajasthan, whether it's Punjab, whether Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, all of these states will sing part of the tune that eventually emerges from the Haryana elections. So I'm very clear in my mind the Haryana elections results matter far more than these, the election results that are coming up in Jammu and Kashmir.
Now, given that, if you think Haryana matters more, and I'll get Ranjita to come in just a moment, this allegation, Nalini Singh just said it's not a good narrative for the EC, because if this is happening because of a large number of independent candidates, the EC should have planned better. Karthik said Jammu and Kashmir is fighting, I beg your pardon, counting faster than Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir should be the problematic state with all kinds of other challenges. Here, this small state right next to Delhi is counting slowly. How do we explain that? How do we understand it?
Machines count, as far as I know, at a fairly rapid pace, irrespective of the number of parameters thrown at it.
Yes.
It is just a matter of just collating and putting it together, which is where human intervention is possibly delaying things. And that is where the administration and other worthies come into play. So as far as I am concerned, I think that if what Jairam Ramesh says holds water as the day goes by, then the allegation is extraordinarily serious.
Yes, Ranjita ji, I want you to respond to the allegation. The allegation is basically questioning the process. It's a very serious allegation. I want your response.
देखिए, मैं बता चुकी हूँ कि एलिगेशन जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए सही है और हरियाणा के लिए गलत है। वही चीज जम्मू कश्मीर में अगर हो रही है तो वो गलत है, वो सही है, और जो हरियाणा में हो रही है तो गलत है। तो ये पार्टी के ट्रेंड है, जब भी वो हार का मुंह देखते हैं वो कोसना शुरू हो जाते हैं प्रशासन को, वो कोसना शुरू हो जाते हैं ईवीएम आंटी को, वो कोसना शुरू हो जाते हैं अदर फैक्टर्स को। आज हकीकत से बहुत दूर है कांग्रेस। ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस जो है वो उनको मार रहा है। अब 11 राउंड्स की काउंटिंग हो चुकी है और लीड लगातार पिछले 1.5 घंटे से अगर हम देख सकते हैं तो बरकरार चल रही है। तो मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ इनका भ्रम है जो जल्दी ही हरियाणा में टूटने जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये बहुत ज्यादा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट थे कि हम 65 प्लस लेके जा रहे हैं, हम क्लोज टू 70 लेकर जा रहे हैं, पर इनकी अंतरक्लय ही इनको मारती है। जहां पे भी इनके कैंडिडेट्स 3-3, 4-4 लोग टिकट मांग रहे थे, वो अपने जो कैंडिडेट खड़ा था उसके खिलाफ टैचिया खोलकर बैठे थे कि इसको कैसे हराना है, जो कि भीतर घात कांग्रेस हमेशा सफर करती है। और जब तक इस चीज का हकीकत को ये नहीं मानेंगे और इसके ऊपर ये काम नहीं करेंगे, कांग्रेस की वापसी कभी नहीं हो सकती। अपना भीतर घात ही इनको खराब करता है और इनकी जो ऊपर का प्रशासन है, इनकी जो ऊपर की नेतृत्व है, वो उसके ऊपर लगाम नहीं लगा पाता, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी जी इस चीज में फेलियर है कि जो नीचे के कार्यकर्ता है, अगर 5 लोग टिकट की रेस में है तो कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी संगठन के नाते उनको मैनेज करती है, उनको समझाती है और उनको बताती है कि अगर पार्टी जीतेगी तो आप रहेंगे वरना नहीं रहेंगे। जबकि कांग्रेस में ऐसा नहीं होता। मैंने 10 साल लंबा समय कांग्रेस में भी बिताया है, तो मैं पूरा डिफरेंस अच्छे तरीके से आपको बता सकती हूँ कि नेतृत्वहीन पार्टी है कांग्रेस। वहां पे अंतरकलह और अपने ही लोगों को मारकर जिंदा रहना चाहती है कांग्रेस। इसी वजह से आज 15 साल हो गए वो सत्ता से बाहर होने जा रही है और तीसरी बार फिर से हरियाणा में सरकार बनने जा रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
ओके रंजीता जी, ये कार्तिक ने एक रेफरेंस किया कि कैसे पॉलिटिकल सर्कल्स में देयर वाज अ रूमर दैट डिड द हुडास वांट a slightly less than complete victory for Congress so that their own relevance as the primary political force, the primary political family remains in Haryana. Although, of course, nobody will say this khul ke. I did ask Dipinder Hooda this question, and I want to play out for you what he said. Take a look.
उनको ये अंदेशा था जब पहले भजन लाल जीते थे।
एक मिनट मैम, मैं एक इंटरव्यू का क्लिप प्ले करना चाहती हूँ।
पॉलिटिकल सर्कल में एक चर्चा चल रही है कि जो हुड्डा जी हैं, दीपिंदर जी हैं, वो एब्सोल्यूट स्वीप नहीं चाहते कांग्रेस के लिए। वो चाहते हैं जीत हो, लेकिन इतनी जीत हो कि उनका लेवरेज बनाए। आपने भी ये सुना होगा, ये थियरी चल रही है कि उनका लेवरेज, उनका कंट्रोल पार्टी पे बना जाए और रहे। इस थियरी को लेके, इस रूमर को लेके आप क्या कहेंगे?
तो आप खुद ही रूमर बता रहे हैं।
हाँ, रूमर ही है, बट चर्चा में रहता है, बहुत पत्रकार बात करते हैं, बहुत नेता लोग बात करते हैं, इसलिए पूछ रहे हैं।
कुछ भी हो सकता है।
What is your own expectation? You are confident of a win?
आप से मैं प्रश्न कुछ पूछना चाहता हूं कि कौन सी पार्टी ऐसी है देश में जो ये चाहेगी कि कम सीटें आए?
कौन सी पार्टी ऐसी है देश में जो चाहेगी कि कम सीटें आए? तो दैट इज हाउ Dipinder Hooda answered that rumor. I wanted Karthik to take us through the numbers, but Nalini, before you come in, Ranjita ji, if you want to respond.
अंदर का डर रह रहे कि उनको सता रहा था। उनको पता था कि जो भजन लाल के साथ हुआ था वो हमारे साथ भी होगा। इसी कारणवश से वो चाहते थे कि सीटें ज्यादा ना आए। पर मैं आपको एंड की हकीकत बताना चाहती हूँ। मैंने आपको पहले भी रिपीट करी उस चीज को कि पंचकुला के अंदर जब उनको दिखा कि हमने तो एक कंट्रोल मैकेनिज्म रखा था कि इतनी सीटें आए, पर उससे भी काफी कम आती नजर आ रही हैं, इसलिए उन्होंने लास्ट मोमेंट पे फोन करने शुरू किए, बिनई शैलजा वालों को भी हेल्प करनी शुरू करो। पर तब तक जो है पानी सर के ऊपर से निकल चुका था और बीजेपी लीड कर चुकी थी। ये हुड्डा टीम ही है जो चाह रही थी कि सीटें 45 और 46 के आसपास ही रहे, ज्यादा क्लीन स्वीप ना आए, क्योंकि उनको पता था कि भजन लाल वाला काम उनके साथ भी होगा। मुख्यमंत्री फिर वो नहीं, कोई और बनेगा।
I want reactions to this, and then Karthiki, you can take us through the numbers. And we do have to turn our attention to Jammu and Kashmir. We can't leave it to be a forgotten story. It's a very important election there. Nalini, what happens now if the Congress takes its complaint to the Election Commission and actually questions the entire process? Then I think we're in a very different and awkward situation for what was meant to be a non-contentious state election.
Awkward and contentious for the Election Commission of India and for the image of India in terms of its electoral democracy. So I would say that electoral democracy is one part of democracy, as we all know, but it would, because Barkha, since the morning, or in fact, since the morning especially, we have noticed that the results from Jammu Kashmir appear to suggest, and the bites that are coming in, or the live interviews that are coming in from Jammu Kashmir seem to suggest that it is the people who have decided who they want and who they don't want. And as I was saying, that there seems to be in Jammu and Kashmir a divide, as usual. But it seems to be that it's a people-driven, a voter-driven process that has happened. In Haryana, to my great disappointment, it seems to be a political party strategy-driven result morning. So that means the election seems to have been like a chessboard, and the players have not revealed what they're going to, what their next move will be. But we are now seeing the results of those moves. It does not seem to me to be a spontaneous outpouring of a kind that we have seen in Jammu Kashmir, saying we want this, we don't want the lieutenant governor, we don't want, Jammu is saying we don't want the so-called NC, etc. parties. But in Haryana, that we allowed, we the voters, we are not voters of Haryana, but those who are amongst us, that we have actually allowed a chessboard configuration. To me, that is devastating, because it does appear, why would we not, should
but
we,
the argument would be that all is fair in politics as long as it's within.
But it's not fair. Barkha,
what
you and
part?
I belong.
But what part is not fair?
Let me say this to you. You and I belong to at least a generation away, or we are 3/4 of a generation away. And it is not right for us, after 75 years to be saying, well, what's wrong with it? That everything is fair in love and war.
No. I'm saying we must define. I meant, let me explain my question. Let me explain my question. What I mean is, which I'm asking the Congress also, what is the specific? We have to define the disappointment. Jammu and Kashmir seems to have captured the will of the people in the Jammu region, the will of the people in the valley. I get what you're saying. It's a clearer manifestation of popular opinion. In Haryana, I think what you're implying is a certain amount of chessboard moves, maybe with a flood of independent candidates or so on. Is that what you're saying, or are you implying that the Election Commission is doing something odd? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
No, certainly not. I'm not saying that the Election Commission is doing something.
Because that's what the Congress is saying. Yeah.
Well, we're not the Congress party, but we should say that at 5 p.m. the turnout was about 61%. It did go up to 67% the next morning. We should just mark that, just flag it and park it. But what I'm not at all saying that the Election Commission is at the moment playing foul. It is certainly the results are delayed is one thing. The other thing is that all parties, BJP, Congress, JJP, INLD, etc., that these have the tie-ups between INLD, BSP, JJP, Chandrasekhar Azad, etc. All these are showing that it is these tie-ups that matter, that this is the chess, these are the moves you will make. Actually, so you are saying that it is going to be caste and community forever and ever and ever. 75 years we've had that. Can it not be now that people are saying they get together at the Dhaba and saying
I hear what you're saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short, but I just want to now wonder what happens next. Karthik, we do need to turn attention to Jammu and Kashmir, and we've got many guests from there as well. While we're talking about Haryana, what is the latest situation in terms of how many rounds we have information on, how the counting is going? Are the updates any quicker? What do you have for us, Karthik?
So, Barkha, I think some more rounds have been added. Now the number is 36 to 48, right? Where the Congress is in 12 seats or in 24 seats, more than 50% rounds have been counted. So that's 2/3 where the Congress is leading. BJP, where it's leading, 19 of the 48 are seats where more than 50% have been counted. So in roughly, you can say 70% of the seats where the BJP is leading, or maybe 65%, less than 50% of the rounds have been counted. But there is, of course, progress. Now, when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, and which is what I was trying to say earlier also, the trends look more reliable because the number of rounds are more, and probably that has also to do with the number of electors per constituency. So the fewer the electors, probably the quicker the counting takes place. But the implication this has for us is that we can be more confident about the J&K trends. And the J&K trends are telling us that at this point, if you look at NC is at 43, Congress 8, so that alliance is 51 on its own, crossing the magic figure of both 45 and 48. And there are two magic figures as we've been discussing since morning. BJP is at 27. PDP has been routed to 2 seats. This is lower than what it got in the Lok Sabha segments in 2019 and 2024. So it's a further slide in terms of number of seats, not in terms of vote share. Vote share we'll have to look at more closely. Independents are 7. So not close to the dent that we were thinking they would make in terms of the number of seats. But again, vote share is something we'll have to look at. So Jammu Kashmir looks like a more solidified image because the counting we are sure of, the momentum is there. Haryana, I would still say, because it was 34 to 50 for the longest time. In the last 20 minutes, this switched to 36 to 48. Who knows what might happen as more rounds are counted, both on either side. So I'll still hold. Whereas a lot of my colleagues are writing on social media that we can call this trends are likely to hold. I'm not very convinced, because you may have more than 50% of Haryana's votes counted, but it doesn't matter till the time more than 50% of all seats are counted. You might count.
Let's turn our attention to Jammu and Kashmir for a moment, where unexpectedly there is a very clear very clear verdict, not a fragmented verdict. Omar Abdullah led National Conference. Omar himself lost his Lok Sabha seat, to Engineer Rashid, but that impact does not seem to have been felt in these assembly elections. We will come back to Haryana as well as to Jammu and Kashmir. I just want to put out my colleague Zafar Iqbal on the ground. The National Conference, by the way, has been very careful. They have refused to take part in any of these live round by round numbers. They're saying that till it's not over till it's over, and they're only going to speak after that, despite this big lead that they have established in an election that Omar Abdullah did not even want to contest and eventually ended up contesting from 2 seats. But Zafar Iqbal talking to National Conference supporters on the ground in Srinagar. Take a look.
At the National Conference office in Srinagar, the supporters of the party have started coming in. They are in fact very happy. आपको क्या लगता है जिस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस जो लीड्स बता रहे हैं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस फर्स्ट नंबर की पार्टी बन के सामने आ रही है?
हाँ, वो तो ज़रूरी है कि सब लोगों ने मेहनत की और इनको पता भी है आगे पिछली सरकार में हुआ क्या, सपोर्ट हर किसी तरफ से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को मिलेगा ही।
आप कहाँ से?
हम गाँव कदल श्रीनगर, हम यही
बिलोंग करते हैं। आप हबा कदल से बिलोंग करते हैं? हबा कदल में कुछ लोग बोलते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी का भी एक मतलब एक जोर है।
बीजेपी का कोई मतलब श्रीनगर में कश्मीर में बीजेपी की बात ही नहीं है। कश्मीर में बीजेपी की बात ही नहीं है। सब लोग बीजेपी से तंग आ गए हैं। जो बीजेपी ने इन 10 सालों में किया है यहाँ पे, बीजेपी ने कश्मीरियों को बहुत मतलब पीछे धकेल दिया है। जो यूथ है, यूथ को भी उन्होंने मतलब यहाँ पे जो यूथ है इन 10 सालों में जो यूथ है वो ज़्यादातर ड्रग्स की ओर गए और इन 10 सालों में इतना ड्रग्स आम हो गया, वो बातें कोई नहीं बोलता है। जो इन 10 सालों में जितने लड़के श्रीनगर डाउनटाउन में मर गए हैं हीरोइन करके,
ड्रग एडिक्शन एक बहुत बड़ा मसला है। आप बताइए जिस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस है, अभी तो हम देख रहे थे यहाँ पे कोई नहीं था, लेकिन अब थोड़ा थोड़ा करके लोग आ रहे हैं।
मजमा आ रहा है, अभी बहुत सारा हमारे उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब भी आ रहे हैं, फरगुल्ला सारा ये इसके आईसीसी जा रहे हैं हम, तो बहुत बड़ी रैली भी जा रही है वहाँ हमारे साथ। हमारी शमा फिरदौस जो हमारे हबकल कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी एमएलए है, तो हम सारे जा रहे हैं। हम इतना कहना चाहते हैं जो भी बीजेपी है यहाँ का, हम यहाँ पे टिकने नहीं देंगे किसी को। बिकॉज ऑफ दैट जो हमारा यूथ है उनको पता है, मोटिव उनको पता है। परसों ये विक्टिम हो गया हमारे साथ, वहाँ पे गुस्ताखी नबी हो गई थी, एटलीस्ट वो तो आपको पता ही होगी सबको। वहाँ पे अगर हम प्रोटेस्ट करने निकले थे, वहाँ पे हमें ये नहीं दिया गया था, राइट्स हमारे नहीं दिया गया था। बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हम दबाए चुके हैं।
तो आपको लगता है जो आप आज नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को जो लीड्स मिल रही है, अभी तो रिजल्ट्स नहीं आए, ये उम्मीद जितनी थी उतना ही मिल रहा है? उम्मीद से भी ज्यादा
हम लीड कर रहे हैं। इंशाल्लाह हमारी विक्ट्री इंशाल्लाह होगी। अब 2 बजे हमारा रिजल्ट सुनेंगे, इंशाल्लाह हम जीतेंगे।
जीत तो हमारी है इंशाल्लाह, पक्की जीत तो हमारी है।
बस हमें एक चीज हम बोलेंगे, हमें यहाँ पे निज़ाम मुस्तफ़ा चाहिए और कुछ नहीं हमें चाहिए। बाकी यहाँ पे हम मरने के लिए तैयार है, खाली यहाँ पे इस्लाम होना चाहिए, इस्लाम जिंदा होना चाहिए।
So these are National Conference supporters clearly happy that their party has in fact done well according to the leads. It's getting majority of the seats in Jammu and Kashmir, and they're saying that in the next few hours there would be more celebrations, more people will come in here, and they are also telling us that the performance is more than what they were expecting. In Srinagar with Amit Chasti, Zafar Iqbal for Mojo Story.
So that was the report from Jammu and Kashmir. In Haryana, it seems like the BJP's leads are holding 49 to 35 at this point in time. But again, I must add my favorite statistic that I've been quoting and I've been recalculating every few minutes. So at 12:34 when I last did this exercise, BJP was leading on 48 seats, of which 29 were such where less than or equal to 50% rounds had been counted. Congress was leading in 36 seats, of which 12 seats were such where less than 50% rounds had been counted. And there were 4 other seats where others were leading where less than 50% rounds had been counted. So in all, in 45 seats in Haryana right now, either 50% or less than 50% rounds have been counted. But if you were to look at the vote shares at this point in Haryana, they show you that the BJP has not conceded a lot of ground, which is something that the exit polls were also suggesting. BJP is in fact at 39.8% right now, and this number was 37% last time, so actually gained. Congress is at 40.13, so BJP right under the neck of the Congress at this point, when I would again say that a lot of rounds are still to be counted. But Congress, BJP is right under the neck of the Congress. Congress at 40.13, so huge gain from last time, but all at the expense, it seems, of JNJP and INLD, because JJP, which was a 15% party last time, has been completely decimated with 0.9% vote this time. Among the stronger areas where the BJP is doing well is South Haryana's Ahirwal region, which is a place where a lot of us expected them to do well, which is where Rao Inderjeet Singh has very strong influence. Along the GT road belt, whether it's Panipat, whether it's Karnal, whether it's seats like Nilokheri, Indri, this is closer to the Kurukshetra area. So these are all the BJP is doing well. The other belt where the BJP is doing relatively well is the Bhiwani Hisar belt. And here again, I think this is that batch of seats where probably the Congress would, this and the GT road belt are the batches of seats where the Congress expected to do better than what they are doing right now. And this is the larger story of the Haryana election right now. Barkha, over to you.
Thank you, Karthikeya. Let me actually, I know Haryana is going to be a kind of long, drawn-out story. Let me just get reactions on what we're going to think is going to happen in Jammu and Kashmir. Sunil, you were hesitating to call the election earlier. Are you willing to call it now for Jammu and Kashmir at least?
I think as time goes forward, the verdict is more and more clear. It looks like NC Plus is going to make is in the position to make the government. One thing we are overlooking, Barkha, and this again I would say from a data perspective. BJP has just retained its position in Jammu and Kashmir. It's not done exceptionally well. It's just retained its position. If you look at 2014 and today, they have the same seats. NC actually has eaten. If NC has got more seats than expected, obviously the boys just said they're doing better than expected, and that is what I had also. In my own opinion, I had put them at a lower figure than what they have got it now. What is happening is PDP has got a big setback. I think NC has got more of seats from PDP. PDP was supposed to do good in South Kashmir. And I just saw a tweet sometime back today, which said that what is common between PDP and JJP. So I think the same thing. What PDP
So you're implying that both the JJP and the PDP have suffered from having allied with the BJP in the past, in a way. That's what you're saying. They've lost their base. They have lost popularity with their own base. Dilip, do you want to respond to that? And then, Dilip Cherian. That's an interesting analogy there. Dilip Cherian.
I think it's very well put. It's probably what a lot of people are saying. I think that the public sees that it is these kind of partners who add strength to the people they do not want in power. I think, and they tend to punish them harder because it is also less painful, or it has less implications if they completely trash these power brokers or powers behind the throne or shadow power centers. So I think that's a correct statement. And a lot of us have been analyzing this from a political imagery point of view. Where, my area is to look at how these images play out. And these support stars are the ones who get trashed when the big stars may be the actual target.
Interesting. Anjum, as a young Kashmiri with the Congress party today, how do you see what's happening? What do you think this changes? How do you see the result, or the leads rather?
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. Actually, yes,
आवाज आ रही है आवाज बोलिए
exactly, I told it before, like Kashmiri people are more active, politically active and analytical, and you have seen this round after round. It's so clear that that Alliance NC plus Congress is having, and I think there is government. There is obviously it's so clear that we are going to make the government. This time this was so crucial for us as the Jammu and Kashmir public, the general public didn't cast vote for the sake of development or for the sake of welfare state. They casted vote in order to get rid from Bajpa, BJP, as we have already faced the leadership crisis. That's why this time this was not for the welfare. This time this was to get freedom freedom from this BJP. And we are all aware about what they did. And right now, I'm just myself watching this all that NC is doing great. Congress is also sacrificed for this, that in order to be selfless here. So that's why we'll see right now what's
And do
going
you
on with
believe,
our
and
country.
do you believe, although we didn't hear a lot about 370 in the campaign from the people, most people spoke about jobs. Do you believe that if it's an NC Congress government, they will again talk about 370, or do you believe that's a closed chapter?
Now, obviously, they will talk about it. This the main concern. 370 is the main concern, or 370 somehow statehood the main concern, because this time we're not fighting with for unemployment and for anything else. We're just tired from this government, Bajpa government. Just like Bajpa said, Congress Mukt, this Bharat, same is here the slogan that BJP Mukt J&K. This is
पर
what our
बीजेपी
concern is.
बीजेपी मुक्त तो नहीं है ना, जम्मू के इलाके में तो
It is
बीजेपी has
not
done well.
definitely, but somehow the local factors are playing a great role, and the way BJP did with us, like they are ruling directly, indirectly since 2014, and what they did here, this is so obvious to everybody what they did here, and this is the result. The result is in front of us. We are watching. That is the kind of retaliation to those things. That still after suppressing a huge, we are with our concern that we don't want BJP government once more in Jammu and Kashmir. Though they do have tactics, they implemented these nominated MLAs in the reorganizational bill. We have seen how they just inserted this provision. They do have these tactics they are doing, but still this was kind of reaction. We are watching that NC alliance is going.
So you believe 370 and statehood will now be the big talking points from the new government in Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, let's turn our attention back to Haryana. I'm really sorry to our audience, who may be interested in one state more to the other. Things happening in both states alongside. Jairam Ramesh has written an official letter to the Election Commission. In the meantime, yes, there it is. And over the last 2 hours, between 9 and 11, there's been an unexplained slowdown in the updating of results on the EC website. You'll have to play it again, please. That was too quick for me to be able to read. And then it goes on to say, as you can imagine, this allows bad faith actors to spin narratives that undermine the process. It's already playing out on social media. We request you to issue immediate direction. So it's a carefully worded letter there. We also have an update on Vinesh Phogat, who was trailing earlier, but this is the point that Karthik was making, that things are changing fast. Vinesh Phogat is now leading. She is now leading by 6,000 votes after 11 rounds of counting. And earlier, she was leading by only 38 votes, and she was trailing also at 2 different points. Karthik, at the moment you're off the call, I think you're talking to somebody. We'll get you to give us some more updates. But Dilip, actually, before I come to Dilip, Mr. Khadyal, this letter from Jairam Ramesh, it was written earlier because it only mentions 9 to 11. We are now almost hitting 1 p.m. What is the Congress thinking about what's happening in Haryana?
Well, thank you. First things first, this letter that's been written to the Election Commission of India, we were expecting a quick response from them. However, we are not getting that, which is unfortunate.
Okay.
Second of all, the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that you'll talk of Election Commission, you'll talk of EVM. I think the Bharatiya Janata Party should give up on that, because Mr. Advani was the very first person to have questioned the EVMs back in the day when the Bharatiya Janata Party was in the opposition and was losing a lot of states. Number two, not just us, but the former civil servants have questioned the presence of the Bharatiya Janata Party's leaders on the board of BEL that manufactures EVMs. And not just that, from refusing to have any independent audit of the EVM to many other issues. All these questions, all these major questions are to be answered by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And number two, as far as the people of Haryana are concerned, they will not forget what happened in Nu, the law and order, the breakdown of the law and order machinery. They won't forget what happened with the wrestlers. They won't forget what happened with the farmers, the undelivered promises of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it be on the MSP, it be on the doubling of farmers' income, and many other things. And as far as the results go, whatever the result be, the good fight will continue to happen. We'll continue to raise the voice.
Are you at this moment, you're not conceding defeat in Haryana right now?
No, we are not conceding defeat. I said whatever the result be, the good fight will continue to go on. We'll continue to press for the issues of the people, whether we be in the government or not. That's for the time to tell. And like I said, the Election Commission of India has not yet uploaded the latest figures. A lot is to happen. It's full of surprises. In the morning, it was Congress party dominating the field. As of now, it appears the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading, but it's very much possible that in some time that the tables turn and the Congress party gets back in the game and things get better from there. So that's for the time to tell. But nevertheless, what I want to say about the people of Haryana is that the BJP, the people were saying this, that the Bharatiya Janata Party thought they would also have a machine to do away with the anti-incumbency, like they have a machine to do away with the stains of corruption. They inducted Narayan Rane, Suendu Adhikari, Manta Biswa Sarma, cases pending against them. They thought we'll do away with Mr. Khattar. We'll also do away with anti-incumbency. But that was not the case. And they were so bewildered about this that they did not let him on the stage with Mr. Modi. There's not a single photo, not a single event where they could be seen together on any campaign, on any rally, on any show. They were so bewildered of this. And that is what the BJP's modus operandi has become. When they see there is massive anti-incumbency, what they try to do is they would try to replace the chief minister, and this has become a pattern. You pick up the previous elections. When the elections are near, a few months to go to that, they would replace the chief minister thinking that they'll do away with the anti-incumbency also. And number two, so many CM faces. Anil Vij is also this claiming to be the CM face. Mr. Khattar is also doing that. Mr. Naib Singh Saini is also doing that. Dharmendra and Mr. Anil Vij also made a statement. He said, it's original versus duplicate is what he said. And Dharmendra Pradhan back in the day reprimanded him, and he said him that you're not the CM face. But nevertheless, again today also he said that I should have been the CM back in the day. Therefore saying that all the other leaders in the Bharatiya Janata Party are not as competent, are not as visionary, are not as experienced as he is. Therefore, he's trying to do that. And that's clearly visible. The infighting the Bharatiya Janata Party is brewing. It's out in the open, and all we have to say is that Mr. Vej has exposed the Bharatiya Janata Party enough because in the morning the kind of revelations that he was making, I think everyone's seen the viral videos that have been going. So at the end of the day, we hope that the democracy wins and the people should get what they have been promised. And the ladies also, the women also, they said Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is what was said by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But when it comes to delivering it on the ground, they did not stand with the women wrestlers. They did not stand with the people who have gotten medals and awards for the country. It's not with British
Okay, let's take last comments from some of you who have to leave in 10 minutes. I'll start with you, Dr. Kartikeya Batra. If you can give us an overview. The needle doesn't seem to have even moved metaphorically on the Haryana leads. Do you have anything more for us?
Yeah, but what I can say is that there is one belt specifically from where results are coming very soon, which is South Haryana, which is traditionally the BJP's stronghold and where in most seats BJP is leading. So as of now, of these 49 seats, 24 seats are still less than 50% counted. Congress's leads, just 5 seats are less than 50% counted. So the Congress's leads are based off of a larger counted base, whereas the BJP's leads in roughly half the seats is of a base where less than 50% votes have been counted. That is not to say that the BJP is on a sticky wicket necessarily. I'm just trying to put out the facts that beyond these numbers, there is a story in terms of the counting process. In terms of vote shares, constantly the Congress was ahead of the BJP, but that gap has been shrinking continuously. At one point, if you remember, 3-4 hours back, the Congress was ahead of the BJP by 4 percentage points. That has shrunk to less than 1 percentage point. So at this point, the BJP has actually gained 2.5 percentage points from last time, whereas the Congress has gained 12 percentage points from last time. The complete collapse of the JJP is one of the reasons behind the same. But this is definitely, as of now, very different from what a lot of people had expected. And I think at this point, I will not want to analyze this further until the final results come in. Because if this switches, then all the analysis just goes to waste.
Okay, I think I'm getting some update, but I couldn't understand what my team is trying to say to me. So hopefully that update will come soon. Ranjita ji, your thoughts on Haryana की अभी picture बाकी है, अभी कुछ clear नहीं है, अभी घंटे लगेंगे. क्या क्या आप क्या कहेंगे? Mr. Huda meanwhile has is ahead with a big margin of 52,000 votes. Ranjita ji.
बरखा जी राज तिलक की करे तैयारी, आ रहे हैं भगवाधारी. तीसरी बार फिर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का परचम लहराने वाला है और हम जो हैट्रिक मारने जा रहे हैं हरियाणा के अंदर. और मैं बधाई देना चाहती हूँ नायब सैनी जी को, उनकी सोच को और उनकी मेहनत को. जो जितना भी उनको समय मिला है काम करने का, मैंने उनको काम करते देखा है. 24 घंटों में से 20 घंटे जो लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, मात्र 4 घंटे में उसमें आप सोना भी लगा लीजिए, उसमें नहाना भी लगा लीजिए, उसमें खाना भी लगा लीजिए. इतनी मेहनत करते हैं वो, और लोग हरियाणा के लोग उनको समय देना चाहते हैं, उनका समय लेना चाहते हैं, और वो चाहते हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री नायब सैनी जी को पूरे 5 साल मिले और वो हरियाणा का विकास करें. जिस तरीके की परफॉर्मेंस उनकी 50-60 दिनों में रही, वो निश्चित तौर पे सराहनीय है. और इतने मेहनती लोग ही आने चाहिए. जिस तरीके का नेतृत्व पहले खट्टर साहब ने किया और अब नायब सैनी जी करने जा रहे हैं, हरियाणा में इतिहास रचेगा. जिस तरीके की डेवलपमेंट, अब अगर बजट की बात करते हैं, 2019 से पहले 2014 में जब बीजेपी की सरकार बनी थी, तब हरियाणा के बजट की बात करें और अब की बात करें, जमीन आसमान का फर्क है. और खट्टर साहब की और नायब सिंह जी की जो जोड़ी है, उन्होंने रंग लाया है. और हमारी जो ऐतिहासिक जीत है वो सेलिब्रेशन की ओर बढ़ रही है. और पिछले 2 घंटे का ट्रेंड ये बता रहा है कि 48-49 की लीड जो है वो टूट नहीं रही है. निश्चित तौर पे हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और तीसरी बार हरियाणा में भगवा खिले.
Okay, Kartikeya has some interesting details coming in, but before that, Dilip, any last thoughts? Dilip and Nalini, quick closing comments on this hour. Dilip.
I would say that it's very clear that the Haryana election results have thrown a curveball at all the exit polls. So we need to take a moment of silence and respect those decimated by the election polling business. I think it's getting more and more clear that they have no clue of what they're doing, and that the media houses which are paying them seem to be making them dance according to the tune that they want from time to time. And that is very disturbing also, because we as a country tend to have got obsessed by these polls. That's one. The second is that if this U-turn in Haryana persists, then it is bad news for the Congress, which was expecting that this would be a huge turning point for it in the Hindi heartland.
I think the point you made about the exit polls first, you believe that Lok Sabha coupled with this has now put a serious question mark on
the technology that they use, on the so-called technology they use.
And on the Hindi heartland politics, if it's down to the wire, the BJP wins, but it's down to the wire, what does that do to the narrative or the debate around the Hindi heartland politics when it comes to the BJP and Congress?
It's a bit like what we talk about, that it may be the best result of all. That is, it will ensure that the Congress will recognize that it has to work much more, number one, to rely much more on their local satraps to win the election for them. And number three, it will also show them that they should not start celebrating too early.
Nalini, closing thoughts. Do you agree with Dilip? One, big question mark over exit polls. Two, that perhaps there was a kind of premature complacency within the opposition when it came to Haryana. Do you agree? I can't hear Nalini. I'm so sorry. I can't hear Nalini.
Can you hear me now, Barkha? Can you hear me now?
Can.
So
yes.
I would say that about the exit poll, what I have noticed is that the vote share trends are normally correct. So whatever vote share was projected by the exit polls, look at it carefully, because with the vote share difference of 40% for BJP and 40.13 for the Congress party, it appears to me implausible in a way that the seat share will be ever so different. The second thing is that the Sambidhan question Samvidhan khatre mein hai worked so much in the Lok Sabha elections and does not seem to have worked in these elections. The Congress party should definitely know what it was doing and what it got wrong. But I have an extremely important question about Jammu Kashmir. When you have said others are winning, did any Jamaat candidate win?
Win or
Or
not?
is it ahead?
It's a
Yeah,
very important question, and we need an
because
answer to that.
because if they have won, then it means that separatism is not all gone yet, and therefore I would say that to me that is an extremely important question. And the other one is that Jammu is not entirely a Hindu area. There's quite a proportion of Muslims also. So I would say that we should also look at those results. Remember that we have added EC government has added 6 seats to the Jammu area, 3 which are so-called Hindu-dominated, 3 which are Muslim-dominated, and 1 in the valley. And look at the seats which are in the upper reaches, because these are the Bakarwals and the Gujars, and these are more the ST seats. So I think that a fine analysis would actually tell you who is reaching out to which party. And when we say that Jammu, Hindu will go to the BJP, then the Congress says, it will never come to us. We might be proven wrong, because the NC might have picked up some amount, some impressive amount or sort of semi-impressive amount of seats in Jammu. But do look at the Jamaat candidates. If they have not won, then I think that's a great victory for India, which means that separatism has been laid to rest by the people of Jammu and Kashmir. If they have won or have done well, even on 1 seat, I would say pause again. What has happened after 370?
It's very interesting to see how the Jamaat-backed 10 candidates do. One of them was up against Mohammad Yusuf Tarigami of the CPM in South Kashmir. So it should be very interesting. I'm going to ask Karthik to do a wrap for us on the numbers. At this point, I'm welcoming Nilanjan, but I'm going to say thank you to all other guests. If I can just go back, I'll thank everybody, to Dilip, to Anjum, to Mr. Kharyal, to Sunil, to Nalini, to Ranjita ji. Nilanjan, please stay with us. You've just joined us. But Karthik, I'm handing over to you just for a couple of minutes. I'll take a short break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I just want you to wrap with a look at the numbers. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It's over to you, Karthik.
Thank you, Barkha. So quickly, we can start with the numbers for Jammu and Kashmir, because that seems to be the most settled election at this point, where National Conference has emerged as victorious by itself, getting 43 seats of the 90 seats, and alliance partner Congress 6. So that they easily crossed the halfway mark, even if you include the lieutenant governor's 5 nominees. That's 49. BJP at 28, PDP at 3. Biggest loser of the election remains PDP. Independence at 7, and People's Conference at 1. In terms of vote share, BJP 26%, Congress almost 12%, and the National Conference picking up 23%. So the alliance together getting roughly 35%. PDP, on the other hand, getting less than 9% of the vote. And this is the party that in 2014 was the single largest party in Jammu and Kashmir. So that's Jammu and Kashmir. Haryana, the picture has stabilized now for some time. And even if there were some concerns about slow counting, I think with time now, now that these leads are settled, 49 to 35, I'm not sure how much this might move, although I can say that in some of the seats where the BJP is leading, a lot of the votes are still to be counted, but it seems to be going counter to what everybody had thought. And in terms of vote share, again, the Congress has been consistently ahead of the BJP, although the gap has been narrowing. At this point, that gap is roughly 0.5 percentage point, but the Congress has underperformed when it comes to number of seats. I would still wait for probably another half an hour or 1 hour to get the final picture, because in some of the seats in South Haryana, especially, the counting has been slow, and that's where the BJP is leading. But at this point, it will take something semi-dramatic for these results to change in the Congress's favor, which means that the Congress underperformed in Haryana, contrary to expectations and contrary to what different polls had said. In terms of seat share, in terms of vote share, I think most polls had expected the BJP to hold its vote share or maybe lose a little bit, but it seems to be gaining a little bit. But most polls had expected the Congress to gain a lot, which is what it's doing. But it seems it's not enough for it to convert into that number of seats, which will ensure a majority for it. Amongst important candidates I would talk about, Mr. Anil Vij, who's trailing from Ambala, can't. Vinesh Fogart is leading from Julana at this point. In Uchana Kalan, from where Dushyant Chautala is contesting, he's at number 6. Get that? He's at number 6. And his party has gone to below 1% of the vote share. In Sirsa, controversial political leader Mr. Gopal Kanda is trailing to Congress's Gopal Sethia. In Ellenabad, Mr. Abhay Chautala is trailing. And there are a lot of other such instances where things that were not expected are happening. But I think the biggest shock is just the number of seats that the Congress is getting. In Kaithal, Aditya Surjewala is leading. That is good news for the Surjewala family, if you were to say. From Panchkula, former Deputy Chief Minister Chandra Mohan is trailing. From Ladwa, the Chief Minister Mr. Naib Singh is leading. We have, I'm just trying to understand if there are other, Mr. Arvind Kumar Sharma, who's former MP Rohtak, is leading from Gohana. Mr. Bhavya Bishnoi, son of Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi, is leading from the traditional seat of Adhampur. And then I think the biggest upset so far, I would say, is that Bhiwani Hisar belt, where the Congress does not seem to have done well. Plus, the BJP seems to have not lost as much in the GT road belt. There's another seat, Hodal, from where the Congress's state president, Mr. Uday Bhan, is contesting, and he's also trailing at this point, although by a very slim margin of 45 votes. Now, I've been talking about the number of rounds that have been counted, but as I said, now that as time goes on, that number is also rising. And probably this lead is going to solidify unless something, as I said, semi-dramatic happens. So at this point, BJP comfortably ahead with 49 of the Congress's 35. One thing that has become very clear is that Haryana has now become, at this point, a bipolar polity. So if you combine the BJP and Congress's vote share, it's 79% this time. It used to be in the 60s last time, or it was 60s in the last time, 65% 2019. In 2014, it was in the early 50s, which means that there was a lot of space for a third formation, the INLD, which then collapsed, but JJP took some of that vote share. So that was 2.5 polls, I would say, last time. But this time it's just a bipolar contest. INLD getting 4.5%, but not even close to what its glorious past would have been. BSP with 1.6% vote and one candidate leading, and it's a very interesting seat from where he's leading. This is a seat called Ateli, from where Ravinderjeet Singh, who's the BJP's face in South Haryana, she's contesting, and she's trailing. She's losing to BSP's candidate Thakur Atar Lal. And when I went to the field there was a lot of tailwinds for Thakur Atar Lal, and it seems like that is materializing. So I think that is where we stand at this point. Any more updates that I'm trying to figure out what more updates we can give you. Again, I would say in South Haryana, the counting has been relatively slow. Narnaul, 6 on 12 rounds. Nangal Chaudhary, 7 on 19.
Right.
9 on 20. Rewadi, 9 on 19. Barkha, that's also my last update for the day on the show. And I'll also take your leave now.
Okay, Karthik, we'll let you go. I want to welcome our next round of guests to the program. We still have Sunil and Nalini with us. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, senior journalist, author of many books, including one on the life of Mr. Modi, is with us. And we're also joined by senior journalist Dharmendra Singh Bhadoria. Welcome, everybody. Sunil, are you trying to say something?
Yes, Barkha, I will need to drop off.
Okay.
But before I drop off, just to conclude one point, we said that I would agree with Nalini ji saying that this was an election of, J&K was an election of two states rather than one state because of the polarization. And also we talked repeatedly about 370. I think 370 is more of an emotional than a practical impact. It was used in the elections, but I'm sure the government will now focus more on statehood rather than 370. I think their prime focus will be statehood rather than 370. So with those words, I'll need to drop off. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Take care. All right, let's continue the conversation. It's a little after 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The two states have gone in completely different directions from what the pollsters and the pundits had predicted. For those who were talking about a Congress romping home to victory in Haryana, the exact opposite is happening at this moment. It is the BJP lead in 49 seats to the Congress's 35. The Congress has objected to what they call a slow counting of votes and a slow update on the Election Commission. A formal letter has been sent by Jairam Ramesh to the Election Commission. But yes, these are the numbers. The numbers that you see on your screen do show you the leads for the BJP. If these leads hold, but the BJP will form a government for the third time in Haryana. However, in many of the seats, the margins are very, very narrow. We saw that with Videsh Phogat, who at 1 point or 2 points was trailing, then leading by only some 38 votes, and then leading by more than 6,000 votes. So there are those on the ground who are suggesting that Haryana could take another couple of hours to really clarify itself. I'm waiting for Dharmendra ji. I don't see him to actually join us and give us an update on that. In the meantime, in Jammu and Kashmir, could you change the slide, please? In Jammu and Kashmir, we are seeing, change the slide in the box. Yeah. In Jammu and Kashmir, where everybody had said that there could be a hung assembly, a fragmented response, you're actually seeing Omar Abdullah and the Congress placed comfortably as of leads at this point to form the next government. The BJP has pretty much held its own in Jammu, but the PDP has been absolutely decimated in the Kashmir Valley. The others have not done as well as was believed that they would do, and the National Conference and the Congress are leading in 52 seats, and if this holds, will form the next government. So, जैसे exit polls ने सोचा था, उसका उल्टा ही हुआ है अभी तक तो. I want to welcome Shantanu Gupta. He's a political analyst. He's also a biographer of a book on Yogi Adityanath. And as I said, Nilanjan is with us, and Dharmendra Singh Bhadoria, editor of the Dainik Bhaskar in Haryana, is with us. Dharmendra ji, आपसे शुरू करती हूँ. किस तरह से देख रहे हैं आप? पूरा झगड़ा युद्ध हो रहा है, कांग्रेस चिट्ठियां लिख रही है, जयराम रमेश ऑब्जेक्ट कर रहे हैं, काउंटिंग स्लो चल रही है, लेकिन आई नीड द हरियाणा स्लाइड इन द बॉक्स प्लीज. लेकिन ये आप रुझान किस तरह से देखते हैं? आपके मुताबिक आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया था?
ये रुझान एक्चुअली जो अभी जो नतीजे, अब तो नतीजों में ही कन्वर्ट होंगे ये रुझान जो भी आ रहे हैं अभी, और इलेक्शन कमीशन निश्चित तौर पर धीमे गति से अभी वोटिंग चल रही है, लेकिन क्या है ना कि पब्लिक सब देखती है, तो काम भी देखती है और आपके आपसी झगड़े भी देखती है. तो कांग्रेस को आम आदमी, या कहना चाहिए कि हरियाणा के लोग चुनना भी चाह रहे थे, लेकिन आपने देखा कि वोटिंग से पहले ही सीएम के लिए जिस तरीके से कहा सुनी शुरू हो गई थी, लगातार शैलजा आखिरी तक, वोटिंग के दिन तक भी वो लगातार इंटरव्यू देती रही और खुद को सीएम कंटेंडर, और इवन उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि मेरी हुड्डा से बहुत लंबे समय से कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई है ना. तो जिस तरीके से ये झगड़े शुरू हुए, एक बात. दूसरी बात ये है कि अभी जो हम नतीजे अभी तो आए नहीं है, लेकिन जो ट्रेंड्स जो आ रहे हैं वो देख रहे हैं कि रिजर्व सीट जो 17 है, 17 में से 8 सीट पे कोई बीजेपी आगे चल रही है, और पिछली बार इसके हाफ थी करीब, है ना, 5 सीटें ही थी, तो 3 सीटों पर आगे चल रही है. तो दलित वोट मुझे लगता है कि जैसा लोकसभा चुनाव के समय कांग्रेस के साथ जुड़ा, वो विधानसभा में कांग्रेस बरकरार नहीं रख पाई. नंबर 1, आपसी झगड़े जो लगातार होते रहे, तो वो देखिए. दूसरी बात क्या है कि कांग्रेस ने 7 गारंटी दी, 7 गारंटीज लेके आए. अगले ही दिन बीजेपी का घोषणा पत्र आया, और बीजेपी के घोषणा पत्र में कांग्रेस की जो भी घोषणाएं थी उससे एक कदम आगे बढ़ के घोषणाएं थी जी. तो हमने मध्य प्रदेश में भी देखा है कि कमलनाथ ने जब लेके आ रहे थे, वो घोषणा पत्र लेके आ रहे थे, तो जो 72 घोषणाएं उस समय थी, और बीजेपी ने करीब करीब वो पूरी घोषणाएं पूरी कर दी थी, है ना, लागू कर दिया था. जैसे 500 रुपए के गैस सिलेंडर की बात है, तो गैस सिलेंडर पर फैसला 1 महीने पहले ही ले दिया गवर्नमेंट ने. और जो मनोहर लाल खट्टर को जो बदला, उसके बाद जिस तरीके से नायब सिंह सैनी उनके फैसले एक के बाद एक बदलते जा रहे थे, जिनसे पब्लिक को दिक्कत हो रही थी, मुझे लगता है कि लोगों ने इस कारण से बीजेपी को वोट दिया होगा. और स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट का जो बात है वो है ही, कि लगातार स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी की थी, वहां चल रही थी, इसलिए तीसरी बार भी रिकॉर्ड बना दिया है
जी. तो आपके मुताबिक इन फाइटिंग जो कांग्रेस में हुई है वो एक बड़ा कारण था. इस बात पे बहुत चर्चा हुई, एंड देन आई विल ओपन इट अप, कि मोदी जी ने इस बार इतनी कैंपेनिंग नहीं की, 4 रैलीज एड्रेस की, 10 रैलीज की थी 2014 में, और बहुत से लोगों ने पंडितरी शुरू कर दी कि मोदी जी का फैक्टर कम हुआ है. तो इस बारी आप उस डिबेट को किस नजरिए से देखते हैं?
राइट नाउ आप कहें कि मोदी जी का फैक्टर के कारण बीजेपी जीती है, तो ऐसा शायद ज्यादा हो जाएगा.
जी
मोदी का फैक्टर इतना ज्यादा नहीं था, है ना। मतलब जैसे मैंने पिछले भी शो में आपसे बोला था बरखा जी की मोदी का मैजिक है लेकिन कम है ना, असर कम है मैजिक का। तो वो बिल्कुल निश्चित तौर पे मैं आज भी अपनी उसी बात पे कायम हूं कि मैजिक का असर कम है। हरियाणा में उस तरीके से नहीं दिखाई दिया। जो जीते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि आरएसएस का जो वर्कर जो यहाँ पे थे, जो संगठन ने जो काम किया, उसके बल पे ज्यादा जीते हैं।
और आप नहीं मानते कि ये बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली बदलेंगे, क्योंकि कांग्रेस इज नॉट कंसीडिंग डिफीट। अभी गैप काफी बड़ा है, 49 to 35 है, लेकिन कांग्रेस कहती है 4 बजे शाम तक ही हम देखेंगे पहले। आपको लगता है कि
अभी
कुछ
जो
बदल
ट्रेंड आ रहे
सकता
हैं
है?
ना, अभी जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं, तो 1000 से कम वोट की केवल 4 सीटें हैं। जो
अच्छा,
बीजेपी के जो
तो कम
कैंडिडेट
हो गया
जिनका मार्जिन चल रहा है, वो 1000 से कम
जी।
सीट के चार सीटें हैं मार्जिन की। और
सो
कांग्रेस में
लगभग यही
सिमिलरली
रहेगा।
कांग्रेस की जो लीड 35 की है, वो 11 सीटें हैं ऐसी। तो मुझे
जी
नहीं लगता है कि
जी।
सिनेरियो में अब बहुत ज्यादा बदलाव होगा।
So in that case, Shantanu, in many ways, Haryana, J&K is a big story for other reasons, right? Not for domestic political reasons, but just for the milestone election that it has been, the first in 10 years, the first after 370. But Haryana has proven all pundits and pollsters wrong. धर्मेंद्र जी कह रहे हैं कि उनके मुताबिक यही रुझान रहेंगे, कुछ ज्यादा बदलाव इक्का दुक्का हो सकता है, but the trend is clear. According to धर्मेंद्र जी, कह सकते हैं कि BJP will form the government for the third time? आप कहने के तैयार हैं धर्मेंद्र जी?
अब बरखा जी, अभी ऐसा है ना कि अभी 1:14 हो गए हैं और ईवीएम का जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं। हालांकि चुनाव आयोग ने अभी काफी धीमे चल रहा है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत बदलाव हो जाएगा। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि अब बीजेपी ही सबसे बड़ी पार्टी रहेगी। बहुत ज्यादा बदलाव भी होगा तो मे बी 4-5 सीटों का कुछ बदलाव हो जाए,
ओके, फेयर
लेकिन अब
इनफ,
आगे
फेयर
तो
इनफ।
बीजेपी ही रहेगी।
तो मैं शांतनु से यही पूछना चाह रही थी कि जिन्होंने एक तरह से एक पिक्चर प्रेजेंट की that this is going to be a very easy win for the Congress. There was huge anti-incumbency. Mr. Naib Singh Saini had not been a good chief minister. Khatta was even more unpopular. The Jat vote had shifted dramatically. The fact is that even if थोड़ी बहुत ऊपर नीचे seats होती हैं, everybody got Haryana wrong. Everybody got Haryana wrong. Shantanu.
I think, Barkha, the way predictions are going on in 2024, also we've seen the predictions and even the exit poll have gone wrong. In fact, Yashwant Deshmukh yesterday corrected his poll and he said Congress met at 70, right? And Congress is not even touching half of that, right? So maybe the science of exit polls is going somewhere super wrong, right? And also, I think Congress is getting caught in its own propaganda. They also believe we are winning, we are winning. See, BJP has mastered this art of pro-incumbency. In 10 years back, 20 or 15 years back, the terms in any TV studios, anti-incumbency, haar gaye. That was an easy release, and any analyst will say. And BJP has mastered from Gujarat to MP to Chhattisgarh to UP that how to work good, reach to the people, do little bit of caste combination wherever needed, don't talk loud about it, and winning elections. In this election, BJP was like silent. As someone said, Modi ji hardly did 4 or 5 rallies, though Rahul also hardly entered. Till September last week, Rahul did not even enter Haryana. So it was, I think, more of a local election. And the Jat versus Chhattis Biradari that we will keep hearing. So maybe there is a super Jat consolidation. But when I'm seeing a lot of seats in Rohtak, right, are also going BJP way, which is a Hudda Jat land. So maybe maybe CSDS or someone will come with the exact caste-wise poll, there is a decent percentage of Jat vote that I understand that BJP is gaining, and it's a record. See, BJP started Barkha with 9% vote in 2009. It's not a traditional BJP state, and with 9% vote in this 2009 with 4 seats, now they are a 40% vote share party. Even if, 2 hours back when we are seeing BJP down with numbers, their vote share was still 37-38%. So 9% in 10 years, a 35-40% party, and also as a signal of all the local parties generally are getting disseminated, right? Both the Chautala parties, NLD and JJP. JJP is not even getting 1% vote. Aam Aadmi Party 1.5% vote, right? So now it's becoming Congress, BJP, many places like Telangana, like Haryana.
It hasn't been the day that the BJP would have wanted in Jammu and Kashmir for itself. Where are the stakes higher for the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir or Haryana? I mean politically. I don't mean as a nation. Obviously, Jammu and Kashmir has other sensitivities. I mean simply politically. Shantanu, and then I'll open it up.
See, what BJP would have expected, I'm sure, see, Jammu has 43 seats, right? They want to maximum, they want 23. So they want to improve that tally. So they want to touch maybe 29, 30. That would have been a best performance. If they come somewhere around 30, they winning seats in Kashmir is like out of question. Like they have an advantage of those 5 nominated MLAs. But again, I think this is the best BJP could have done. Or if the independents supported, the smaller parties supported in Kashmir, they would have done. But I think demise of PDP and those votes going towards NC. And also I'm seeing a phenomena since the victory of Rashid Engineer, right? The radical thoughts will win more votes. That seems like order of the day. That's why you're seeing the support for Hezbollah became the part of NC narrative during elections. So whoever will be more radical may win more elections. That's a dangerous trend which is emerging, which was already there in Kashmir. It is not a new trend, but now it's getting strengthened. But again, after 370 first poll, even smaller parties are developing in Jammu and Kashmir. So normalcy is back. Now we have a third state or third UT with Chief Minister after Delhi and Pondicherry. So we'll see this LG CM confusion will still will be news from henceforth in Jammu and Kashmir, I think.
Now, of course, Omar Abdullah did not want to contest this election, and that's the irony. He ended up contesting from 2 seats. His party is doing very well. He didn't want to contest these elections, but I think we have to separate Jammu and Kashmir from Haryana, because one impacts domestic politics in a way the other doesn't. Jammu and Kashmir is a very sort of has a unique set of factors. Nilanjan, again, the results, if they hold, these are leads, but I mean, Dharmendra Pradhanji on the ground in Haryana says he doesn't expect a major change. The Haryana is terrific news for the BJP, and it challenges all the punditry that believe that something had shifted fundamentally in the Hindi heartland. Nilanjan?
In fact, what we notice in Haryana, I think I look at it more as a case of not the BJP winning so much as the Congress ending up losing the state. I see very much similarity with what happened in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and to some extent in Rajasthan also in 2023. So what is happening is that the Congress, the national leadership, is not able to control and actually get these satraps, the regional leaders, to be able to take everybody along. No, Shantanu used this phrase, that Jat versus Chhattis Biradari. This is what was actually we were hearing. I did not travel through Haryana for various professional reasons, but constantly kept on hearing that out here is this man, Bhupender Singh Hooda, who cannot take people from other castes within his own party. Wo humko kya lega? So people started fearing some kind of a Jat hegemony, which used to be there in the pre-2014 years. So possibly what has happened is that the BJP's old social coalition, which it wove from 2014 onward, when they decided very consciously to have a non-Jat as Chief Minister in Manohar Lal Khattar. The same thing was done in Jharkhand also. I think that has paid electoral dividends for the first time, because this is an election where the votes have not been asked in the name of Mr. Modi. The national leadership was by and large absent. They allowed essentially to do the work, whatever it was good or bad, by the state government to speak for itself. But essentially it was the fear of takeover by the Jats, not just the government, but also at the village level and at the local mohalla levels. That is what possibly got the entire anti-Jat coalition together against the Congress party.
Now, you analyze, Nilanjan, the elections in terms of, the local leadership of the BJP giving a free hand, and the Congress's local leadership being seen as too associated with one caste. Nalini, do you agree with that reading? That this is a very local election and not a national election? The truth is that had the BJP lost Haryana, people would have extrapolated national conclusions. Brand Modi would have been discussed. Right? So how do you see it now? Do we see it now as strictly local?
Barkha, I think every election is going to have some sort of accretion or some subtraction to the brand Modi image and the BJP national image. And if they win Haryana, it is definitely something which will add to the sheen of the Modi image, even if he didn't step in, didn't participate that much, and as well as to the BJP image. So I think that should, one cannot say it's local to that extent that it will not have any effect on how Modi or BJP nationally is regarded. But I would say that I don't really, when we are talking about the Jat element and Bhupinder Singh Hooda, etc., and the fear of the Jats returning, is called Jat Shahi, that people are afraid of that. But look at the numbers of Jats who have won in the BJP just now, from what the figures tell us and what you tell us. So what does that imply? That also has its own, the Ahirwars would be definitely feeling that we are going to be a smaller proportion of this BJP house that comes in. So will Jat Shahi now impose on us? There are all these things, and I don't really agree with, I think it was Shantanu Gupta who said that smaller parties are having their day and their say. Actually, the smaller parties seem to be shrinking. And also there is this, when you talk about the fact that, that the Congress, when Shelja was making her when Shelja was making her demands, can you hear me?
I can't hear Nalini.
Can you hear?
If others, can you others hear Nalini?
We can hear you.
You can,
Okay.
Nalini, please carry on. I think it's something in my
So
voice have stopped working.
I'll just take 10 seconds. When we say that Congress suffered because of the Shelja and Bhupinder Singh Hooda, etc., wanting whatever, and also Randeep Surjewala, it's correct. I'm sure it's very correct. But on the other hand, when you look at the Congress turncoats who into the BJP and who are winning, what is actually the inference to be drawn? Because if a split in one, that is at the top, leads to a loss of votes, a split from the party, you seem to, the voters seem to welcome that, and they make the Congress turncoats win. I think that this is something which is going to baffle people, baffle analysts, and it should be looked at squarely in the eye. And I certainly cannot draw any inferences at this stage, but certainly it is a rich area for analysis for a long time. What Haryana has done and its proximity to Delhi, and nothing seems to matter. And I do say it again, that BJP has to be electorally complemented because it has taken another state, North Indian state, and added it to the Hindi heartland fortress that it has. And how can you deny that? So that it's not only, now we are not just going to say Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, which trips off our tongues, but we'll have to say plus Haryana. And of course, Gujarat is the ultimate throne. So these are things that we have to now contend with. That we've got a party over here, even if the results turn a little bit, and they might. Let's just say they might, because the vote share of the Congress party is very impressive. It's added 12% from the last time, which might have caused the buzz. But if I may just say, that if you look at Jammu and the Valley, and I did say that there are two elections, Jammu and the Valley separately, if you want that they should actually feel there should be participation, then there really should be proportional representation in the government. It should not be the numbers of seats, is something I feel very strongly about. Similarly, I think even in Haryana, you've got a party, Congress party, which is ahead in vote share of the BJP, as indeed BJP was ahead in vote share in many other places where, I think, was it Himachal Pradesh, where the Congress formed the government. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I would say that this seems to be, you disenfranchise an equal number of people in a way. They are not going to get their MLAs to the MLAs of the BJP to listen to those who voted for the Congress party, who canvassed for them. Similarly, vice versa. So why
sorry. Let me just come in here. Even as the Aam Aadmi Party picks up a seat in Jammu and Kashmir quite unexpectedly in Doda opening its account. धर्मेंद्र जी, आपने बहुत थियरी सुनी हरियाणा के बारे में. लोकल था, नेशनल था. लोकसभा में it was, the Congress picked up 5 seats. मोदी फैक्टर कितना था, कितना नहीं था. सच ये है कि अगर बीजेपी हारी होती, जिस तरह की एग्जिट पोल्स ने प्रिडिक्ट किया है, तो पूरे डिस्कशन होता कि मोदी फैक्टर वीक हो गया है. अब जब बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रही है, जैसे कि रुझान सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो क्या मोदी फैक्टर रिमाइंड करता है कि अभी भी बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है, कि क्या मोदी प्लस प्लस कुछ हुआ है ऑन ग्राउंड? आप किस तरह से एनालाइज करेंगे?
देखो, निश्चित तौर पर बरखा जी, जो मोदी प्लस अमित शाह प्लस योगी आदित्यनाथ, इन तीनों लोगों ने यहाँ पे काफी रैलियां की थी. मोदी की 4 हुई, अमित शाह की 9 हुई और योगी आदित्यनाथ की कुछ ज्यादा भी हुई, है ना. तो फैक्टर तो काम करता है, लेकिन लोकल भी इशू थे. और मेनली जो हरियाणा की जो महीन जातिगत राजनीति है, उस जातिगत राजनीति में मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस जाट और प्लस मुसलमान, इसके अतिरिक्त तीसरे किसी फैक्टर को लाने में कामयाब नहीं हो पाई. तीसरी किसी जातियों को अपने साथ जोड़ने में उस तरीके से कामयाब नहीं हुई, जिस तरीके से कि बीजेपी ने नॉन जाट का एक जो खड़ा किया, जो नैरेटिव खड़ा किया, उसको वो भुनाने में कामयाब हुई. तो दलितों की जो बात थी, जो मैंने बताया आपको कि दलित, जाट और मुसलमान मिलके कोई 52% हो जाते हैं हरियाणा के, लेकिन दलितों को जो शैलजा थी वो आखिरी तक मानी नहीं, और दूसरी और जो कास्ट हैं वो उस तरीके से नहीं जुड़ पाए. इसीलिए आज जो ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं उसमें बहुत सारी जो सीटें हैं, जाट लैंड की सीटें हैं, वो बीजेपी जीतने में कामयाब हुई है. जैसे मैं अभी आपको बताऊं कि 2 परिणाम अभी तक आए हैं. एक नूह का आया है जहां पर आफ्ताब अहमद जीते हैं कांग्रेस के, और एक परिणाम आया बीजेपी का जो जीन का है. जीन प्योर जाट लैंड है ना. हुड्डा जी का बिल्कुल उसमें एकदम से प्रभाव है, बावजूद उसके जीन की सीट अभी बीजेपी ने जीती है और अच्छे मार्जिन से जीती है. तो मसला यह है कि जाट वर्सेस गैर जाट करने में बीजेपी बिल्कुल कामयाब हुई है, और बीजेपी ने उस हिसाब से रणनीति अपनी जो की उसमें, और जो मुद्दे थे आम लोगों के, जो मैंने बताए पहले आपको, पर्ची खर्ची और जो दूसरी चीजें थी, तो कांग्रेस जिन मुद्दों को लेके आगे बढ़ रही थी, उन्हीं मुद्दों को बीजेपी ने अपने आदेशों में कभी अपने कैबिनेट से उनको अप्रूव करवाया, या फिर बाद में भी बोला. जैसे उसकी बात थी, नौकरियों की बात थी, तो नायब सिंह सैनी हमेशा कहते रहे कि सबसे पहले हम 8,500 नौकरी देंगे, उसके बाद ही 8 अक्टूबर के बाद शपथ लेंगे. तो जो मुद्दे थे, 50,000 नौकरी देने की जो बात थी, उस पर लगातार 35,000 नौकरियों पे काम कर रहे थे. तो कहने का मतलब ये कि आम आदमी के इशू प्लस सेंटर की लीडरशिप और लोकल का मैनेजमेंट, ये मिला के, तीनों का मिला के जातिगत राजनीति, ये मिला के कॉम्बिनेशन है. मोदी फैक्टर है, उससे डिनाई नहीं किया जा सकता है, लेकिन मोदी की जो वेव थी, जो मोदी का जो बहुत बड़ा मोदी का एक मैसेज रहता था कि रैली की और माहौल बदल गया, ऐसा माहौल यहाँ नहीं बदला, ये मैं कह सकता हूँ.
Okay, Shantanu, would you agree with that? Obviously, the Lok Sabha results also reflect a certain weakening in that capacity to draw votes. But I think what Dharmendra ji is saying is the brand is there, but the brand, वो एक होता है ना कि पहले आए और जादू हो गया, वो अब नहीं है. अभी काम और ज्यादा बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. And but obviously we'll need a seat-wise breakup of this data to understand what has happened where. Shantanu.
ग्राउंड वर्क काफी हुआ. मैं 1 मिनट आपको
सॉरी, आप
ग्राउंड वर्क काफी किया, और आरएसएस के और जो बीजेपी के जो वर्कर हैं, जो आमतौर पर जो काम करते हैं, उन्होंने काफी मेहनत की यहाँ पर. आप इसका अंदाजा इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं कि आरएसएस की तरफ से अरुण कुमार जी यहाँ पर सक्रिय थे, जो बीजेपी और आरएसएस के कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं देश के. तो वो यहाँ पे हरियाणा में डायरेक्टली देख रहे थे. तो संगठन के बहुत बड़ी संख्या में मतलब लोग लगे हुए थे, और उन्होंने मेहनत की, और उस मेहनत का परिणाम दिखाई दे रहा है अभी.
Shantanu, go ahead. Shantanu, go ahead.
See, how I see any victory for BJP or any other government, BJP especially, is one is the supreme leader, which is in this case Narendra Modi. Then is the state leadership. Second, if they are incumbent, how the governance ran. And third is the party cadre and their whole Vichar Parivar, which is RSS, right? So I have never seen BJP saving Narendra Modi's brand. If some election needed, he is overused. So maybe it's a small state. You can't do anyway more than 5-6 rallies. Yeah, 2014, anyway, he did like extra rallies because he was a new face. He wanted to establish himself.
Yeah.
And even 2019, his rallies were 6 to my understanding. He did 4, 5 still. So I think they are not trying to do a brand fatigue around Narendra Modi. But everyone understand it's Modi's there in every poster though, even if it's Naib Singh Saini poster or a Khattar poster. Nobody's not want to put Narendra Modi's like Rahul Gandhi. We heard that Hooda never wanted Rahul Gandhi to do extensive prachar in Haryana. We have realized Yogi Adityanath was extensively used, so much so that Surjewala has to make comments against Yogi Adityanath that ye Brahman Virodhi hain and ye hain. So I think BJP has used their top guns in the state to a decent degree. And again, so I was, in fact, when I saw the exit polls, I was particularly disappointed because I'm a governance guy. I go to a lot of governance conferences. I have seen multiple models of Haryana being talked about, right? In fact, those models are ridiculous. Portal government. So many things are so smooth in. I remember that when I went in Ashoka University and I was talking to a lot of chief minister fellows. The way Khattarji ran the chief minister fellowships, every district has a chief minister fellow, and one fellow was telling how we smoothened making driving licenses, right? I have never seen someone taking pride in how smooth is easy in Haryana to get a driving license. How the land titles are being cleared who had multiple cases. I thought this should having reverberation in the elections. And this is a validation of those things. Maybe Khattarji or Naib Singh Saini are not some super popular faces, but governance is winning back. That's a good signal for Indian democracy.
I want to get in Nilanjan now. What is the impact? You know, everybody said that if BJP loses Haryana, Maharashtra or Jharkhand per bhi asar padega. Now, while this has been a hard-fought election with many close contests, the corollary is also true. Does this weaken the opposition momentum going into the next set of assembly elections?
Thanks, Barkha. You know, besides the question which you asked me, there is one more point which I want to discuss. We will come back to it. Nalini is also here. I am rather perturbed about the state of our own profession, you know, journalists. You know, it has become, a fairly routine affair that reporters are not spending enough time in the field. They come back with half-baked ideas, just skim the surface and then just write. Television, we all know, has its own, limitations. You can't, it's an intrusive, medium. You have to take the camera, which suddenly gets everybody in a performing mode, saying what they presume the others would want to listen. But at least the rest of the media, especially the print media, I think it's time for some quiet introspection to discuss as to how coverage can be improved and we can get better assessments. You know what Shantanu was talking about governance. I don't really recall much of being written over the last 10 years about these matters about governance. It's not just a matter of Haryana. We are essentially, even the print media has got into this headline. Each the print and the TV I see are feeding on the headlines of each other. They should, instead of being complimentary, they are just kind of taking off, and it's not happening. I think that much more effort has to go into news gathering, which is needed, and I hope that some editors are listening to us, and I definitely like Nalini to also express comment, because she's also seen these elections for the last
No, I think it's a good point, but I also think that journalists should be able to say, "मुझे नहीं पता कौन जीत रहा है." It's not our job to say कौन जीत रहा है. Our job is simply to interview people, to tell the story, to just report. We are not meant to say ये जीत रहा है, ये जीत रहा है. We are not pollsters. We don't have those skills. And I think, as Shantanu said, the exit polls, I mean, this is the second time that, after the Lok Sabha, that the exit polls have been totally in some other direction. But can I just, and I'll come to that, but Nilanjan, on the politics, what do you see happening going into the assembly elections?
No, definitely the BJP will be, emboldened by the result from Haryana. It appeared that they were on a weak wicket, facing a tough contest in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. If not the ground reality, at least their cadre would be enthused by this, so a greater amount of energy will go in. And as what our colleague from Haryana, Dharmendra ji, was saying, the cohesion between the Sangh, within the Sangh Parivar of Arun Kumar coming and ensuring that RSS workers were there, which was completely absent during the Lok Sabha elections, which actually caused such a major setback to the BJP, especially in Uttar Pradesh. So if they can go past that, and if the Sangh Parivar can be truly a Parivar like it has been in the past, then I think things will not look so bleak as they were earlier, as the campaign was going on in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. And, Hemant Soren has to be particularly careful about this non-dominant community card which the BJP has played since 2014 in Haryana, getting the non-Jats together and, forging some kind of a coalition. Something like that appears to be being done by the BJP in Jharkhand. And if they are able to build a new kind of a social coalition, and especially with this bogey which they are raising about people, Muslims from Bangladesh, let us actually use the word what they are intending to, though they have not used the word, but basically saying people from Bangladesh are coming in and actually leading to demographic changes within Jharkhand, which is being tolerated by the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So if all that really works in the BJP's favor, we will have a real contest in hand in Jharkhand too. About Maharashtra, I think the BJP will face a tougher unlike the states like Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, where essentially the BJP lost because the Congress lost because the national leadership could not get the state leaders to do what they wanted or what should have been done best for the party. In Maharashtra, the leadership is essentially in the hands of the other allies, especially with Uddhav Thackeray being there, the face of the alliance. I think the BJP will face a tougher contest in Maharashtra than as has been the case in Haryana and previously in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, I want to come before I come to Nalini to धर्मेंद्र जी. धर्मेंद्र जी, निरंजन ने एक बात की कि क्यों किसी ने ये ट्रेंड पिकअप नहीं किया, क्यों किसी ने पिकअप नहीं किया कि हरियाणा में इतनी टाइट रेस होने वाली है, क्यों सबको ऐसा लगा कि बहुत गुस्सा है बीजेपी के खिलाफ. Sorry, Shantanu, you wanted to say something? Yeah, okay, Shantanu first and then धर्मेंद्र जी. No, okay, okay, धर्मेंद्र जी, क्या हुआ? आप तो बिल्कुल वहीं पे हैं, जमीन पे हैं. क्या मतलब कुछ बदला? कुछ गलती हुई कांग्रेस से, कुछ गलती हुई पोलस्टर्स या पत्रकारों से, क्या कुछ कम्युनिटी बहुत विजिबल और वोकल थी और उनके बेसिस पे इंप्रेशन फॉर्म हुआ, मतलब क्या हुआ?
जो आपने अभी बोला ना मैम कि कुछ कम्युनिटी ज्यादा वोकल थी, जाट हैं, या जो बात थी कि जवान, पहलवान और इनकी जो बात थी किसान की, तो ये ज्यादातर जाट कम्युनिटी को ही बिलोंग करते थे और इनका गुस्सा बहुत अग्रेसिवली दिखाई देता था फील्ड में, है ना. और जो दूसरे थे तो बीजेपी से जब भी आप बात करिएगा किसी भी बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर से या बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता से या ग्राउंड वर्कर से, वो कहता है हमारा वोटर साइलेंट वोटर है और वो जाके वोट करेगा, कास्ट करेगा. अब ग्राउंड पे जाके क्या प्रॉब्लम होती है कि हमको जो देखा उसको हमको रिपोर्ट करना है, जो भी आता है, जो भी करेगा. तो जो कोई बोल ही नहीं रहा है उसके लिए क्या कर लेंगे, क्या ही किया जाएगा उसके लिए ना. बात ये है. तो जब जिससे बात हो रही है, आप खुल के बोल रहे हैं, आपसे बात हो रही है, मेरे से बात हो रही है, मैं बोल ही नहीं रहा हूं, तो मैं कैसे प्रेडिक्ट कर लूंगा? ये भी बात है ना. तो जो लोग ग्राउंड पे जा रहे हैं उनको जो सुनाई दे रहा है, दिखाई दे रहा है, बोला जा रहा है, जो इशू है, जो समस्याएं हैं, वो तो विजिबल हैं. सड़क टूटी है तो टूटी है, बिजली नहीं आ रही है. तो ये जो मुद्दे हैं, जैसे पोर्टल की बात है, तो पोर्टल में जो परेशानी थी वो लगातार बनी रही. और पोर्टल में ये जो नायब सिंह सैनी हैं, इन्होंने लगातार उसका 1 महीने तक कोई कैंप लगाए जगह जगह, और बड़ी संख्या में हमने देखा कि उनमें प्रॉपर्टी आईडी ठीक करवाने के लिए, परिवार पहचान पत्र को ठीक करवाने के लिए लोग आए उसमें लगातार. तो जो समस्याएं विजिबल थी उनको मीडिया ने रिपोर्ट किया. मतलब पर्टिकुलर मैं अपनी बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं तो सभी मीडिया की बात कह रहा हूँ.
आई अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू मीन कि बहुत बारी ऐसा होता है कि जो बहुत वोकल हो, जो बहुत विजिबल हो, वही दिखता है, और जो साइलेंट हो उसको गेज करना ऑन रिकॉर्ड बहुत मुश्किल होता है. So I think that's an important point, but I also want to welcome Nazir Ganai from Jammu and Kashmir, from Kashmir Valley. Kashmir की भी बात करनी चाहिए हमें, लेकिन Nalini, I saw your hand go up, so please go ahead, Nalini.
धर्मेंद्र कि जो दिखता नहीं उसके बारे में कैसे हम करें, कुछ बात कैसे स्पष्ट करें? वही तो होना चाहिए पत्रकारिता में कि जो दिखता नहीं उसका एनालिसिस आप कर पाए, जो कि पहले कर पाते थे। तो अब ये है, मुझे ये कहना है, मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टफुली आई वुड लाइक टू से दैट यू नो इफ वी डू नॉट एंड द ट्रेंड आई फाइंड, include myself, is that we are reading much less, we are writing much less, and in fact by this we have corroded some brain cells. अब हमें पढ़ने में भी देरी लग रही है, अब हमें लिखने में भी देरी लग रही है. So I find that as an extremely alarming trend in journalism, and I would not like anybody to get away by saying, धर्मेंद्र जी मैं बहुत यानी कि रिस्पेक्ट के साथ, अफेक्शनेट रिस्पेक्ट के साथ आपको कह रही हूँ कि जी जो सामने नहीं है तो उसको कैसे बोलें, अरे यही तो हमारा काम है. एंड द अदर थिंग इज दैट आई
कहने का मतलब ये था, मैम सॉरी मैं आपको इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ, मेरा कहने का मतलब ये था कि समस्याएं हमें दिखाई दे रही हैं कि बिजली नहीं है, सड़क नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम है लोगों की, और लोग हमारे पास आ रहे हैं. ठीक, अब क्या हो रहा है कि लोग भी आ रहे हैं, समस्याएं भी दिखाई दे रही हैं, तो रिपोर्ट फिर और अंदर का ट्रेंड तो कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? बात ये है ना.
आप लेकिन ऐसा थोड़ी है कि आप ये कह सकते हैं कि हम कैसे करें. आई वुड से दैट वो हमारी कमी है तो हमें उसको भरना पड़ेगा. हम कांग्रेस की कमी बता रहे हैं, भाजपा की कमियां कभी बता देते हैं, तो हाउ अबाउट हमारी कमी भी तो है दैट वी आर नॉट एबल टू एक्चुअली change the way we are collecting.
I also think with respect, sorry Nalini, I'll just interject to say I also think with respect that people don't, because there's a lot of exposure, there is social media, there is as Nilanjan said, there are people who perform for the camera. People have also got very smart about keeping their opinion to themselves. But you are absolutely right. Let's not make this a media debate. You're absolutely right in saying that one should be able to gauge patterns, discontentment, or even support on the ground, not just negative feelings, but also positive feelings.
Barkha, I do have another thing to say, and I'm just going to say we can see this is a litmus test. We, the media, will absolutely forget that this is a 240 Lok Sabha MP minority government. After this victory in Haryana, it will be not even mentioned, and therefore the government will behave as if it is a super majority government. Now, we as the people who are the link between what is happening and the government, and not in favor of either. Certainly, if we have any adversaries, we have an adversarial relationship with the government. We should never forget that. So, therefore, I would say, I almost challenge, unless somebody does it now, that the 240, that minority government has won a state government, that will not be mentioned, and it will just be accretion to the sheen of BJP. The second thing, therefore, I would just say that I'm saying we are saying to other people that you should change yourself. But you're saying don't make it a media debate. I'm saying, one should go into the social media and see how we do it.
I'm just saying that there will be time for a media debate. I am not saying it's not valid. Shantanu was wanting to respond, and then I do want to get a friend from Kashmir also to come in. Shantanu ji, please go ahead.
Sense of exit polls and a lot of field journalists. I was in Barkha in UK and Oxford for a fellowship last year, and because the UK election was an offing, so I ended up visiting a lot of journalists, a lot of think tanks who were doing the surveys for the post-coming UK election. And very rarely anyone was ready to put a number, right? They were only saying voting percentages, right? And that's, I think, trend in Indian media. हमको number चाहिए. जीत कौन रहा है, सरकार कौन बना रही है, कितनी. इनफैक्ट to our Indian channel they give seat by seat analysis, which is normally with kind of survey data it's not possible. If you see the polling percentages, Congress is almost 0.45% is more than BJP. So, and that buzz, even the journalists and the polling agents also must be hearing that buzz. So they saying Congress coming back with the buzz they're hearing, that buzz is coming in the form of polling percentage. In our first pass the poll system, how we convert the seat is very different. So I think putting unnecessary pressure on also the field journalists and exit polls, because many cases they are predicting the percentages, right? But converting them into seats is anyway a tough job, which around the globe, very people escape from converting the polling percentages into numbers.
I think that's a very good point. That because in percentages the polls aren't as wrong as they are in the analysis of how they translate into seats. Nazir, what's the mood in Jammu and Kashmir? जहाँ पे कहा जा रहा था कि hung assembly है, वहाँ तो hung assembly नहीं हुई. जहाँ कहा जा रहा था कि कांग्रेस जीतने वाली है, clear verdict में वहाँ उल्टा हो गया. Tell us what's happening there. It's looking beautiful behind you. What's happening?
I think Barkha, that's Kashmir. It surprises you every time. It surprises you on every aspect of the life. I'm right now sitting in at SKICC, which is the strong room, largest strong room in J&K. तो यहाँ पे इस वक्त मैं बैठा हूँ और शोरो गुल में ऐसे ऐसे यहाँ पे हो रहा है कि जून हो अलबाइन जून हो. So all over there's a national conference slogans going on. While as Omar Abdullah is sitting at his home and he's tweeting and he's also watching the these updates and all. तो इस वक्त सड़कों पे माहौल ऐसा है कि people are rejoicing, people are celebrating this win, and actually they are celebrating this this beautiful aspect of the democracy. इस वाले असेंबली इलेक्शन इंतखाबात में हमने ये देखा कि श्रीनगर के अलावा बाकी सारे जो एरियाज है उनमें अच्छी खासी वोटिंग हुई. एंड a place like Sopor also came out. They also voted, and they also interested in their candidates कि हमने ये इलेक्शन लड़ना है और हमने ये जीतना है. और यहाँ पे पीडीपी जो पार्टी जो अपने आप को किंग मेकर कह रही थी, चेंज मेकर कह रही थी, आई थिंक it's a sinking ship, and they realized it from the round one when they had to trail in their own home constituency Bijbihara, and Iltija had to trail in that. तो वहीद परा did well, he won that seat, पुलवामा सीट. तो बाकी ओवरऑल जो एनसी का स्वीप रहा श्रीनगर में, और अपनी पार्टी जो अल्ताफ बुखारी एग्जिट पोल भी ये कह रहे थे कि वो जीतेंगे, उन्होंने भी वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो वहां पे.
What about the engineer रशीद फैक्टर जिन्होंने उमर और सजाद को लोकसभा में हराया, वो असेंबली में कुछ खास नहीं कर पाए?
I think, Barkha, why we have to understand that Kashmiris always, view the situation through the prism of emotions. You have reported yourself from Kashmir, and people generally, side with the victimhood. And this is what happened with Engineer Rashid. When he went to the people and when he was jailed, people just, his sons, his mother, they all went out for the campaigning. People just connected to that victimhood. They connected to that, these campaigns. He had no vision. He had no manifesto. Just one thing कि इंजीनियर रशीद को हमें जेल से बाहर लाना है, और इंजीनियर रशीद के जितने भी जैसे वो जेल्ड लीडर्स है, जेल्ड यूथ है, उनको हमें बाहर लाना है. I think that was a sentimental vote which he got. But I think Parliament election is largely different than the assembly elections. Assembly is very well knit, well connected, जहाँ पे अपने candidates का एक असर रहता है. और हमने देखा कि recently when we were in Kulgam, we could see such a rousing, response for this Jamaat leader. But at the same time, when you could see the political posturing and the body language of the lone leftist in that constituency, one could make out that I think it was a very deceptive,
This is a very interesting point you're making. You're saying Kashmiris respond to whom they're feeling sorry for. So in the Lok Sabha election, Engineer Rashid was the only Kashmiri leader in jail. Everyone else had come out, and in being inside jail, he was able to play the underdog. But this time, the national conference felt like an underdog to Kashmiri voters. What do you mean? Why were they feeling sorry for Omar Abdullah, who did not want to contest this election, by the way, initially?
I think after such a long time, national conference का cadre vote जो है consolidate हो गया, because they have been always, telling them कि इन्होंने ये चीज नहीं की, एक anti-incumbency होती है. और I think this is for the first time national conference के जो national conference से चले भी गए थे, they also came back, and you need to give credit to Omar Abdullah for that. He ran player and post. उसने इस assembly election में पहली बार national conference might have used helicopter for such a long time. तो हर एक जगह वो खुद गए, खुद उन्होंने इंश्योर किया कि हर एक जगह वो पहुंचे. एंड आई थिंक मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली Aga Ruhula's factor has really played for national conference. The way he has presented himself in parliament, the way he has made statements out in Kashmir, and Kashmir, that he fulfilled that vacuum which was not there post 2019.
I have one more question for you before we take last comments from guests. 370 Is this going to be reopened as an issue? Nazir?
I think Barkha, going to public, understanding their viewpoint, understanding their feedback. Article 370 is very much ingrained. Article 370, the people of Jammu and Kashmir really want a revocation of Article 370. They really want restoration of statehood, and it is going to be a major issue, and it is going to be the biggest challenge for National Conference Congress government till they come into the power. And most importantly is government formation ke baad, I think we have to also see how and why are these people getting into the numbers, and who is going to get what portfolio, and how are they going to address, and what would be the overall political positioning and statements from these political parties, that we have to see.
Okay, let's take last comments. Nazir, stay with us. We are seeing at the moment the BJP's Ravinder Raina trailing. So that can't be good news for the BJP. While the BJP has largely done well in the Jammu region, it has been like two different states within a state, which is now a union territory, about to be a state again. Final comments, Dharmendra ji, aapse shuru karti hu. Tasadduk, I can see you as well. I'll come to you. Dharmendra ji, aapse shuru karti hu. अब क्या होने जा रहा है अगले 2 घंटे में हरियाणा में, और मुख्यमंत्री क्या इनकम्बेंट ही रहेंगे या कोई और बनेंगे?
मुझे लगता है कि जो अभी ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी 50 सीट पर अभी है, कांग्रेस 35 सीट्स पर है, तो इसमें थोड़ा बहुत परिवर्तन दो एक सीट का या 3 सीट का ऐसा हो सकता है। ऑलमोस्ट रिजल्ट अब इसके आसपास ही रहेंगे जो ट्रेंड हैं। जहां तक बात मुख्यमंत्री की है, तो नायब सिंह सैनी को सेंट्रल लीडरशिप ने भी चुनाव से पहले ही सीएम कैंडिडेट घोषित किया हुआ था, और उन्हें बहुत ही कम समय हुआ था, बावजूद उसके 52 डेज उनको मिले काम करने के लिए, 54 दिन 54 डेज मिले उनको काम करने के लिए। और उस दौरान भी मतलब मुझे लगता है कि एक सीएम जो 54 डेज में कर सकता है, वो ठीक ठाक ही काम किया उन्होंने। तो निश्चित तौर पर नायब सिंह सैनी ही बीजेपी की ओर से सीएम बनेंगे। भले ही अनिल विज जी या राव इंद्रजीत दोनों सीएम बनने की ख्वाहिश अपनी जाहिर कर चुके हैं, पर नायब सिंह सैनी ही ओत लेंगे।
What will happen to हुड्डा जी?
हुड्डा जी के लिए ये लास्ट चुनाव था, बिकॉज कि वो 77 ईयर ओल्ड हैं, और और पूरा का पूरा चुनाव ही कांग्रेस ने उनके कंधों पर लड़ा। उनके ही जैसे 90 सीट्स हैं हरियाणा में, तो 90 में से करीब 65 के करीब टिकट उनके खुद के समर्थकों के थे, और अभी कांग्रेस 31 से 35 तक गई है, +4 है अभी अगर देखें तो लास्ट चुनाव के हिसाब से। तो हुड्डा जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन बने रह सकते हैं, लेकिन अब मुझे नहीं लगता है कि अब कांग्रेस को यहाँ पे हरियाणा में अब नई लीडरशिप के साथ जाना पड़ेगा। वो नई लीडरशिप कौन होगी, ये सेंटर की जो भी लीडरशिप इनकी है कांग्रेस की, वो अपने तय करें। लेकिन अब मुझे लगता है कि हुड्डा के साथ कांग्रेस को बहुत लंबा रास्ता तय नहीं कर पाएगी कांग्रेस। अब उनको नई लीडरशिप की ओर जाना ही होगा, यंग की तरफ।
वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग सिचुएशन। धर्मेंद्र जी, थैंक यू। आई नो आपको जाना है, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। शांतनु, लास्ट थॉट्स गोइंग इनटू द नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ असेंबली इलेक्शंस, व्हाट डू यू थिंक द बीजेपी विल बी थिंकिंग अबाउट?
I think BJP certainly got a shot with a good vote percentage, a good number of seats in Jammu region, right? And now they're forming a government third time. The likes of Bansi Lal, Bhajan Lal, Devi Lal, Om Prakash Chaudhary, the biggies of Haryana rarely came second time, and third time is never happened in the history of Haryana. So BJP will take that medal while they're going. So that's one. Second, in JNK, I think this will be a new form of government for Omar Abdullah to work with the LG. To my understanding, the police, the selection of IS officers, like the way we see the LG Chief Minister tussle in New Delhi, I'm sure we will hear similar tussles till the time Jammu Kashmir get the statehood. So I'm saying that we'll be hearing more often. That'll be the part of TV debates very soon.
Yeah, I think that's quite perceptive, because one of the reasons that Omar Abdullah did not want to contest is that he said he felt it was a demoted assembly. So I think more than 370, the immediate, I think, focus is going to be on the rest. On from taking it back from a UT to a statehood. Nalini, last thoughts? Nalini?
There are two, I would say that with the win in Haryana, quite a dazzling win, I think the assertiveness of the RSS will be somewhat less. And therefore, I think that there will be a much more easy decision about the president of the BJP, something which has been pending for such a long time, because apparently there were tussles. But now I think we know whose word will prevail or could prevail more. The other one is, Barkha, that 370 doesn't seem to be a huge issue electorally in either the Valley or in Jammu. And it appears that in Valley, they say it's a sentimental issue. But I would say that if you look at it in terms of the way society is organized and the ecosystem, somebody should be actually now talking about why we went in for 370 in the manner in which we did. Mr. Doval might like to address somebody. Mr. Modi might want to say why he went in the way he did. And also that when we are looking at that time, there were so many agencies that came along saying that there is terrorism, leave the valley, vacate the valley. What is that about? It was so dramatic. It was like a little bit of a 1960s Bollywood film. So,
yes.
So when we have not, when there is no evidence that either in Jammu or in Srinagar, in the valley, that we have a strong sentiment about the 370 in terms of the electoral votes. And votes count because that's how the society will develop and be organized, and these two areas will be organized. So isn't anybody going to raise a question about 370?
Okay, I will definitely take your point and talk to our Kashmir guests, but I will take a last comment from Nilanjan before we say goodbye and thank you to all of you. Nilanjan, any last thoughts before we let you go?
As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, I think the onus of making this new experiment, this new governance experiment work lies with the center. The first test is going to be the nomination of the members of the Legislative Assembly. Instead of taking the writ of the center to prevail, I think the state government needs to be consulted, and only after that should the vacancies be filled. It is a new experiment. It should not lead to a kind of clash which had happened in Delhi. This is also not the same kind of a states, in terms of status as far as Delhi is concerned. But Omar Abdullah is a seasoned politician who knows how to work with people. Let us not forget the fact that he worked with even the Vajpayee government and was one of the fairly good performing ministers. So, that is there as far as Kashmir. I am a bit worried about whether the BJP is going to dominate what the government feels should be done or not. This is something where the government, which includes the External Affairs Ministry, the Defense Ministry, to give inputs as to what should be the decisions being communicated by the Home Ministry to the governor or the Lieutenant Governor.
It has definitely been a riveting day of politics. We'll say, Nazir, because you joined so late, I'll ask you to stay for another 5 minutes. I'll say thank you to Ranjan, Nalini, and Shantanu. Thank you so much to all of you. We do have a statement from Farooq Abdullah, the kind of patriarch, as it were, of Jammu and Kashmir politics. Now, finally, by the way, the National Conference not spoken all day, made our day very difficult because they did not want to speak till the picture was absolutely clear. People usually concede a defeat. The National Conference is now finally accepting the victory. And Farooq Abdullah has given this statement on Omar Abdullah being the next chief minister. Take a look.
आपको लगता है लोगों ने पूरा एतमाद नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर दिखा दिया है? क्या आपको लगता है नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर लोगों ने पूरा एतमाद दिखा दिया है? आज लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दाम 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं। मैंने एक्सपेक्टेशन तो छोड़ दी, काम बहुत कर मुश्किलात यहाँ पे जो बेकारी है उस बेकारी को दूर करना है, बेरोजगारी को दूर करना है, यहाँ पे जो महंगाई है उसकी तरफ देखना, जो ड्रग मैनेस है जो इस रास्ते उठा रहा है उस ड्रग मैनेस को खत्म करना है, उसके लिए हमने कायम करने हैं वो सेंटर जहाँ पे इनको इलाज हो सके।
आपकी जीत के बाद क्या हम ये माने कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप पूरी तरह बदलने वाले हैं?
आज एक लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर और 4 मुशीर नहीं होंगे, आज 90 लोग जो होंगे यहाँ की इसकी मुश्किलात को दूर करने की कोशिश करें।
डॉक्टर साहब, आप कांग्रेस के शुक्रगुजार हैं? आप कांग्रेस के कितने शुक्रगुजार हैं जो अलायंस में पूरा साथ कांग्रेस ने दे दिया?
मैं कहता हूँ मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार कि लोगों ने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और बड़ी आज़ादी से लिया और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने। उमर बब्बुल्ला बने
and he said in the end कि Omar CM बनेगा. Now the interesting thing is when I asked Omar Abdullah, this is before the results, do you want to be chief minister? I want to play out that clip for you and then come to both Tasadduq and Nazir. Take a look.
You said that once you commit to something, you put everything of yourself. So you went from being skeptical about contesting, and now that you're in it, you're contesting from 2 seats. Is your ambition to be chief minister again, even though this is not the assembly that you would have wanted?
I have no such ambitions. I don't
Why
know.
not?
I don't. I mean, I've been chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir prior to 5th August 2019.
Yes. In a more empowered assembly.
This is a very different assembly. So, look, it is not my ambition. That said, I don't know what my destiny has in store for me. I don't even know what 8th of October has in store for us.
But what would you choose for yourself if you could choose?
I would choose to turn back the clock to prior 5th August 2019, write off all this nonsense that we've had to go through and start from there. But I don't get to choose that.
So he said his ambition would be to turn back the clock on 370. I want reactions now. He's clearly going to be the chief minister. Do you think that his focus will be statehood or 370? I'll start with Nazir and then Tasadduq.
Omar initially didn't want to contest in this ill-powered, mismanaged assembly. So I think he went on and he contested elections, not just from one constituency, but 2 constituencies. That was the apprehension he had, that candidates are being, called, they are being fielded against him. So he contested from Gahanderbal and Badgam. But now the picture is clear. He is going to be the chief minister, and Article 370 is going to be the main issue for him. And most importantly, how they are going to bring back the lost glory to this assembly is going to be a biggest concern for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. यहाँ पे हमने ये भी देखा कि जो जम्मू से मैंडेट बीजेपी को मिला है और बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टॉलवर्ड्स को वहाँ पे हार का सामना करना पड़ा बीजेपी के लीडर से. I think that is also going to be playing a very crucial part in Jammu region as far as their mandate, their manifesto is concerned. तो यहाँ पे overall कश्मीर में I think Article 370 and overall developmental concern, unemployment, that is going to be a major concern for National Conference and the Congress here.
Tasadduq, also, if you look at the performance of the individual parties, even in North Kashmir, Engineer Rashid, who won Baramulla Lok Sabha seat, he couldn't be much of a factor. Apni party, Altaf Bukhari, has not opened its account. PDP has been decimated down to 2 seats. The Congress also is mostly 7. So if these are, I don't know if these are updated numbers. If somebody could confirm if they're updated numbers. But if you look at these updated numbers, is national conference की जीत है. More than anything else, it is national conference की जीत. Tasadduq, what explains it?
Barkha, I'm very sorry that I have joined this show very late because of right now I am in the counting center, and the biggest part of this whole story is that it is after 52 years that Congress candidate from Anantnag constituency has managed to win, who happens to be the former minister, rather 4-time minister, and the former JKPCC chief, that is Pirzada Muhammad Said. And one more Congress win from Duru Shabad. Those 2 constituencies fall in District Anantnag. GA Mir, All India Congress General Secretary, winning by huge margin, defeating his nearest rival People's Democratic Party's Muhammad Ashraf Malik, the former judge. So great news for Congress and great news for National Conference too. They have swept the polls on out of 7 seats in Anantnag. National Conference has managed to win 5, while as Congress has managed to win 2. But I was talking just a couple of minutes ago with the All India General Secretary G. M. Mir, who said, अब रिजल्ट आ गए हैं उनके सामने, नतीजा भी आ गया है, जुबिलेशन शाम तक चलेगी, लेकिन कल से जो है उनकी they are starting for some different sort of a battle, and that battle can be very much decisive in deciding the future of National Conference and Congress. And he was telling me that कल हमें बड़ी लड़ाई के लिए तैयार होना है. So these were the hints given, dropped by
बड़ी
the
लड़ाई
Congress
नहीं, बड़ी
All
लड़ाई
India
मतलब
General.
बड़ी लड़ाई मतलब क्या लड़ाई? Restoration of statehood, 370,
बड़ी
क्या
लड़ाई
लड़ाई?
मतलब बड़ी लड़ाई मतलब गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन के हवाले से वो चाहते हैं
पर
कि
अगर आप
सेक्युलर
देखें,
माइंडेड पार्टी.
पर अगर आप देखें सर, एक तो एनसी की 43 सीट्स है, बीजेपी की 28, कांग्रेस की 6 हैं सिर्फ, और पीडीपी की 4. Could we check this? I'm not very sure of these numbers actually. Neither the previous set nor these numbers. But the point is, क्या बड़ी लड़ाई है? NC will be the driving force, but how will you accommodate the interests of Jammu?
Jammu, that is very much true what you are saying, but you have to think that Congress happens to be the national party. Until and unless Congress should not have looked at the interests of the people of Jammu and the people of Kashmir, how come they will come out with such a bold statement? Point is, they will fight for the statehood, and both Congress and NC, I think whatever they say with brains. They know what they are saying in representing the sentiments of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, in Kashmir, people want statehood, and same is the case with the people living in Jammu. They also want statehood. So first battle will be formation of government, then starting the slogans and pressurizing the government of India for, getting the statehood back. But let me tell you, there are 3 or 4 factors we have to see. Because right now the numbers are not clear. Which party will be the, highest, which party will get the highest seats, and that party, claiming to form the government, that is to be seen. And then the LG inviting that political party who has got maximum number of seats, and that is to be seen. But yes, Congress and National Conference leaders and all those secular allies, they have made up their mind that yes, winning is good, jubilation is good, but they have to prepare for the battle, which is the battle of, getting statehood back into the state.
In the meantime, my colleague Zafar Iqbal is on the ground, and I would like to play out this moment that he captures of the celebration as he interacts with National Conference workers. Take a look.
There are massive celebrations in the National Conference camp. I'm just outside the residence of Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah here on the Gupkar Road. You can see a big contingent of media just outside the gate waiting for him to come out. He's likely to come out in a short while from now. He'll be going to Gandarbal to collect the certificate and also to Badgam if he wins from both the seats. But clearly we've been speaking to many National Conference people since the morning, and they say that results are more than they had expected. The National Conference ahead of all other political parties in the Kashmir Valley, and also its partner Congress also adding up to the seats. So clearly the India alliance is ahead in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir, and likely to form the government. But for now I can show you these scenes outside the residence of Omar Abdullah. There are supporters who are coming in waves to this place, to the Gupkar Road, waving the National Conference flags and also celebrating their victory. All leads indicate that they are ahead. So clearly that's the big question. But there are still many challenges that remain. That will Omar Abdullah actually be the chief minister? That is one question. And clearly what happens to the representation from the Jammu? Remember, most of the seats that the BJP won has come from the Jammu region. But for now, the party is celebrating its victory, and media contingents just outside the residence of Omar Abdullah is likely to come out in a short while from now and give a quick sound bite before he heads to Gandarbal and Badgam. In Srinagar with Amir Chasti, Zafar Iqbal from Mojo Story.
That was up for a bit earlier. We do now know that Omar Abdullah will be chief minister. I don't think there was ever any doubt about that. Tasadduq, I'll go back to you. आपने कहा कि बड़ी खबर आने वाली है, बड़ी तैयारी करनी है. The point is that, what do you see happening in the next 24 hours?
सबसे पहले मैंने ये नहीं कहा, बल्कि आई कोट कांग्रेस पार्टीज लीडर या GM मीर साहब, who happens to be the AICC general secretary. I mean, such a bold statement coming from the horse's mouth. बड़ी लड़ाई ये है, स्टेटहुड को वापस लेना है, कश्मीरी और जम्मू के लोगों के जो एहसासात और जज्बात है उनकी तर्जुमानी करनी है, और ये तभी पॉसिबल होगा जब हमारी असेंबली एम्पावर होगी, और जब असेंबली को ताकत होगी तभी ये चीजें पॉसिबल है. सरकार तो बनाने में अभी उनके मुताबिक 1 या 2 दिन लगेंगे, लेकिन यह भी देखना होगा कि सबसे बड़ी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन सी होगी जो गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन के हवाले से अपना क्लेम करेगी. और जाहिर सी बात है, और फिर उन्होंने जो बड़ा एक फैक्टर भी है कि 5 MLA जो नॉमिनेट किए जा रहे हैं, उसके हवाले से भी उनके दिमाग में ये चल रहा है कि ये कैसे पॉसिबल है. उनके मुताबिक ये सारा अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है. तो मुझे लगता है कुल मिला के इन नटशेल ये कह सकते हैं कि अभी बड़ी लड़ाई जो है 1 या 2 दिनों के बाद शुरू होने वाली है, और बड़ी लड़ाई यही है कि स्टेटहुड को वापस लेना है, लाइन ऑफ एक्शन तैयार करनी है, और इसमें नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस के जो नेता है और थिंक टैंक है उनको पता है वो क्या कर रहे हैं, और शायद पहले ही उन्होंने इस पे प्रोग्राम किया होगा, बातचीत की होगी, और तब जाके इतना बोल्ड स्टेटमेंट आवाम के सामने दे रहे हैं.
नजीर, आपसे पूछूंगी, अगर कोई क्लैरिटी हो, हाउ डिड द जमात बैक्ड 10 कैंडिडेट्स परफॉर्म? जो इंडिपेंडेंट 10 कैंडिडेट थे, तारिगामी जो लेफ्ट के लीडर हैं उनके खिलाफ ही साउथ कश्मीर में there was a जमात कैंडिडेट, और भी जगह थी, an estimated 10 candidates. अदर्स की परफॉर्मेंस को खाच नहीं रही. Have any of these जमात बैक्ड कैंडिडेट्स डन वेल?
अभी तक कोई ऐसा क्लियर ये नहीं आया है, बट आई थिंक जमात का जो कैंडिडेट कुलगाम से फील्ड हुए थे, ऋषि, तो उसको देखा जाता था कि ही विल मेक इट दिस टाइम, बट आई थिंक ही हैज आल्सो नॉट बीन एबल टू क्रिएट दैट वेव. तो वहां पे उन्होंने जो नारे दिए थे कि हम विमेन के लिए अलग जिम रखेंगे, आई थिंक दैट हैज आल्सो नॉट बीन टेकन वेल ऑन द ग्राउंड. तो यहाँ से भी, बीरवा साइड से और बाकी एरिया से भी, Jamaat has not been able to garner that kind of support from the public. But at the same time, we have to also see India Alliance के लिए, अगर उमर अब्दुल्ला नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आर्टिकल 370 की बात करते हैं, स्टेटहुड की बात करते हैं, while as Congress has remained mum, they have been tight-lipped during their campaigning, during their campaigns in all these constituencies. They have not spoken about restoration of Article 370. तो उसमें हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि how they are going to come on the consensus and believe that this has to be a biggest issue for the India Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. And at the same time, जो बाकी लीडरान है, जैसे कि आपने अभी कहा कि this is a biggest victory for national conference. Certainly, कुछ ऐसे constituencies है, जैसे कि खान साहब जो है 1977 से ये एक कैंडिडेट के पास ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी थी, और आज बहुत मुद्दत के बाद दिस कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी हैज गॉन टू नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस. सैफुद्दीन भट्ट हैज वन दिस सीट फॉर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, एंड सडन साइमल्टेनियसली गुलमर्ग कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी अगेन विच वाज विद अपनी पार्टी लीडर, जो अब अपनी पार्टी लीडर, उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी ज्वाइन की थी, गुलाम हसन मीर, हु इज अ पॉलिटिकल स्टालवर्ट, उनको इस सीट से हारना पड़ा, और नाउ दिस सीट हैज गॉन टू नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस. सो देयर आर सर्टेन पॉकेट जहां पे नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का वोट बैंक बहुत ही मिनिस्क्यूल था, और इनका कार्डर जो है बहुत ही कम था, लेकिन अब उन्होंने इन कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में अपनी बर्तरी हासिल की है, विच इज अ वेरी ग्रेट थिंग फॉर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस एज अ पार्टी एट दिस असेंबली इलेक्शन. और खासतौर से लाल चौक में उन्होंने एक अच्छी बर्तरी हासिल की है, और लाल चौक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी भी जीती है. तो कल से गहमा गहमी ये रहेगी कि कैसे गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन होगी, नंबर किसके आएंगे, और एलजी जो 5 मेंबरान को नॉमिनेट करेंगे वो कौन से मेंबर होंगे, वो किस दल से होंगे, वो कहां से होंगे, तो उस पर नजरें सबकी होंगी, और वो कैसे अपना रोल प्ले करेंगे ओवरऑल गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन में, और वो किसके साथ जुड़ेंगे, दैट वी हैव टू सी, एंड इट्स गोइंग टू बी इंटरेस्टिंग फ्रॉम एलजी हाउस फ्रॉम टुमारो.
Okay, Tasadduq, let me ask you. I was asking you earlier also कि जो एक वैली में तो overwhelmingly एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की लहर है, बट जो बीजेपी का कमांड है वो जम्मू रीजन में रहा है, एंड हाउ विल जम्मू's representation be accommodated in this government? ये भी एक चीज नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को देखनी है. It can't be an only, if one assumes the national conference has won mostly from Muslim seats in the Jammu region, how will the interests of the Hindu community of Jammu also be accommodated in this government?
But how National Conference and Congress government, अगर ये सरकार बनाते हैं, how they will be worried with regard to the accommodation of BJP MLAs? I mean, जब बीजेपी सरकार में थी अभी तक तो सारा कुछ बीजेपी ही चला रही थी, जो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस के लीडर्स को फील हो रहा था. अभी सबसे बड़ी प्रायोरिटी ये होगा कि अगर जम्मू से कांग्रेस के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स जीत के आएंगे, उनको एकोमोडेट किया जाएगा गवर्नमेंट में, ताकि जम्मू के लोगों को ये लगेगा कि एक सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग उनको दी जाए और उनकी आवाज भी सुनी जा सकती है. रिगार्डिंग द एकोमोडेशन ऑफ द बीजेपी एमएलए, मुझे लगता है कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस के जो गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन है उसमें ये जो फैक्टर है ये काम ही नहीं करेगा. और दूसरी बात ये है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो काडर है वो जम्मू में तो जाहिर सी बात है मजबूत था. आखिर क्या वजह रही? अगर 10 साल थे, क्या वजह रही? उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी की ग्रोथ कश्मीर में वो पॉसिबल क्यों नहीं हो पाया? क्या आपको ये नहीं लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कहीं ना कहीं कुछ गलतियां हुई जिसकी वजह से आज कश्मीर से उनको कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है? और
Tasadduq,
इतनी मेजॉरिटी.
would you see this as a kind of rebellion vote? बहुत जल्दी, I have to say thank you to you because our next guest is waiting. Would you see this as a kind of rebellion vote?
This is completely a rebellion vote. This is anger against the Bharatiya Janata Party, against the policies of the Bharatiya Janata Party. और मुझे लगता है जितनी जल्दी वो अपनी गलतियों से सीखेंगे उतनी जल्दी उनकी पार्टी के लिए ठीक होगा.
Okay, we'll say thank you to Tasadduq and Nazir. As we've been saying, it's been the results have been completely different from what the exit polls and the pundits had anticipated. We have in Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah said to be the next chief minister. The National Conference and the Congress have established a very, very comfortable lead. The BJP more or less holding on to its position in the Jammu region, but a handsome victory for the National Conference and the Congress alliance. Extremely ironic, given that Omar Abdullah did not even want to contest initially this election, and in an interview to me, he called it the toughest election of his life. I don't know if he underestimated himself or he worked extra hard to make that. To make his win a reality. Now turning our focus back to Haryana, where clearly pollsters and reporters and everybody seems to have got it wrong. It has not been without controversy. The BJP, the Congress has formally complained to the Election Commission earlier today, talking about very slow counting and slow updates. Jairam Ramesh has sent an official letter of complaint. Yogendra Yadav is with us. Yogendra ji, thank you. Dhanyavad, namaskar. It doesn't look to me that anything is going to change. I think we can say that the BJP is going to form the next government. हम बड़े ध्यान से रुक के बोल रहे थे because इतनी कुछ close contest थी. How taken aback are you? How disappointed are you? It goes in complete contradiction to what was being suggested or forecast.
Absolutely, Barkha. There are no two opinions about it. You said many people got it wrong. I was certainly one of them. Although I didn't get into seat forecasting, but I've been saying for the last 1 month that Haryana is a one-sided election, that Congress is going to form the government, that the only question is about the margin of Congress's victory. Whether it will be a Hawa or an Andi or even tsunami, I said, we don't know. I'll not get into that, but clearly Congress is coming to power. That has been proven completely wrong. At this stage of counting, there could be 1 or 2 seats plus or minus, but I don't think the overall result is going to change. We can be reasonably sure now that BJP is forming the government. Even if they fall 1 or 2 short of majority, they have a couple of independent BJP rebels who would, of course, be there to support them. So it's BJP government, we can be reasonably sure, and which is to say our assessment was wrong. Politics is a humbling experience, not only for politicians, but also for those who observe politics. This is one of those moments. I must have covered at least 100 elections by now, probably more. And I would remember this as one of those few where I was completely surprised. Even this morning, I was not. So let me begin by recounting why did I think that Congress was winning. 3 reasons. One, historically, BJP does worse in Vidhan Sabha election than it does in Lok Sabha election. This happened in 2014, in 19, and was expected to happen this time. In the Lok Sabha election, BJP and Congress were neck and neck. BJP going below that obviously meant BJP going out and Congress coming back to power. Empirically, I traveled with my colleagues like you do, and making sure that we don't speak only to the more articulate, making sure that we speak to the poorest, ordinary people, and came back with a clear impression that Congress was ahead, that compared to the Lok Sabha election, things were going in Congress's way and against the BJP. And all of this was consolidated by surveys and exit polls. And if you recall, not a single exit poll, even its lowest range, gave Congress anything less than 45 seats. So that's why there was this impression. But the elections are not decided by exit poll, and thank God for that. The elections are decided by the people. They vote. They tell us what is it that they want. So clearly, we made an error. I should say I made an error. There was clearly an undercurrent that we failed to cause. And let me try and anticipate, let me try and guess what that undercurrent must have been. All these are very initial thoughts because I cannot give you a confident explanation of what happened. If I had that explanation, I wouldn't have said what I said till yesterday. My guess is the following, that there was an undercurrent that many people who did not vote for Congress, or at least finally went and did not vote for Congress, said to us when people like us spoke to them, they said, no, they will vote for Congress. Why is it that it happened? My guess is that these were people who had a certain apprehension, but who did not articulate that apprehension. And towards the end, in the voting day, that apprehension made all the difference. And the apprehension was this, that Congress government means a government of one family, one caste, and 1 or 2 districts. This is what the impression has been. The biggest charge against Mr. Huda's Congress government of the previous one was that ये तो रोहतक सोनीपत की सरकार थी, सिर्फ एक जाति के लिए चलती थी और उन्हीं की सब कुछ चलती थी. And the impression, as elections came closer, and the impression started gaining ground that Congress was coming back, it created an apprehension. Okay, so it's back to the rule of one particular community. Congress's internal squabbles did not help because they actually ended up accentuating the same apprehension. And BJP very successfully played on that. That may have made the difference of 2 or 3% vote, which is all that mattered in a close election like this. This is somewhat similar to what happened in Uttar Pradesh in 2022. Everyone thought Samajwadi Party was doing very well. BJP went around and told people, remember, if Samajwadi Party comes, ye Yadav Musalman ki sarkar banegi, fir ye hoga, fir wo hoga. And that stuck till 2024 when Akhilesh went out of his way to ensure that he was not seen to be leading one party, one caste rule. Something similar may have happened. This is the closest guess that I can make after 2 hours of soul searching.
Firstly, thank you for always being that rare person in public life who isn't afraid to acknowledge a mistake when you make one. That is still a rarity in our public discourse. So I always appreciate that. This is a very interesting thing. ये बिहार में भी हमने देखा है, यूपी में भी हमने देखा है कि एक जात से associated, in this case the Jat community, and ek parivar, one caste community. You are saying that the domination of the Hudas eventually proved to be not an advantage but a disadvantage for the Congress party at first glance, prima facie.
So it seems, and this is no secret that this was BJP's major plank. 35 was BJP's major political card in Haryana. Haryana mythically has 36 communities, and BJP's plank was कि 35 हमारे साथ हैं, एक की हम परवाह नहीं करते. And remember, Haryana is a state which has always had a Jat chief minister, almost always, so ever since its formation. BJP was the party that brought in a non-Jat chief minister who ruled for 5 years. And when they wanted to replace him, and that was not a bad move, they again brought another non-Jat chief minister, which in Haryana is very rare. Mr. Naib Singh Saini was not one of the prominent Haryana leaders. He was not even one of the prominent BJP leaders. But BJP brought him in to send this message. So BJP's message has been quite clear. We are a party which dares to bring in non-Jats. We can, बाकी 35 समुदाय को हम साथ लेके चलेंगे और एक समुदाय जो करना है सोच लीजिए, फर्क नहीं पड़ता हमारे को. That's been an unspoken message of the BJP. That message helped BJP in the past. I was among those who thought that yes, they're trying it for the third time. इस बार नहीं चलेगा. But clearly it worked. BJP also made a couple of other moves which were good moves. I thought it's too late, but clearly it worked. Number one, replacing Mr. Khattar, which was a very bold move. Replacing a chief minister 6 months before the assembly election, less than 2 months before the parliamentary election, was a very, very risky move. They did it. And whenever I spoke to people, they said, "Nahi, Khattar se to achhe hain, I've said. Dynamic hai, kuch kar rahe hain." So they managed to erase that negativity associated with Mr. Khattar. Second, during the elections, during ticket distribution and campaigning, BJP took some very hard decisions. Their ticket distribution was focused solely on who can win, irrespective of their past reputation. So, say someone like Ramvilas Sharma, who was a tall BJP leader, one of the founders of Haryana BJP, he was denied ticket in his home constituency, denied ticket because he was not seen to be winning. Now, these are very bold decisions. BJP did that. I mean, I had considered all this and I said, these last minute things don't win you elections. But clearly we were wrong. And, this was an election, which was an election maybe of 1 or 2% votes. And these are things which make all the difference, that 1 or 2%. Congress may have been complacent, may not have done enough to counter this impression. And BJP managed to push this impression and did those additional things towards the end of the election that give them that 1 or 2 point advantage.
Now, this last sentence that you almost said in a throwaway way, कि Congress may have been complacent. आपने दो तीन चीजें कही हैं. एक तो the domination of one family, one caste could have been a big perception in some of the voters. Dusra, the BJP replaced Khattar, played on the mobilization of the non-Jat community. But you also said Congress may have been complacent. What do you think? I know hindsight is 2020, but what do you think were the signs of that complacency? जो अब लगता है अरे हमने कांग्रेस ने ये क्यों नहीं किया, ये कर सकते थे, वो क्यों नहीं किया, वो कर सकते थे.
I'm always a little wary of these things, as you said in a throwaway remark. Hindsight is 2020. Once someone loses, then it's the easiest thing in the world is to say everything they did was wrong and everything someone else did was right, which of course doesn't happen. But in hindsight, the impression that everyone had was, some mythical figure of 72 seats to Mr. Huda was thrown around, that Mr. Huda managed to get 72 seats. And therefore, this is going to be, one person, one community Raj. Enough was not done to counter that. I'm sure all kinds of questions will be asked about candidate selection. But to my mind, these are all hindsight things. If the candidates had done well, everyone would have said, what smart choices. I personally do not think Congress made very poor candidate selection. Candidate selection was okay based on winnability, as it normally happens. BJP did slightly better, but then BJP always does slightly better in terms of candidate selection because they have slightly better inputs and so on. I don't think that's so. And third was the question of Congress's infighting. Now, infighting is not a new thing in Congress. And I thought the number of rebel candidates that I had expected actually were not there. Initially, I thought there would be 30, 40 serious rebels this time, but there were actually only 20, and maybe after that a little less. But the one thing that the Congress factional fight did was that it gave out a message, once again, which aligned with this Jat non-Jat theme, because the Shailajaji's dissatisfaction, which she, made public, didn't quite hide, that contributed to the same message. Those are things that may have cost Congress more than we thought it.
In this infighting, Shailaja, obviously Dalit leader, a woman leader, very public about her disquiet. But at the very last moment, the Congress was able to get back Ashok Tawar, also another prominent Dalit leader. Do we have any granular understanding, or it's too early about the impact that, we don't actually know the breakup of how right now, at least right now, we'll need to study it a little more. एक तो वो कितना बड़ा फैक्टर था Shailaja's disappointment, because polls seem to suggest that she was not really seen as a big contender for chief minister. दूसरा मेरा सवाल है कि जो issues identify किए गए थे, आपने भी वो किए, जवान, किसान, पहलवान, संविधान, उन issues का क्या हुआ? Is it that in some pockets these were big issues? Is it that in terms of vote share there were big issues, but the conversion of that vote share into seats was where the Congress failed? How do you look at it?
I don't think Jawan and Kisaan issue did not work. Of course they worked, and that's why Congress was in the race. Otherwise, Congress was not in the race. By 2019 parliamentary election, remember, Congress had only 28% votes. BJP had 58% votes. That's where the story begins. How does Congress crawl back? It crawls back partly because of the state assembly election impact, but largely because of the Kisaan Andolan. That there is at least the dominant peasant community is firmly disoriented, is firmly detached from, not aligned with the BJP. That is what happened after the Kisaan Andolan. However, now we can say that it did not affect all the farming communities. It was largely the dominant farming community. It happened. Wrestlers' protest, in a sense, reinforced the same section. So perhaps what was happening was that a small section was being charged and recharged and even more intense. It was getting more and more intense, but it was not wide enough to affect the entire society. So these issues did matter. Unemployment was an issue. But did Congress look like a party which was going to solve the unemployment problem? Was Congress's manifesto promises there? Did they actually reach the ground? I didn't get that sense. So yes, these issues mattered, and that's why BJP was in trouble. That's why Congress was in the game. But they were not so overwhelming as to rule out everything else. Similarly, on the issue of Shailajaji's protest and the Dalit issue, there could be a direct effect and there is an indirect effect. The direct effect would have been if her dissatisfaction had affected Dalit voters across the state. I don't think that. In fact, if you look at the results, in areas of Shailajaji's own influence, that is Sirsa, Fatehabad, and if you extend it right up to Ambala, in these areas, Congress has done relatively better. So it's not that in her areas Congress has lost, but there was an indirect effect. The indirect effect was that this articulation by a Dalit leader reinforced everyone's sense that, look, one community is dominating. It reinforced the BJP narrative. That may have been an impact.
Let's end with the impact on national politics. Let's be honest, had the BJP lost Haryana and the Congress had won, you perhaps would have been among those, and I would have been among those analyzing what does it mean for the brand of the Prime Minister after the Lok Sabha. Is something shifting? Hindi heartland में कुछ मुद्दे हैं जो अब BJP को चोट पहुंचा रहे हैं. The corollary is also true. We must now ask, this is a state where the Prime Minister addressed only 4 rallies this time compared to 10 in 2014. Certainly his participation was more muted, but he still remains their biggest brand, unless we are now casting Haryana as a purely local election, which would be disingenuous of us, because if the result were the ulta, we would have definitely brought brand Modi into it. So अब brand Modi की जहां तक बात आती है, आप कैसे देखते हैं योगेंद्र जी?
You're absolutely right. We should anticipate what I would have said if Congress had won. And we don't need to anticipate because I actually said that even yesterday evening. I said voter of the Haryana election may not directly affect voters in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, but it would definitely affect the mood, the morale, and the momentum of these elections. So clearly, now that it's gone against the Congress, it is going to adversely affect. Once again, it will not affect the voters directly, but it will affect the morale, the mood, and the mood of the workers and the momentum of elections. Now the opposition, especially Congress, starts on a defensive note. And Congress would have to be even more careful now in keeping the allies and so on. So it is a setback. There's absolutely no doubt about it. No point denying that basic thing. About the Prime Minister, I had said earlier, and I would say again, this election in Haryana was not fought on his name. He was not the central person in this election. He was not there even on the hoardings of BJP. So at the most, I would have said, well, Mr. Modi alone does not win you elections. That's quite clear. And BJP had conceded it. The same situation holds today. But obviously, that's not how the BJP would present it. They would like to present it as Mr. Modi's victory. This will be done in the evening. But we know the result. And if Congress had won, it would not have been Rahul Gandhi's victory. But clearly, that's not how the BJP would present it. It would be presented differently. That's the routine game of politics. But there's absolutely no doubt that BJP now starts the remaining Vidhan Sabha elections on a positive note. BJP now would wish to present the Lok Sabha setback as a one-point event, which has now been reversed. So much of the burden now shifts to Jharkhand and Maharashtra, and we need to watch the results very carefully.
Yashwant Deshmukh is joining us, but Yogendra ji, I know you're on the tail end of our time with you, but stay as long as you can. But just one
some
question
other
to you.
commitment. I would have loved to speak to Yashwant Bhai, but
ठीक है, we'll organize it another time. एक आपसे last comment मैं ले लूं अगर वो ये है कि आपने कहा कि if the BJP had lost, they would have not presented it as Modi's loss, and they will present it as Modi's wins. That's their politics. But in your understanding of the BJP's politics in the North Indian states, in what's loosely called the Hindi heartland, what does Haryana and the failure, as you called it, to read the undercurrent, what does it bring home to you as a critic of the BJP, as someone who works with the opposition?
The message is that you have to, you cannot be complacent. B, you need a broader caste coalition. Dalit voter is one thing, but BC voter, backward caste voters, need to be very specifically targeted. Rahul Gandhi talks about caste census, which is fine, which is going to be an issue. No one can deny that. But just speaking about caste census by itself does not mobilize backward communities. Backward castes do not have a uniform politics cutting across states. You have to individually target that. You have to individually mobilize those communities. And that is where the opposition will have to spend enormous energy. Having supporting farmers movement is not enough. That gets you only a few landed dominant peasant communities. And speaking about caste census is not enough. That gets you a broad, general, abstract support. Converting that into specific support of communities, which are farming communities, which are backward communities, is a political task that remains to be undertaken.
Okay, Yogendra ji, thank you. We look forward later in the week maybe to talking to you and Yashwant together. That would make for a very interesting conversation. I know you're very busy today and much in demand, and so is Yashwant. So we let you go now. Thank you so much. Yashwant, welcome. Yogendra ji was just doing a kind of mea culpa. He was saying he got it wrong. He didn't read the undercurrent. Abhi Haryana se shuru karte hain. We'll come to J&K right after that. What do you make of this? Because once again, the focus will be on the exit polls. The exit polls missing this. Not just the exit polls, to be fair. Journalists missing this. Politicians missing this. I think even the BJP themselves probably did not expect this. How do you read what has happened in Haryana, Yashwant? Yashwant, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So, Barkha, yeah, few pointers on the findings that we were discussing the other day on the exit polls. One thing that we said that BJP's vote share is not going down. In fact, that is adding up. That was the finding of the exit poll, that Congress is getting a huge upswing by virtue of all the other parties getting decimated, particularly the JJP, and they are gaining almost like 12, 13, 14% upswing because of that, and they will be ahead of the BJP as far as the vote share is concerned, and they are ahead of the BJP right now as far as the vote share is concerned, as we are talking. Now the question is, when there is an emotion for change, but it would have been even more trickier situation, Barkha, had the result would be the other way around, say Congress as a majority and BJP as a non-majority. My problem with that mandate would have been how to explain it in terms of pro or anti-incumbency. Because a party which is in 10 years in power and increasing its vote share, would that be have treated anti-incumbent verdict just because their seat share would have been lower than the previous last time? So those kind of complications were there even while we were analyzing the exit poll data. Vote to seat conversion is always a tricky affair, and I it's not a mea culpa, but I always said that that's a handicap. A party which is getting more vote ideally should be getting more seats. What's the big deal? But that 2 plus 2 is not 4 in first past the post system. That's the problem. Having said that, I also believe that this is beyond data. Beyond data, when I say, that is like in the data, you can only capture the emotion to change. You can only capture what kind of jump the main opposition party is making, what kind of consolidation of the opposition voters in one party's favor is happening. But when there is a kind of a self-goal at organizational level, that is something which data cannot really point you out. For example, you remember when we were doing the Lok Sabha election, post-election Uttar Pradesh analysis, and we said that this doesn't make any sense. What happened in Uttar Pradesh has all the writings of internal sabotage or infighting or whatever way you want to understand that. But like here, what I believe what has happened is that Mr. Hooda, for example, Mr. Hooda, everybody said to me, yes, there is a probability of Congress getting huge swing and winning this election. But Mr. Hooda just wants to ensure that the number is not too comfortable for the Congress so that he is not controlled by the central leadership. Just like precisely the line which we used in Uttar Pradesh election, 100 ग्राम काटने के चक्कर में किलो भर काट लिया. That is precisely what happened has happened in Haryana for the Congress. In order to do micromanagement, in order to do a controlled detonation, Barkha, this has gone out of hand for it. There is nothing called controlled detonation as far as micromanagement is concerned. There is something where, being smart is good thing in politics. Being over smart backfires. And I guess this is what has happened. Also to bring to your notice, Barkha, Aam Aadmi Party has, as we are talking on the Election Commission website, Aam Aadmi Party has polled about 2% votes. Now, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, they worked together in Lok Sabha and they actually got more votes than the BJP. Now, these 2%, when we do the micro analysis, I am absolutely dead sure would be thing which would underline that a clear-cut majority and like that. Apart, I'm not even going into the Kumari Sailaja not being accommodated and I'm not even going into that. I'm talking about the clear, plain thing that Rahul Gandhi said we should be having an Aam Aadmi Party alliance. Aam Aadmi Party started with 20 and eventually they were okay with 7, but and even 5. But Mr. Hooda is insistent that those 5 seats we are going to decide, while all Aam Aadmi Party was insisting on that we want the winnable seats. We shall decide the seats. So I think something in all these micromanagement went wrong. And that micromanagement, which the BJP gets benefited from their organization, from their RSS cadre and everything, time and again, Barkha, we have seen Congress giving a good victory away just because of the organizational situation, and BJP winning just because of the organization. You remember Madhya Pradesh, what happened? This is the second one coming out.
Yeah. Can I ask you though, I was interviewing Dipinder Huda and I asked him this question. I said कि ये rumor चल रहा है कि आप लोग जीत तो चाहते हैं पर इतनी बड़ी जीत नहीं कि आपका अपना leverage खत्म हो जाए. And he said, obviously he laughed it off and he said, कौन नेता कम जीत चाहेगा? But otherwise, Dipinder is very cautious. Then there was Kumari Sailaja very openly talking about being hurt, being a contender, the infighting. What in the end cost the Congress? Was it, Yogendra Yadav argued that people started thinking ये एक जाति और एक परिवार की domination होगी, हमें नहीं चाहिए. Do you think it was that? Do you think it was the Dalit vote as reflected in Sailaja's disquiet? Do you think it was something else? What do you think it was? Because your own survey, if I'm not wrong, did see Huda as the most popular choice for chief minister. I think we had that slide also somewhere. So what do you think happened, Yashwant?
Barkha, it has everything to do with overconfidence, complacence, and may I say, without any, no, it should not be taken as any comment on any analyst as such, but misreading or over-analyzing the 24 verdict. Barkha, after the 24 Lok Sabha elections, when we were discussing, I did say this more often than once that, this result of Uttar Pradesh, result of Rajasthan, where BJP polled 10% more votes than the Congress and is still managing to get only the equal seats, this is more of an infighting in sabotage and those kind of issues. Now add those 35 seats to BJP's tally and you will see the BJP's number beyond majority and NDA sitting at 325, 330 seats. I guess that what happened because of BJP's infighting in UP and Rajasthan and its impact on the BJP's number and NDA's number, many of my opposition friends and their analysts, they over-analyzed it and they got carried away. They analyzed it, वही same पुराना चीज, Kisaan, Pehelwan and Jawan. While Jawan's question was like BJP won 5 out of 5 in Uttarakhand, 4 out of 4 in Himachal. Kisaan, they won hands down in so many of the rural states. So what I was simply trying to say that I understand that BJP malfunctioned in 2 states, and yes, the numbers went wrong for them. They did not get the kind of numbers which they were expecting. That's fine. But what were the signs of the opposition revival as everybody was analyzing, particularly the Congress revival? Did we misread those signs? Were the Congress sympathizers and analysts a bit overtly gung-ho on that revival? And that question will be asked again. Even though Congress became the number 1 party as far as the vote share is concerned, as we of almost in favor.
Yashwant, Yashwant, can you rejoin? Can Yashwant rejoin? I'm sure Yashwant will reconnect with us. That signal was really bad. But like Yogendra Yadav, he was identifying one main factor that he thinks may have gone wrong for the Congress campaign, and that was a kind of overprojection of the Huda family, of Bhupinder Huda and his son. Both he and Yogendra Yadav have made the argument that voters or particularly non-Jat voters may have looked at the Huda family as and being so powerful in Haryana as being reflective of a government that would be of one family and one caste. While we're waiting for Yashwant, let's bring up some graphics. I can go through some numbers. Why don't we do that? Let's look at the Haryana numbers. Could I have the Haryana graphics on the screen? Now, here's what we do know. We know that the results that we're seeing in the state elections of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir have defied what the pollsters said. In Haryana, the BJP is all set to form the government for the third time, defying all kinds of forecasts. Yashwant Deshmukh and Yogendra Yadav were just listing the possible reasons for that. I can see Mr. Deshmukh at the back end. We can probably bring him on. We just lost him right there. Hopefully the connection will be a bit better. Okay, Yashwant, you have terrible connection, but let's try and at least get some points from what you were saying.
I'm sorry because I'm using my phone, Barkha, somehow.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm using my phone. If it's still having problem, I will try to see some system is there, but I'm just outside the studio in a corner, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
I hope you are getting my voice now.
Yeah. Go ahead, Yashwant. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just trying to say that, the truth is somewhere in between a complete wholesome revival of the Congress and complete debacle of the opposition in that way. The thing is, there were signs of revival of Congress, but just about signs. Congress had to work over and above that in order to ensure that those signs are not, they do not mislead them in their organizational capacities. They do not let internal factionalism take over public's emotion for change, in that way. I think Congress missed and that I won't say even missed, they overplayed that kind of micromanagement in their personal favor rather than the organizational favor. If the Congress would have given, say, even 5-7 seats to Aam Aadmi Party, those 2% would have made all the difference probably. So I think we have to seriously think if we overanalyzed or somehow misinterpreted the Lok Sabha election results in some way, and public's mood is difficult to, in any case, understand, and public perception is very difficult thing to decode, particularly in the election matters, in all said and done.
Yeah.
But complacency is something which did the Congress in. Overconfidence, complacency, and the personal micromanagement for the personal gains. If that is the thing, this is where everything went south.
I was asking you before we lost you that how do you explain the fact that your own polls did show Mr. Huda Senior as the most popular, perhaps the most also known, recall value bhi unhi ki sabse zyada hai, choice for chief minister, and ML Khattar was really at the bottom of that. He didn't even figure in your top 4 choices, for example, right? So then how do we, it's थोड़ा सा contradiction लगता है कि हुडा का कार्ड overplay हो गया, बाकी लोगों को ठीक नहीं लगा, but Huda is the most popular choice for chief minister. How do we understand this seeming contradiction?
Well, both the things are correct, Barkha. If you look into the 30.8 of Huda Senior and 9% of Huda Junior, you are looking at the precise Congress vote share of 40.5%, which Election Commission is showing right now. But as I said, Kumari Selja, even if it 4.9%, it mattered. These 1%, 2% Aam Aadmi Party matters. It's a question of magnanimity. It's a question of how serious player you are. You see, the problem, I think, is from the both ends, regional leadership as well as the central leadership. The central leadership probably could not make Mr. Huda make comfortable. Listen, even if we win 70 seats, you are going to be the chief minister. Don't do it. Number one. Number two, Mr. Huda could not became magnanimous enough to offer enough space for Kumari Selja and everybody else or Aam Aadmi Party that, okay, let's win first and then decide on rest of the things later. Even if Congress would have won 70 seats and Mr. Huda's supporters would have been 50 out of 70, he would have been chief minister. So I think these things have hurt Congress really bad. And these things have hurt even BJP in the Lok Sabha election in Rajasthan and in UP. We have seen that. BJP probably is lucky, in a way, luckiest party in India at this point of time, I would say, that even after those internal squabbles and other things, their mother organization at the end of the day remains there as the mother organization. Right. वो माँ की तरह खड़े रहते हैं कि कितने भी नाराज हो माँ तो माँ ही होती है. I think they are lucky. I think they are just plain lucky on that, and they know because I was just sitting and talking to the reporters from Haryana and people over there. And they did say that one big difference between the Lok Sabha and current one is this time we could see the RSS guys on the ground, which was not there in the Lok Sabha election, be it Jammu, be it Himachal. And if that is the case, I think the Lok Sabha results were kind of a reminder to RSS and BJP leadership both that, those kind of anger and bitterness only pulls their tally and the numbers down, So they are quick learners, Barkha. They are very quick learners. And I think that kind of learning has saved their day. And not only the day, this changes, Barkha, everything. The narrative changes. The assembly election narrative for Maharashtra is going to change now, which was a given.
That was going to be my next question. That had the BJP lost Haryana, we would have seen a lot of analysis on Modi's brand after he slipped below a majority in the Lok Sabha. Also because Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, did not campaign as actively, 4 rallies in this time to 10 in Haryana. Now that the BJP is going to form the next government for the 3rd term, you say this changes everything, the momentum, the morale for the upcoming assembly elections, but also what does it do to the debate around the Modi brand? Because it's not clear how it played out on the ground, because he was more muted than normal in terms of his participation.
Exactly. You are absolutely right. So more than the Modi brand or Modi's involvement, I think BJP managed to pull the sock and managed to, tell Congress that, okay, even as an organizational backbench, we can contest and win the election. This is something which happened in Madhya Pradesh, so it is not a fluke. We know happened in Madhya Pradesh, we know happened in Chhattisgarh. Now we see it is happening all said and done in Haryana. This has happened in Jammu, where in spite and despite of so many senior people being changed the tickets, and organization had a fair day in selection of the candidates in Jammu, and that has pulled district for them. So I think for Maharashtra, first of all, the narrative changes, because the Congress was going overtly aggressive after the Lok Sabha elections. And the first reaction today that amused me a lot was not from the BJP, giving an indirect swap to Congress. It was Uddhav Thackeray's Sena. Basically, literally saying that you cannot win your own backyard, and you are talking about giving a chief minister face in Maharashtra. So Congress's own capacity to negotiate the seats and other thing with this is going to be in trouble. Their own way of saying that we are the biggest party, we are going to be the biggest party, and we can give the chief minister, that is going to be debated and questioned all over again. Having said that, not just about Haryana, I think what Congress has missed the bus in Delhi now. If they would have been magnanimous enough to give 7-8 seats to Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana, Barkha, they would have asked for 10-15 seats in Delhi. Now that Aam Aadmi Party has seen that, they are not going to be accommodating Congress for any reason whatsoever. So that entire narrative of India alliance going as a cohesive unit, one unit and everything, with Haryana election, I mean, we all say that a week is a long time. Forget about week. Even 2 hours is a long time in politics. Those 2 hours when the trends change this morning, that changed the entire narrative in our studios, in the discussions, and in the public mind as well. I think from the verge of being eliminated in Maharashtra, today I can say that Haryana is going to help BJP to get back in the race. That they are going to say, smell the blood, and okay, this is something which is doable, we can do, and they are going to go for it. And that's going to be an interesting one.
Now let's switch our attention. As you remind us very interestingly that the first swipe came not from the BJP, but from the Uddhav Sena. let's turn our attention though to J&K. Very different implications. It doesn't have the same impact on domestic politics, but it is a very historic election, and one of Modi's biggest decisions, in a way, has been the backdrop of this election, which is the abrogation of 370. Now, how do you see the very comfortable victory that the National Conference and the Congress, and it has to be said more than the Congress, the National Conference, has established for itself?
Well, Barkha, we know that there are 43 seats in Jammu, out of which 16 are actually Muslim majority, even in Jammu, as we call, Muslim, significant Muslim population. So if you look into the Jammu seats only from the Hindu angle, BJP has actually managed to win almost like 100% out there. 28 out of 29 or 30, whichever was at stake as far as the seats of Hindu representation is concerned. So I think along with Haryana, BJP has got the bragging rights today that we did away 370, and see those who are suffering from 370, they have voted for us. And those who are basically on the other side of the idea of 370 getting away, they have polled for National Conference. Fair enough. It's a democracy, that's fine. Question is, when we were looking into the details of National Congress plus Congress numbers, the question of Mufti Muhammad Saeed, when he said that I could not take Congress along because it did not have even a single Hindu face in among the MLAs. And the question is pertinent today because last I checked, the 5 seats where Congress was leading, it was not a single Hindu face out there. In fact, in the National Conference agenda of seat, fortunately for them, there are 2 Hindus winning on National Conference ticket. So at least National Congress can still say that we also hold some mandate from Jammu. It's not that BJP has won the complete Jammu thing, And thank God for that, because I was fearing that if this will become a Valley-only government, Muslim-only government, then the deep divide of Jammu and Kashmir, that fault line is not going to be healed further, in that way. At some point of time, in order to heal those fault lines, Barkha, me and you both know that those warring factions, those on the complete 2 poles of the spectrum, they need to come and form a unity government at some point of time. But at least for now, I am happy that NC's 2 Hindu MLAs candidates are leading. I hope they win. I hope they get in good enough ministry and face responsibility. And this is and Jammu gets fair share of power in this government.
But, before we come to this philosophical idea of a unity government in J&K, Omar Abdullah has been very categorical that he will not ally with the BJP. I asked him this on record. He believes that one of the reasons that PDP has got decimated is because of its previous alliance. One of the reasons, previous alliance with the BJP. Now, what I'm trying to understand in this election is that you have an entire region. Yes, NC has 1 or 2 seats, so it's not a pure Hindu-Muslim divide, but it's a very, very strong regional divide. And since they have won comfortably, I asked Omar, do you want to be chief minister? He said, no, I don't have any such ambitions. I said, what is your ambition? He said, to turn the clock back on 5th August 2019, i.e. 370. Now, what I'm curious to know is, how much that re-enters the public debate and what happens? How does the Modi government handle it?
I think 370 is a thing of the past, Barkha, honestly. Reason being that in the exit poll data, when we asked about that, it was not the number 1 issue neither in Jammu nor in Kashmir Valley. The issues were bread and butter, unemployment and other things, which were pretty much like Haryana. Yes, there was a significant chunk, I would say about 20 to 30%, which still said that 370 debate matters. But then that 20 to 30% had a polarizing view. Like, those who said it matters in Jammu, they voted for the BJP. Those who said it matters in the Valley, they voted for National Conference. So that kind of polarization of, say, 25% on each end of the spectrum was there. But the middle 50% ground, that remained there, which said that, okay, 370 is a thing of the past, and for us it is important to see the issue of unemployment, issue of other things, inflation, price rise, and everything that comes in. Now, Omar Abdullah rightly said to you, he would not dare to do the BJP experiment looking at the PDP numbers on the screen. But at the same time, Barkha, I also believe that people may polarize, people may give that verdict, but in a long-term peace solution, peace brokering, peace process, whichever way we look at it, it is the leaders who have to take the brave step. And that those steps is not something which only have to be taken by Omar. It has to be taken by everybody who is involved. You know, otherwise, if this government formation sends a message that this is a Valley-only, Muslim-only government, that kind of gesturing is done, then we are only going to see the fault lines getting deepened further rather than getting healed.
Yeah. Final question. One big message from both of these states, very different states, apples and oranges. But, you know, what is the takeaway? Haryana, you said, changes everything. J&K, different set of factors. Omar Abdullah is going to have to cooperate with the center. It's a sensitive state. It's a border state. It has national security issues. The foreign minister is headed to Pakistan. We've seen, you know, there's the issue of terrorism. There are all kinds of other issues. He's going to have to find a way to open a channel of communication with the Modi government, over, you know, whether he likes to or not. What are the messages from both of these verdicts?
I think one line which I am observing, not just in these two verdicts, but it's now a pretty national phenomena, is further bipolarization of the states into two political lines. You know, sometimes anti-BJP, sometimes anti-Congress, whichever way, you know, on the line that you can pick. And the others and the splinter groups and the regional names are getting squeezed out in this process. I'm not saying that regionals are not important. They are important. After all, National Conference is a regional party. But whomsoever is pretty important in that particular state or region, the process of bipolarization is going on. And in those process, the spoilers, vote katwa as we call in UP, Bihar ki politics, those spoilers are no more getting space. And this is a process which is gaining momentum with each election that we are going in. Say, for example, in Haryana, last time the others polled almost like 40% votes in Haryana. This time their number is getting below 20%. You know, BJP and Congress together polled hardly about 60% last time. This time, these two parties have polled almost like 80% plus. So this matters. And from the perspective of democratic stability, yeah, I know some of the friends see this as a demise of the federalism, but I don't see it, because what I am saying, it is not a bipolarization between BJP and the Congress or the national parties. It is a polarization of the two fronts. Sometimes Congress is leading that front, sometimes the regional party, like National Conference, is leading that front. Congress is a secondary player. But people do not like to waste their votes and their vote anymore. I think people are giving much more clear and sound mandate, and people are giving positive mandate. You know, I've been working on that book, which is now coming out, on the pro-incumbency emotions. That this century is less about anti-incumbency and more about pro-incumbency, in a way that how leaders can and are doing or showing remarkable ways of delivery of governance, or making their own vote bank count for them, using multiple tools and things. I mean, there are so many case studies, but gone are the days, Barkha, of the default anti-incumbent verdict. You know, when you would do nothing, yet a default victory would come your way just because you happen to be opposition. I think those days are gone, and a lot to learn from that, not just for the politicians, but I think for journalists and pollsters, everybody alike. You know, public has changed, public are viewing, perceptions have their own way of finding their way to the finding their voice at the polling booth, and there is so much to learn from all of this.
And I think the most, even though it sometimes destabilizes our forecasts, the most brilliant thing about democracy is how people can just surprise you. They can humble you. They can surprise you. They can just, they do humble
they humble us. You can always count on the common man to humble down everybody under the sun. So that is the beauty of this democracy, and that's what makes us smile even after getting it wrong. Barkha, you get humbled, but and that's why you enjoy it. Okay, this is what happened. Oh my God, this is what they meant when they was telling this this particular thing, and that is you scratch your head and then you get up and say, okay, next is the election is coming. We have to learn and move ahead.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Yashwant. Always a pleasure.
Thank you,
and again, it's very nice to talk to you because you're always very open about any mistakes that you make and any learnings that you get. And that's the beauty, as we all just said, we all make mistakes and the people have the last laugh, and it should always be that way in a democracy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Bye, Yashwant. All right, and we are going to at this point take a break. We will be back at 6 p.m. with analysis of these two dramatic results. Just when you think that, you can forecast it all, ye to hame pata hai, ye hoga, wo aisa kuch nahi hota hai. So a humbling moment for everybody here. 6 p.m. we'll see you to analyze what we can learn about politics from both the Jammu and Kashmir and the Haryana results. Thank you for staying with us this whole morning, half the day now, and see you soon.
It's great to see you here. Thank you for watching our work. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't forget to click the bell icon and subscribe to Mojo Story and support independent, robust journalism.